Guys, what is up? It's Thursday night, the first night of football. I've got the Lions-Chiefs game on in front of me right now. It's 7-7, in case you're wondering. Kind of worried about that game. I think we all are a little bit. We've got an awesome guest tonight, Vil from 3 Point Stands podcast. What is up, my friends? Foster, how you doing tonight?
Good, man. Rough week here. Watching this game, I just saw David Montgomery get pushed to the ground at the line of scrimmage, so that was kind of decent because he's on the Lions now.
Yeah.
I'm here, man. It was a good week. Things could have been worse. It's Thursday already. I literally have been running around for a few days and just sat down here at the computer, man. Just made it, man. So,
well, we're
glad
glad
you're here. I know PJ's got something to say here, man. What's going on with you, PJ?
What's up, Peach?
Very little. Very little. Very little. Just
not even.
I'm looking forward to. I'm curious to see what the Lions do tonight. They seem like they started off pretty well, but other than that, good to be in the land of the living.
It's very good to be in the land of the living. We're 6 feet above ground.
At least.
When you guys want? Why don't you guys start the show up tonight? PJ, why don't you kick it off?
Well, kick this stuff off.
Bears country. Where is it?
You down with BCP?
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 Time in life, dude.
Come on. No.
All right, brother.
Wait, Jay said don't show the hand, right?
I can't even. You got to give this up. Yeah, look, there you go, Peach. I can't even. Jeez. Can we start again now? We got to start over because of that? No way, dude.
Why can't you just acknowledge I can dance? You just refuse to acknowledge that I can dance.
Dancing been no very good for you. No.
People have to learn how to stay in their lane. You know what I'm saying? Just stay in the lane.
Thank you, Paige. We discussed this enough. You know where your lane's at. Sit down at the bar, order a drink, and look pretty. That's it.
How you doing, Paige?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm just laying low.
Can I get your phone number?
Oh my goodness, man! This dude having a flashback on
this early, really early tonight. A little earlier than I don't know.
Oh,
I'm just excited, man. I'm excited. It's the kickoff of the season tonight. We got the Lions playing the Chiefs. Bears coming up soon. I'm excited, man.
Tonight, all I want is a Chiefs win and a Juju Schuster touchdown, man. Little fantasy action, you know.
Football.
Wait. Juju ain't playing tonight, is he?
What?
Juju's not playing tonight.
That's what I heard.
He plays with New England now, bro.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, he's on New England now.
Why does it say this? Let me just see if I got this right, man.
Oh my goodness. Did you get this right?
Not Juju, Marquise Valdez-Scantling. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. All right, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I need a TD from him, man. That would be nice.
I was like, wait a minute. Juju's with New England. Hold on.
Peach, the last 3 days, dude, if I just showed you some video, you'd understand why I'm just lost. It's just been insane, unbelievable, insane stuff. And done. It's done. Over.
You know my approach. One day at a time.
No.
One day at a time.
When you said that, when you said my approach, you
right
froze perfectly still for a second on my screen. I'm like, man, I can't hold myself like that long. But then it came back with your hand going.
Hey, I'm telling
yeah.
you.
Wait,
That's
give me
it,
some,
bro.
give me some music, Walt. Let me try to
crap.
dance to this.
See, now when you did that line thing, he bought into it. Now we're gonna end up with octopuses. Like, was it last week or the week before with the octopuses? Oh gosh, what's going on, Pete, man? How's the grandkids doing? Everything good? Or
I'm telling you, living the dream, bro.
okay,
Living the
that's awesome.
dream.
I was just trying to ignore Dan for a little bit, and I thought, I guess you know, just making sure everybody's good down there, man.
I had to
Bears,
distract.
Bears.
Sorry.
I just got one question for Shorty. Did you have a dream about being on like Soul Train once upon a time? Did you have that dream?
Hey,
No, actually, no, I did not.
you know what, Peach? I had that dream about Shorty being on Soul Train.
Right?
It was a freaking nightmare. It wasn't a dream. He had like 12 tentacles, crushing people's heads, swinging around, no balance.
Pulling
It was a
heads off
nightmare. It wasn't
tentacles,
a dream.
suction cup popping heads
Yeah,
off.
that kind of.
Man,
That was
I'm
Dan
telling
falling
you.
off the wall. Man, the Bears and the Packers, dude. What, you know, geez, it's here. We're so close.
right?
Well, I know Braggs Jr.'s, he's been putting every night like, can't sleep. Bears Packers week. Can't sleep. He did it like 4 nights in a row. I'm like, dude, did you get any sleep? He's like, it's Bears Packers week. I can't sleep. I says, maybe if Kansas City wins, you can take a little nap before you can't sleep tonight till Sunday.
Right.
You know,
Right.
little back and forth thing there. I wish I could remember what the last thing you wrote was. It was funny, but
Yeah, let me take a moment, guys, to
Sure.
acknowledge the chat. Steve S., Mr. Mayhem, Linda Foster, Mark Kazak, Cliff Victoria, Leo Factor One, King Buka World, AC Adam.
See, Adam,
We
what's
got
up,
we
guys?
appreciate all you guys for joining us tonight. Thank you very much.
It'll
And if I'm
grow
missing
as the
one-
night goes on too. It'll get bigger. We'll have to
Steve,
like pause for another station identification soon too.
Man, there you go. There you go. All right.
Guys, we love you. Thanks for joining us tonight. Seriously, you are what makes this show go around. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Indeed.
We are excited to have our next guest coming up.
Doug Van Dorn.
Doug Van Dorn is coming up soon. What's up, Doug? No, Vil from the 3 Point Stands podcast will be joining us shortly. He's an awesome dude
Yep.
with some great bear stuff. Check out his channel. Before we get to him, I'm kind of wondering if you guys are a little bit nervous this week. Are you starting to get nervous as the game, as
me.
game time starts to come closer?
Not me.
Come on, man. You know, if you took what Paige and I have been through, that's enough for like 7 lives. This ain't gonna make us nervous.
Well said. Well
You know
said.
what? Honestly, because I try not to get overhyped for a game,
Yeah.
but if you looking at Green Bay, their rookie or second year wide receivers, and it's like I don't want to become overconfident. And that's why I worry about becoming overconfident because of their lack of experience to where, oh yeah, we ought to just be able to manhandle them. And I don't, so I want to avoid that. But it's like, no, I'm not nervous at all.
It's seen too much. I mean, how many times, Paige, have you gone into a game where everybody's going, and not just the Bears, a game? These guys ought to handle them, it'd be no problem.
Right.
And then every 4th or 5th game, you're going, well, they were supposed to kick their ass. They lost.
Yeah.
Colorado the other day, man.
Yeah.
Against TCU, what were they favored by 20? They were getting 20 points. So,
Indeed.
you know,
Sure enough.
when you've been around as long as I have, Shorty, then you forget everything that I was going to just tell you.
As well as I was
because he knows I'm right. It's true.
What's even better though is I hadn't listened to anything you guys just said in the last 45 seconds because I was typing in chat.
Oh well. So that's the norm because he hasn't listened to anything I said in the last 4 or 5 shows.
So what were you guys just saying?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I was saying hello to Jeremy Munoz and Swifty Sports. How about that?
There you go. Swifty, man.
Jeremy
Jeremy, Leo
Buka.
Factor 1, Mr. Buka.
Thanks for joining us, guys. You guys are awesome, man. You down with BCP?
You know me.
You know me, dude. On
Yeah, you know
Thursdays
me.
And every other day of the week, too.
Swifty saying, hey, guys, go Chiefs tonight. Yeah, please.
Absolutely, man. I need a touchdown from Juju, Swifty.
There you go with that juju again.
No, yeah, you're right. How about if I just say MVS? I better just stick to MVS. It's a lot easier than mixing those names up.
There you go.
I don't know how you could mix those names up, but I just shown that I can.
With Foster, anything's possible.
Mm-hmm. That's the
Mark
damn problem,
Kazak is
dude.
saying, he's saying, let's watch the game together. We are. We're gonna pull up some of this. Let's see, just to show you later. Where is it at? Oh, I have to reload it. But we're gonna show you the game stats as they're playing, just to kind of keep along with what's going on with this game, because we don't want the Lions to get too much fucking confidence tonight, right? They can't win this game.
Yeah, I really don't want them to win.
I heard the best take on the radio today. It was a 6-year-old kid, and he was talking about the Bears and the Packers game. And he said, they go, do you like the Bears? He's like, no. Well, do you think the Bears will win? No, wait. He said something else, and the kid goes, no. And he goes, do you like Justin Fields? And he goes, yes. He goes, do you think the Bears will win? Yes. And then he asked him about the Lions. It was all because he liked Justin Fields that the Bears would win the game, is what I was trying to. I'm missing a question. But he asked about the Lions, and he said, so what do you think about the Lions? He goes, well, the Lions, everybody says they're good, but we really don't know because we haven't seen it.
Oh,
It was like one of the greatest takes. I got to pull it off the radio. It was one of the guy's kids on the score. Can't remember which guy, but I heard it this afternoon, man. And the kid, just the way he said it was like, I'm going, wow, that was actually dead on, dude. Because they're supposed to be good. They have the players. We saw a little bit last year, but we haven't seen it. So,
well, they ended the season
very strong. Very strong.
doing pretty well.
Right. But that's only a little show. Well, this is all new, man. If they do something in this game, I know KC's missing some key guys.
Right.
But if they do something in this game, then I got to start watching them closer.
I'm just saying they do have an impressive offensive line.
I got an impressive roster.
Yeah.
For the most part. I mean, honestly.
Yes. Well, their secondary isn't all that great, but their offensive line is stellar for sure.
Yes.
And that's why the game is 7-7 right now.
Yeah. That's why I got MVS in, because of the secondary, man. He's like a bench guy on my team, but I was like, he's going in and flex tonight because I could see him getting 70 yards and a TD against.
I can say that I think we got the wrong St. Brown brother.
Well, I haven't said this in a while, Peach. That's brilliant. But tonight, you're the master of the bleeding obvious. We did get the wrong St. Brown, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Golly, what?
Man.
Golly. I love how you kicked off the show. Let's kick this stuff off. Is that what you said?
Well, you knew it was going to be G-rated, dude.
Yep.
PG-13, brother.
I love it.
PG-13.
You are what holds this whole show together, PJ.
Yeah.
Seriously, we have a great mixture. We have the centered man who has dealt with many different kinds of people over his entire life, to Foster, who has been on the other end of that and dealt with all the other shit from the other perspective, to me, kind of in the middle of it. It's what makes this show great for me. That's why I love doing it with you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Seriously. And adding Walt to this, he's got our humor now. He's dry as hell. He's got it. We love his humor.
Walt is the quiet storm.
Yes, he is.
He is truly the quiet storm. He'll come in just as smooth and bam.
Yep.
I'd like to always know what's in that brain, but I don't think anybody will ever know what's all in it as it's going because he slowly reveals
Yes.
a little more at a time.
Well, guys, it's about time to bring in our guest who has been
Absolutely.
waiting patiently. Vil from the 3 Point Stands podcast. Let's bring him in.
What's good, everybody? How you doing?
What's up, Bill?
It's hot in that storage room y'all keep me in.
Well, you know, we try to paint the room green for you.
I know it's a little off color, but
Wait. The publicist said it was going to be gray, neutral. They made it green?
well, we had to
All
take
I-
blue. We had to take blue and gray and mix it together, dude. Didn't come out right.
We got to make
So
it the green
sorry.
room, man.
There was no lights in there. I was scared.
That's where we put Shorty when we take pictures of him dancing. Nobody wants to see it.
Man.
Wait, what did you think of my dance? Come on.
Oh, I had to open my mouth.
Give me a 1 to 5 rating on my dance. Oh, fuck.
He gave you one.
He gave you one?
Go like this.
He gave you one.
I'm just got to scratch my chin on it. we got to improve his rhythm. We'll get him together. I like the energy. I'll give you 5 for energy.
There
So
you
wait,
go.
how would you dance to it then? Well, let's give him some music.
Cue the
I
music.
want to see you dance to this. Oh, he's doing the same thing.
Y'all got the old school hip hop going up in here. I would crip walk, but my bottom half, I can't stand up right now.
Well, you can unchain him now. He's on the air.
Right. Give me freedom.
Bill, thanks so much for joining us tonight, man. We're gonna have a fun show tonight. Tell us a little bit about yourself before we start.
I am Vil from 3 Point Stands podcast, where we don't claim to be experts. We just give our takes, take it or leave it. We'll be fine either way. That's really all I can tell you. We don't claim to be experts. We don't break down tape like Swift. He's one of the best in the business to do it. We don't have the knowledge and experience like you guys have, but we bring the energy, we bring the hype, we bring the highlights on our YouTube channel. We talk a lot of stuff on Twitter. I'm just like Chicago with the Willis Tower. It's actually the Sears Tower, so I'm gonna always call it Twitter. So anytime you come to, let's see, where's the name at? Right here on Twitter. We're gonna bring you the truth, not the Chicago media version, and we're gonna always be pro Chicago teams. Bear down.
Now, with your
Wait, hold on a
podcast.
second. It's time for the interrogation moment here from PJ.
Black
With
on
your,
black crime. No,
Where's my popcorn? Hold on.
Yeah, we got to
with
get
your
set.
podcast, I'm just curious. Is it just you on there, or is it you and someone else, or what?
well, in the beginning, it was a few people. You know how it goes when you start up, and people fall off as they go. Blessings on to them. They start their own things.
Right.
They move on to other venues. God bless them. I had Alfredo going for a while, Micah and a few other guys, but they had other ventures to go on to. But right now it's just me currently getting back and joining other shows like you guys, Swift. Yesterday I was on with Just
Nick.
Another Year, Deeks, and Viper. So I'm doing like a tour right now until I get back on until Sunday, and then I'll start dropping my stuff again. So I appreciate you all having me so I can kind of get out of the mud and get my legs turning.
All right. How long you been doing podcasts?
I think I started last year, April of last year, matter of fact. And one of the first people, I heard you all say he's in the chat, one of the first people to motivate me and tell me I need to go ahead and start my stuff is Swifty, at Swifty Sports Network. So shout out to Swifty if y'all haven't subscribed to him. Matter of fact, if y'all not hitting them likes and building these likes up and sharing this stream for these fellas who actually are really trying to get me out of retirement and getting me to start doing more shows and stop being lazy, go ahead and hit the subscribe button for these guys ASAP.
Cool. Now, are you based out of Chicago?
Yes, sir. Born
So,
well,
Let me get
you
my
know how
popcorn ready
Chicago
again.
is,
Hold on,
or
sorry.
if you're not born and raised in Chicago, but I was born in Maywood, which is basically a sneeze away from the Chicago borderline.
right.
Most of the time, people move out of Chicago and move to Maywood thinking they did step up anyway. So
Okay. All right. Who's your favorite player of all time?
it's going to either have to be Singletary or Peyton.
Okay. And
Matter of
yet
fact-
you're wearing. And whose jersey are you wearing right now?
Hey, I couldn't find my Fields jersey. I think my wife is either slept in it or hid it somewhere. So I got the old Mac jersey, trying to bring some juju from that first game when he came over after the trade. Hopefully, maybe
Right.
we make a trade before the week 1 game or something like that for a big name. Chris Jones, holla at your boy.
He's at the Chiefs game tonight.
Right, he's in the suite waiting on
Right.
Ryan Poe's call.
All right,
He's
so
been mentioned 3 times tonight, and we're not even talking about the right guy. For me,
PJ,
man.
just get to the point. Like, what hospital were you born in?
Right.
What's
the social security number?
your social security number and your address?
Can you co-sign for me?
No,
Yes,
I,
Chief.
current
I'll do that later,
checking
man.
account number and driver's license number, please.
Right.
I gotta work you into that, man. I mean, you gotta do that later, bro. I mean,
I guess this is what y'all talking about in the DMs when y'all was saying ladder me up. I thought it was something else, and I was gonna refuse the invite after hearing that, but I guess. And then after being locked in the
was a
cage,
cop.
in the back,
DJ was a cop and a federal
I probably
agent.
should have second guessed it.
all right, man. I guess I'll be done now with the interrogation.
Yeah, you can't do me like you do everybody else, PGZ. You already know.
Stop.
You already know.
I got you, bro. I got you.
You guys are killing me. Oh my goodness. Seriously, awesome to have you on, man. Like,
Blessed to be had.
it's all just by talking with you on Twitter. Like, I love the conglomeration. It's great to do this. You are welcome on the show anytime, my friend. I can say that from the very get-go. So thank you for joining us. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight.
Yes, sir.
So, Foster, what's your interrogation of Phil?
I don't have much interrogation. I watched the show yesterday.
He can't
what I was
interrogate
just
me
gonna
if he can't get Chiefs players right. hey, but Foster, we got to talk to on behalf of Swifty. We got to talk to Shorty about this fantasy free life he's living.
Yeah. Well, you've already seen by his dancing that he has at least multiple issues that we're aware of. We're working on them one at a time.
Maybe
you
his wife
you
keeps him
can't
in
get
the
this
cage,
fixed
I don't know.
overnight. It's slow progress with Shorty, man. You know.
Yeah, we got to get him out in public.
I wanted to ask you though, man. You said you were in Maywood because I worked
Yes, sir.
I worked in Maywood every day. I lived in Elmwood Park, which is just north of Maywood.
Yes, sir.
Man. I used to be around there a lot in the 90s, early 2000s, even, man. I did a lot of carpentry and stuff over there. They were fixing a lot of those old nice houses that you got in Maywood. There's a lot of nice old architectural buildings in Maywood.
Yeah, Frank Lloyd Wright projects. My
Yep.
my mom and dad own a house on. Can't really tell the address because
Right.
PJ might be trying to get into my credit file, but on the other side of the tracks.
Keep on talking.
Yeah,
I'm pinning
He
your
got his-
location right now, as a matter
can't
of fact.
see his hands. He's got a pin underneath.
Yeah, I'm pinning your location right now.
Yeah. He's
Man,
down there.
PJ, I thought we was
That's
dogs.
why
I
he's
thought
always
we was
looking
boys.
like this. I got it now. He's writing shit down. I didn't even think of that.
He's right now. I'm typing it, man. What you
Oh,
talking about?
typing it. Okay. Well, you're doing
Right, he knew
something.
school with it. He knew school.
Well,
No, dude, I've been watching. I went and looked at his stuff because, I mean, actually, I think I'm the one who invited you on the show. I think.
Yeah.
So that's how that happened, really, because Swifty's talked about you, dude, and I've seen you around, and I've seen some of your, because like you didn't do some podcasts for a while, but you did put out some shorts and some other stuff
Oh yeah.
in between, and I started looking at that, and then I just started looking at somebody else of it. I'm like, this dude's got to come on our show for sure. And then when I was watching the show last night, I don't even think I commented. I think I just watched it, man, and listened to some of it. I was like, tomorrow ought to be freaking great.
Oh yeah.
'Cause
I'm
I
honored,
saw
guys,
you
man.
guys. I'm familiar with everybody that was on last night with Nick too, man, because I watched
yeah.
those guys, man. So I knew.
I'm just honored to be invited and be put on you guys shows. You guys, Swift, Deke, Jay. His name is Nick. I don't know why I always call him Jay for just another year,
Just
but
another year.
Right, he was on the show too. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nick.
I just feel privileged. I appreciate you all.
It's
Absolutely, man.
you've earned it by what you do, man. That's why you get the invites, because of the way you present your stuff. Like, I did make one comment. I commented afterwards because I finished watching it again. Then I said, "Wow, every one of you guys had a great take, even with the differences that I could appeal to. Seeing them, you made me look at that. You take off the blinders, because I'm looking at it from my point of view all the time, man. So you guys gave me like 3 different point of views that I didn't have. I think I was more in line with kind of you and Nick. But then what everybody said, I'm going, okay, yeah, that's right. Well,
hey, Viper was hyped.
What
He
do you
wasn't trying to
think,
hear
Foster?
no
You
negativity.
said no to that shit.
Viper was not trying to hear any negativity. He was like, crush the Packers. He said we went in 35-3.
Yep.
It's gonna be a blowout. Like, he didn't want to hear no negative.
Nothing.
And I love it. I'm all for it. I'm all for the W in a blowout, but sometimes you got to be a little realistic. I believe we're gonna come out with the W, no doubt. But I'm ready for Sunday. I'm hyped.
I was just about to ask you that question, because I'm going to be honest with you, everyone here. I am nervous.
You sound like it.
I've been through this. I've seen Favre retire. I've laughed at them drafting Aaron Rodgers, and then see Favre retire, and we lose a championship game to the Packers, and then that was the only Super Bowl I've never watched since I was 10. I couldn't do it. It was just I lost all of my love for football after that fucking loss to the Packers in the championship game, and then Rodgers takes over, and now he owns us and all that shit. Now here we are, like, yeah, Jordan Love, he's not going to be shit, right? Oh, everyone's kind of been laughing at him from our perspective for the last couple of years, but what has happened? He sat behind Aaron Rodgers for all that time. If you kind of look at him on the field when he plays, he kind of has the same mannerisms. He kind of flicks the ball off the wrist the same way. If you change the number, he almost looks like Aaron Rodgers. To me, how he plays, that terrifies me. And so now I'm like, if this happens again, guys,
Yeah,
shut down the fucking podcast and move on with my life and just stop watching the goddamn Bears.
right. And I'm sure you heard Foster. I mean, Foster heard us talk last night, and I believe what he's talking about with me and Nick having the same thought process on Jordan Love. I don't believe he's gonna be trash. I mean, it's fun to say it in Twitter and get fans hyped up and things like that. I don't think he's gonna be a Hall of Famer. There are things that I see, and like I said, I don't break down film. I'm not a quarterback guru, but there are things that you can tell he still has happy feet. He doesn't have that much on the field experience. And if it took them 3 to 4 years to put him on, I understand they were grooming him, but it took them too long to come off that huge contract, and they offered the contract to Rodgers to keep him longer. So there was some point where they didn't really believe. And even now, they only gave him 1 year, $25 million. I think that's the bigger difference, is that the belief didn't happen sooner. And if you recall, and just to kind of get you out of that basement where you're feeling, because I think all of us kind of felt that, like with Rodgers and Favre. And it was fun during the Favre years because we had Urlacher and other guys later on. And then even with Rodgers, we still had Urlacher, Briggs, et cetera, to make it fun and make us really believe we can do it, because our defense was just amazing, top-notch elite, and even our kick return game. We just didn't have the offense for it. But with Jordan Love, so I won't get too far off, I will say this. Back then, Kyle Orton was, I believe, our last quarterback to really get a convincing win versus the Packers. Yeah. So I feel like that might be the stage we're in right now. And that was during Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre, like that in between Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers era. So I believe right now is the perfect time to match up. We never had that in Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to now. We never had that offense and cutting edge offense. We also have a piece of the Packers, even though Getsy can kind of get a little vanilla, he can kind of get a little scary, but I believe that might be from last year. Like, we've seen a little bit of unvanilla, even though it's preseason during the Cleveland game. That seemed more like an NFL passing offense, even though it was vanilla. It was against backups in the third preseason game. I'm talking about 2022 when Justin Fields was throwing to like Dollar Tree cashiers. But I believe right now was the perfect time to strike. I think we all need to come off of that nervous Nelly-ness. I think it's just anxiety more than nervousness that you're feeling. You want to get to the game. You want to see this team in full because all we've heard is injury this, injury that, who's going to be ready this, offensive line that. And right now we are, 99.5% healthy without TJ, Tevin Jenkins being healthy. But 4 out of 5 offensive linemen are starters, even though Cody had to move over, and I believe Lucas Patrick is starting this Sunday. At least it's not Sam Mustipher. Like I said last night, Foster, if you was watching on Nick's show, we don't have him doing the robot anymore, missing blocks and looking strange like he was doing during the New England game. So I think Lucas will be all right. Cody will be all right. And the rest of the line are some dogs in themselves, some young dogs. So I believe we're back here. We're back on an even playing field. It's just certain parts they have better, certain parts we have better. Like our linebacking core, I believe, is better. Their defensive line might be better at this time. I believe by the end of the year, those guys are going to be, hyped up and really getting to the quarterback. But I don't want to be long-winded. I just wanted to take you and some of the fans that, like, I'm not able to really, I'm trying to see the chat, but I don't want to look retarded because sometimes my Forrest Whitaker eye can kind of lean over, and I don't want y'all to be like, man, he having a seizure. But, I'm trying to look at the chat and trying to do all of this without looking like Sam Mustipher. But, go ahead. I just want to.
No, Bill, listen, Bill, you are the show. This is why we have you on, to give your perspective.
You don't want to be long-winded, but you are.
Yeah, I'm long-winded, especially when I got a little drink in my system. But
wait till PJ gets going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to throw this in before I forget, though, because, Bill, I wanted to I remember your take where you're talking. You guys, I'm weak because I'm sitting there talking to you guys while you're on the show last night. I'm, like this. Oh, man, what are you talking about? So Jatiri Carter, do you guys remember that? Do you remember the conversation you guys had about Jatiri?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe give me your take on it, because I went, thank you so much for saying what you said. I don't know if you remember.
And I always have to give it to Swift on this. Like, I'm always looking for his notification comes out. He is spot on about, like, Ryan Poles. I think I've seen Cliff in the chat just put in Poles we trust. That guy, people think that he doesn't have an eye for the offensive lineman. I think he just has more patience than just pushing them into starting roles right away. Other than Braxton Jones, I think it was perfect to let Carter sit back and really develop. He did very well in this preseason. I would not be scared to see him start. He's improved and improved and improved, and I believe that he could be a possible guard of the future. But what? Go ahead, Foster. I'm sorry, Dan.
This is where I wanted to throw in, because I literally said, damn it, I said it right after the draft 2 years ago, because I really thought Jatiri Carter was going to be playing the left guard position and Braxton would be starting by the end of the year. I didn't realize Braxton was going to play the whole time, man. But right. I was like, and then I saw Swifty stuff on it. It helps you you get more of a view. It gives you a better determination. And I had that gut feeling, man, because you guys said he's going to be starting at some point. I believe it. One of you guys said it. I thought it was you, but
I'll give credit to Swift. He's talking. I see him in the chat talking about, wait, what about me? He knows he's the man when it comes to the personnel and breaking down personnel. He knows what he said. He believes in Carter, and he's got. If you're not watching Swift's breakdowns of these players, he's spot on. He's non-biased. He'll talk about their weaknesses and as well as his strengths. So I always back my dog, even when people come on and be like, "You're a homer." Nah, dog, get off Swift. Swift tells the truth in every video. I think you're right. Foster. I think Carter will be maybe not this year, God willing, if everyone stays healthy and Tevin Jenkins comes back, but possibly 2 years down the line, if we want to save that money and move on from Davis, then he can either possibly even move over there to the right guard or flip flop. I mean, I know it's sad to keep moving people around in the different pieces or whatever, but he'll have time to sit back there and develop and become the dog that we need him to be. But I like them this preseason. I agree. I think they should give him a chance. I thought they were going to give him a chance. I think that's what you're saying. The tweet that I said, I believe they'll give him a chance after, call them underwear, Leatherwood.
Right.
And that's my dog. I'm an Alabama fan. I was really pushing and rooting for Leatherwood. I was disappointed to see him go, just like Terrell Lewis. But I believe Carter has what it takes to be a starter. And if Ryan Poles, I'm talking about is able to bring a 5th rounder,
right,
and another late rounder, and have 2 starters of the future, and then we got Wright, and then hopefully a center of the future soon, man.
Could you imagine if Zach Thomas stayed here?
Yeah, you see what Swift just said?
Homer Swifton. No,
Homer Swifton.
When you said Homer,
he's always talking about those pancakes. He's always talking about those pancakes. Hey, what's that show name? Swift, type that show name. We need some hashtag F that show. Simpsons. Whatever that's the truth never lies, or whatever, the tape never lies.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on that with them. They came at Swift, I'm on that.
You let him go. I just love it. They've got him listed as the swing guard right now on the roster. If you go through a bunch of stuff on Google, man, and everybody's got where he's the backup at both guard positions, the Tyree.
Draft Doctor Who, right?
Exactly.
Cliff, you on that with me? Let's go. Swift all day. Swift's up. Swift up. Hashtag Swift. Hashtag BCP in the chat.
Everybody in here follows Swift, man. We all do. We're all subscribed and following that dude. I hung out with him in the Indy for the practices, man.
Dang, I should have came down there. He was asking me to come down there. I'm sorry. I would have been with y'all fellas, but we had a bout with COVID at that time too. So we didn't want to get the whole stadium sick.
No. Good move. Safety first.
Absolutely.
Cool, man. Because I love the way you guys were talking yesterday. Everything was. It's like being on this show, man. I was watching us doing the same stuff that we do, man. Everybody's got their take. Some stuff we very seldom do we disagree, because we are kind of homers here, man. We are, because we love our team, man. We want to see our team succeed. And the other last thing I wanted to say was, dude, I am just like you, man. I root for Chicago. I don't like New York teams. I loved it when LA had no team. I see. I always talk about this. I don't know if you have heard anything about this, but this has been going on most of my life. It's a media coast bias where they always talk East Coast and West Coast. And a lot of the teams, unless you're like Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, they don't even say nothing, man. I was saying on a show the other day that the Brewers are in first place and they're not even getting talked about. They're talking about second and third place teams in that league. And I'm like, can they get a little love because they've just won like 10 games in a row and you barely hear about it? But media coast bias. My father coined that term in 1970.
Nice. I'll honestly say that I don't give a fuck about the Brewers, but I feel you on the.
I don't even.
Wait, hold on. Which side is it? Boom.
Yep.
You see that? That's the champions. The champions. Yep. But I agree, because I got some buddies up in Wisconsin. Like I'm not a huge, like I talk shit to the border guys. I call them the border patrol. They think they got it. They come down to Chicago to see our bean. We go up there to, steal their cheese or whatever, I guess. I don't know. or cheaper fireworks.
They
don't
call
know what
it,
else they got to offer, but
it's the Illinois playground, they call it. Because let's go up there and camp and have fun.
Right, exactly.
Fish.
But yeah, I agree. Like the Midwest, they don't give us any respect. I appreciate you saying that. It's about time. And then our media is so down on us personally. It's just so trash. It's just like sometimes you just gotta like turn them off, or we become the media. We become the actual positivity. Like we are homers, obviously, because we love our teams. But we're very non-biased. We will call people out. I'm pretty sure you all have had your issues with Bayless Jones, and I'm the biggest Bayless Jones fan. Like I have a 4,400 view video on What's With All the Hype with Bayless, where I'm telling people like just wait until he gets the ball in his hands. And obviously the joke is, well, he don't ever really keep the ball in his hands. But and I understand it, but once he gets it together, once he gets the nerves off, because last year you could tell there was pressure. There was nobody else there. There was Dollar Tree cashiers, there was cart pushers from Target, and if I think Foster last night, if you remember, Nick and I were talking about the starters from last year. How many are second stringers, third stringers, or free agents sitting on the street and sitting on LinkedIn trying to build their resumes for their next job, like just like us. So that lets you know that he had a lot of pressure on him to be something. A lot of people, you see the tweets. He's a third rounder. He should have performed better. I looked at all the third rounders from last year. David Bell from Cleveland, I believe, was the only one with 20 plus receptions. Everybody else, the Sky Moores and a few other guys, had way less. I think I wish I could pull up the tweet. I don't want to mess anything up, but
that's why they're third rounders.
I tweeted out all the third rounders between just before him and a little bit after him, going up to Romeo Dobbs.
Right.
And literally nobody had more than like 200 yards. Nobody had more than 5 receptions. It was like, you're not depending on no third rounder to take you to the next level. You want to see something from him. But I believe from week 11 to the end of the season, he had 5 40-plus explosive plays, whether it was kickoff, punt return, running a TD in against the Vikings 40 yards, and the bomb against the Bills, one of the best defenses in the cold. That's where you're going to drop the ball. He dropped the ball against Dallas on the 40-yard, right where he had the guy beat by 3 yards. It was warm down there, but he actually caught the ball. So he's capable. You just want to see it. So I understand fans want to see it, but get a guy a chance. Don't cut him already. People like save him for Pettis. Where is Pettis at right now?
Yeah.
Got a injury settlement last year and was replaced by Trent Taylor. So that's who they really were looking to replace, not Bayless. They believe in Bayless, and I do too.
Me too.
I think you're muted there, Shorty.
Thank you, my friend. I am. I'm just wondering where like all the quick slants were, like the quick one-hitch plays to him, like catch and go, yak, yak, yak.
Ooh. Let me get your opinion on this. I'm glad you brought that up, because I put out a tweet maybe last week where I keep on seeing this narrative that if Justin Fields doesn't progress this year, or the pressure's on him to progress, where's the pressure for Luke Getsy?
Yeah.
Where's the pressure for our coordinators? Our like they said, if he loses or has another losing season. Do y'all not recall that last year we were like the 30th to 32nd ranked defense? Do you not recall that he led all of those cashiers to 5 straight 30-point plus? Like, how do you lead an offense to 30 plus when everybody you have is on somebody else's practice squad this year? Like, come on, like let's be sensible. Let's not always put wins and losses on the quarterback's shoulders. We've seen some miraculous games. Like, he was up 19-10 against the Packers. He was the Miami and Detroit game were 30-plus point games, and he constantly was bringing us back with 40, 50-yard rush touchdowns, with bombs, with all of these
Steelers game in his rookie year.
The Steelers game, that is the epitome game for me. Like, I go back to that game all the time. That defense was
Denied
tough in Pittsburgh. I'm like, come on, man. We have to put the pressure and the onus on these coaches to get these guys ready. I appreciate Poles for getting all the help that he could get for him right now. I believe, and then the other part of it is people say he can't take that Hurts-like leap. And I had a back and forth with somebody on Twitter that was saying that that if he's going to take that leap, he should take the Bears to the Super Bowl. Do you see that team last year? Brock Purdy could have took that team to the Super Bowl. Baker Mayfield could have took that team to the Super Bowl. Maybe not, but still, like I'm just saying, that team has been stacked since Hurts got there.
Yeah.
His first year may have been the least weapon,
absolutely.
and he still had Zach Ertz, Goddard, and Miles Sanders, and one of the best offensive lines with one of the best, probably the best center.
Yep.
Maybe there's another in the 2000 era.
Top two.
In Jason Kelly. Kelsey, I'm sorry. So, I'm sorry, I was doing Foster. I was mixing up names and stuff like that.
You're sitting too close.
You're not 375 years old. You don't have an excuse for that shit.
Right. But then the next year he got Devontae Smith. And the next year he got A.J. Brown. So he and then his defense constantly got better and got veterans, and they got pieces all the way back from their first Super Bowl run. So the thing with the Jalen Hurts comparison for Justin Fields and the Josh Allen comparison, the move or the jumps that we're talking about statistical, not necessarily wins. Yes, we want to see more wins, but obviously if he's throwing, let's say, lowball it, let's say he's at 3750 in yards, he throws 25 touchdowns and maybe 7 interceptions. Let's lowball it. That's a drastic improvement and shows that he can carry the team. We're not so sure that coming from a 30 to 32nd ranked defense, that this defense is going to show anything. Who can you say that we have that much faith for? And we do. I believe in all of these guys on the defense. But you can't compare the faith in Fields taking off.
All right, that's enough of him. He's starting to get too negative. I'm just kidding, my friend. That's what we do here.
No, I got you. Know. I people always want to put it on Fields when this Alan Williams hasn't done anything to show us that he can coach a defense. Has he?
But he didn't have much to coach.
He didn't have much to coach, though.
He didn't have much to coach.
Bueller. Yeah, and like Foster was saying, Getsy, I believe he can be creative and he will be creative now that he's got the weapons. But if you're gonna put Fields up there and put the pressure on him, it's got to be even. It's got to be Getsy and Fields growing together, because everybody else had their guys consistently. They had their OCs. They had their systems for 1 to 2 to 3 years, and so that's not fair to me that everybody's putting this on Justin Fields as if he's the only one that'll be at fault. Now, if he trash and Baker Mayfield's it, that's a whole totally different story. But if there is no way he doesn't improve with what we saw in college, with what we seen in the Pittsburgh game, with what we seen over 17 games with a bunch of garbage collectors last year. So, that's my rant. But
Phil, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know how Bears fans are, right? Mm-hmm. So what happens if I'm going to knock on wood here when I say this? I've presented this question before, but it's new to you. Justin gets injured, knocking on wood, and then
have wood.
Well, I said it, so I can knock on.
Oh wait, my Jenga set.
There you go.
There you go.
It's Bears.
So if Bagent, they decide, well, the fans don't want to see Marcus Tiny Peterman. They want to see, Tyson Bagent come in the game. So if they decide to play Tyson Bagent over Tiny Peterman, and then Bagent actually moves the ball proficiently, and all of a sudden we start to win games, if he gets injured, are you worried? Because I am, as a Bears fan, because we know what Bears fans are like. We're going to start pounding the table for the fucking second string quarterback. If we
Trevor Siemian versus the Jets, that shit was stupid.
And I'm not saying myself or anyone here, but fans in general, they know that he's going to pass the eye test. He has for me. He has for a lot of us here. He's passed the eye test as far as being able to work with. And with some very good tools, by the way. So now the fans will start just pounding the fucking table, if he starts to play well. And I am terrified of that because we don't need that. We need Justin Fields to have a spectacular season with no injuries and stop the normal reaction that we have as Bears fans to start clamoring for the second string quarterback.
Absolutely.
It's in our blood to do it.
Yeah, I agree. I see a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people do it right after the second preseason game, and even into the third preseason game. Obviously, we wanted to see him kept. I didn't want to see him go to the practice squad and get poached from the practice squad. He's pretty much he does a good Justin Fields impression, But a lot of the things that he did was built to help. Like their plays against soft defenses, second to third stringers, basic plays. It's kind of like praising Justin Fields' third game against the Cleveland Browns. A lot of that stuff was against soft defenses, and we know he's capable of it, but it's not a real game situation. We know they're not coming with the heat. They're not smoking off the edges and bringing, 6-7 rushers plus blitzers. So it's easy to do that when the heat isn't on. So I want fans to kind of temper their expectations and believe in Badgett. I believe because a lot of backups are starting to show themselves when their coaches are smart enough to put them in great positions. But there is no one, I believe there is nobody as talented or more talented than Fields. I believe there are quarterbacks that are as talented. Well, obviously, Patrick Mahomes is on another planet, but I believe Fields can be that. A lot of the stuff that Pat Mahomes does, his mechanics aren't great. His footwork isn't great. He's just a baller. Like, he can backyard ball like back in the day when we used to just act a fool in the yard. So, but it's not
if you watch the quarterback special, they show how they actually make up their own plays.
Right.
On a Wednesday, they do like a make up your own play day on Wednesdays.
Yeah. And he's got Andy Reid, like the one of the greatest minds ever to cook up plays, to cook people wide open and brush screens and all this type of different things where they don't get flagged for because they're able to veil it so well. They are absolutely amazing to watch. But with Fields, his talent, his arm, his vision, his deep ball strength, I don't want to hear. By the end of this season, we're going to see the real Justin Fields. And I don't care what Tyson does. Like you said, knock on wood. The wood I have is too far away. This is all drywall and shit. But I believe Tyson will do okay. But I don't want fans to get that whole, well, maybe we should make the switch. Nah, dog. Calm down. Because when the heat is on, you will see the reality of it. Not to say that I hope he fails, but he's not going to be as dynamic. You didn't see a 40, 50, 60, 70, 80-yard run where he was pulling away from people. You seen him scramble, slide, scramble, run out of bounds, scramble on a 7-yard touchdown run. Like, you didn't see no dynamic, I'm leaving everybody in the dust. After I've, streamlined through the defense. He's not as dynamic as Fields. Calm down. He's a good backup. No, we don't want to see Nathan Peterman, even though he showed improvements in the preseason. But Badgett and Fields is like this. Badgett, Fields. Let's keep that in perspective.
I'm just saying.
Oh no! I agree. No, I'm talking to them. I agree with you. They need to calm that down. Bring that down a notch.
PJ, you're way too quiet. It's time for some more interrogation.
No, I was actually listening to my man because I'm looking at his take, and I think he's very spot on with what he's saying. How people get want to put the pressure on Fields and not so much the coordinators, because the coordinators to date really have yet to prove themselves. They haven't proved themselves as of yet. So I'm curious to see what they do as well. So I'm right there with him.
Yeah, no, that's
Thanks, PJ. Hey, I seen I'm sorry guys. I seen Doug Van Dorn. I think you posted a comment from Doug Van Dorn. I'm not sure if this is how you guys roll, but I seen it out my peripheral in my Forrest Whitaker ad card.
Where is it at, Walt? Which one?
If
there it is.
It said yeah.
It's
No,
Doug
it
Van
was
Dorn
right before
says-
that. It was right before that. It was.
Go ahead and read it when he gets it. Go ahead and read it for
Okay.
people that are
All right. Doug Van Dorn says, now you testing my Maywood School District education. While I'm drinking. It says, Bill, my big worry about Williams' defense, because remember we were just talking about the defense, is its soft zone pass D. It screams that they're coached to stand back, let the receivers catch the ball, and try to tackle them afterwards. And I agree. I think we've all seen too much bend, don't break. And we were able to do that when we had, let's say, from Tillman and then go all the way back to, Urlacher's first few years with Lovey. But we don't really just yet have that personnel all across the board. We're getting there. Our DBs are going to be dogs this year. I absolutely believe that. Our linebackers are going to be dogs, but our defensive line has to prove it, especially against the run. So there's a lot of things where we need to see the ball hawks like we had in that defense with Lovie Smith. We need to see the strip, the fumbles, the getting the turnovers and things like that. That's what helped that defense and that concept back then, is that we were able to constantly be a turnover threat. Like back then, we hardly ever worried about a game when our offense wasn't on, because we felt like Urlacher was going to pick up a fumble return and return 60 yards. Yeah. So right now, I feel like we're starting to get there. We're probably about 90%-ish there on personnel. They just need experience in the system. We got a lot of young guys across the board and a lot of new guys that need to gel together.
Healthy.
And they need to stay healthy.
Eddie and Jake and Jaquan Brisker have to stay healthy, man.
Absolutely, I agree. But as they are healthy, and if they are all healthy, I believe it'll eventually get there, and we'll see more turnovers. That's the big focus of this. The bend don't break concept. And like I said, I don't break down film. I don't exactly claim to be an expert on defenses or offensive personnel plays and stuff like that. I'm an avid football fan, but the bend don't break concept that we go by in this defense of Eberflus defense, the 4-3 style or whatever, it's the same concept as Lovey's, but it depends on turnovers. And so they're waiting for you to make a mistake. They're waiting for somebody to do something done, but it takes the front four to get to the quarterback. It takes the interior of the front four to break the pocket, push it back into the lap of the quarterback, and make him have the happy feet. So that's what needs to be uptick. I don't think it's the defense itself. It's the front four that needs to get at the quarterback. And once they start rattling the quarterback and putting their helmet in their chest, you'll start seeing a lot more of the turnovers, the bad throws, the deflected passes. That's why Ryan Poles has been adamant about long-armed. Swift is. I always got to give credit. Swift always identifies how Ryan Poles drafts on both sides of the ball. He likes the long-armed, athletic, strong beast that can bull rush, that can develop potential great pass moves that are athletically sound or really superior than the other person across the line from them. So hopefully they can get their hands up if they can't get to the quarterback and start creating some off-balance throws, some high throws, some errant throws, and we can start seeing what this defense is supposed to be, because that's what it's supposed to be. It ain't necessarily supposed to be marched down the field, but it's supposed to be, all right, we know you're going to make a mistake. Your move. And
Are
when
you sure you don't?
you'll start thinking.
You should probably start breaking down film. You're actually
Well,
pretty good at just you're talking us through it without even showing film. It's pretty good, man.
Well, I
I
think
appreciate it.
the defense itself is cover two is based upon that the bend
Yes.
don't break. So I don't necessarily fault Williams for that because that's what the defense is. However, I don't think we also has the players yet to
Yeah.
really make it successful. I mean, yeah, we brought in Ndakwe who will help out on the edge, but we still don't have those guys up the middle yet to force it. You know, that three technique that really forces the play to where the quarterback can't step up. So until we get that player either developed or traded for, where our defense is going to be not where we want it to be. Although I think we have a great secondary. I mean, our secondary, I would say, is one of the best in the leagues. Me personally,
Absolutely.
If healthy.
if healthy, yes.
I don't want to
This
hear
had
if healthy.
started
Let's stop saying if healthy because that's when stuff starts happening. You start hearing knee cracks in the background. Like I'm starting to hear bad
I'm
stretches and ligament snapping. Like let's stop.
I'm
saying
knocking
if
on
healthy.
wood. There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul.
This start.
It's random trivia time. In which defensive category did the Bears not lead the league in 1985? A, points allowed. B, total rush yards allowed. C, rushing yards allowed. D, passing yards allowed. In which category did the Bears not lead the league in 1985?
D.
Yeah, I'm gonna go B.
D as in David.
Oh, I'm gonna go B.
Total rushing yards from Vil. We got total passing yards from PJ.
I feel like I'm wrong, but
King Book of World says D, passing yards allowed. Doug Van Dorden says A.
I just
Point-
wanted to be I just wanted to be contrarian. I see a lot of D's.
Foster, what do you think?
No, because
Juju Smith-Schuster is his answer.
2 weeks in a row when I was bringing up a point that people told me was a good point, and I got the trivia on me, man. That's why I was sitting there. But I'm going total yards allowed.
In which defensive category did the 85 Bears not lead the league? A,
That's
points allowed. B, total yards allowed. C, rushing yards allowed. D, passing yards allowed.
Well, they're 11 points.
I'm going to say, since you're still humming on it, I'm going to say,
Pause. Big pause.
I'm going to say points allowed. A.
I'm gonna take B then. Total yards allowed.
All right, so let's run them down. So, Foster, you have B.
Yep.
Vil, you have
B as in boy.
B as in boy.
Okay.
PJ, you have D, right?
Yeah, D as in David.
I have A. Chat's saying
D.
King Book.
they're like more concerned about the Lions game right now.
Mark
King
Taven
Book
said F.
is
The
D.
chat's going crazy about that interception. I'm watching it.
Yep.
I got it on the other side of y'all on mute.
All right, what's the
That's
answer then, Walt?
The answer is D.
Yeah, I
Passing
figured.
yards.
Yeah.
Reason why I said passing yards because Bears forced teams into becoming one dimensional.
Yep.
So therefore
just
they had
gonna
to
say- I
pass to
was
try to
just-
get in the game.
I was absolutely thinking that the pass rush and the linebackers were dynamic that year, but I believe if you were going to find a hole, it would have to be like deeper in the secondary, like that pass rush was nasty.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and they always shut down the run, so I mean you were stuck passing right away with them. Look at the two playoff games; they didn't allow any yards. I mean, any
Right.
points in either one of those playoff games that year. I think the Rams had 5 or 6 carries in that one game. So how can you gain rushing yards if you're going to run 6 times in a game? Because you can't run against that defense, man. Between
Yeah.
the zone blitzes and the run blitzes and stuff that they would run, first and second down stuff, depending on yardage, you weren't
Yeah.
running against that team. They actually played it a little better. Yet the next year they had a little better of a defense, believe it or not, statistically.
Yeah, that's true.
1986.
86 was nasty too.
They did. They had more sacks.
I wanted to get back to this though, because this is what I was starting to say. Unless are we not done with that?
No, go ahead.
Because we started talking about the pressure being on Justin Fields. You remember, Bill, when you were talking about and PJ, everybody made good points on this. I don't know if you guys remember about 4 or 5 weeks ago, we had a 20-minute segment how there's pressure on Fields, there's pressure on the defense, there's pressure on Williams, there's pressure on Eberflus, there's pressure on Getsky. If not, there should be, because they're the ones making the schemes. And okay, we don't have all the personnel we need, but we have much. We discussed it, how much better the personnel is from today as to what it was a year ago. So are they going to keep some of these vanilla schemes that we were using, especially when we were kind of, quote, tanking? No, I don't think so. I think they're going to start scheming it up better, and they have better talent so they can run more schemes within the scheme. So that should increase everything on the team, man. But the pressure should be on all of them from polls on down to improve this and make this a winning, franchise, man.
Absolutely.
It's been forever, since it's just way too long with this every 20. PJ, you brought it up. What, 63, 85, 2006. And then I think you said, was it 2025 or 26? We should win the Super Bowl if we go on that. Remember? we literally went through it and discussed all this. That was like 4 or 5 weeks ago. We were talking about pressure should definitely be on all of them to produce. The time has come, man. The time has come. It's not that lineup of. I think Grady said it the best. He goes, man, how could you expect a team to win more than 3 games with the pedestrian lineup that they put on the field every week? And there's your baggers and your whatever what you were going on there with, bro. I just want to get it out because I'll forget it. And we had a 20-minute conversation on pressure on everybody. So it's got to be fair. Just got to be equally distributed fair. You can't put it all on one. And the other thing about Velus Jones was, I believe, he put so much pressure on himself. Have you ever done that? Where you're forcing yourself to come out of who you are to be better, and you make the errors because you're not right when you're going, okay, man, I gotta get a 50-yard return here. We're screwed in this game. I mean, I can just see him thinking this kind of stuff, just from the way he carries himself on camera and the little bit that I have seen him over the last year and a half. Even some of the stuff, college interviews, I like to look at that. I like to see the personality of the player because it tells you a lot of what he's just the way
Velus is extremely intelligent, well-spoken, very humble. I watched a lot of the Tennessee interviews too after he was drafted, and I like Tyler Scott. I like to look at those guys and see their characters. That's why I didn't give a damn about passing on Jalen Carter. Not to say that he's a horrible murderer or nothing like that, or no criminal. I wouldn't go that far. But, if the character is a concern, I we need dogs, but sometimes I'll pass because I don't want to deal with that drama later on. I like to hear good guys that want to play football, that love football, that like to grind, that like to work, that are very humble, that believe in their teammates and don't throw people under the bus. That's exactly who I want on this team. And Velus is extremely intelligent, very book smart, a very well spoken, a good dude. And I want to see him win. And we need to let him. And he had, like we said last night on the show you were watching, Foster, he's wide receiver 6 maybe.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to have that pressure. He just has to play, gadget role packages, come off the backfield with a jet sweep, slants, like you said. Give him some easy stuff where some pitch and catch, some fun pause, throw him some fun balls, pause, extra pause, hyper pause. But throw him some easy stuff and then let him, get to running, get lathered up, as y'all call it. And then give him a deep ball and see what he does. Because if he can get 3 to 4 catches every, 2 to 3 games, and then he drops a ball, at least you can see production. At least you can see that he's getting into the NFL and getting his legs under him. And then it won't be so bad if he's contributed. But if you throw him one ball every 5 games and he drops 1 out of 15, then everybody's gonna look at that 1, and that's it. So
yeah. Yep.
Thanks.
That's it.
I have been clamoring for this. I'll say it again. Just give Velus Jones the ball in quick space, because I think to kind of what you were saying, I missed it as I paused out for a moment to my normal like hour and 5-minute piss session, so I had to go to the bathroom. But Velus Jones to me is the guy that just get him in quick space, like give him the ball in a quick slant to where he can just yak it. And we haven't really seen that from him. I'm excited that he made the team because of the same things you were just talking about there, Vil. I mean, he's a good guy. Yeah. He's got his shit together. You know, he was part of the COVID shit that made him in school. You know, he had to stay in school a little bit longer. Came out at 25. I mean, there's no reason why you should give up on him right now. The kid has all the tools. Just believe in him. I'm glad they did that. Yeah. And he's stuck with the team because he's the second behind Mooney. So something happens to Mooney, Velus Jones is in the game.
Mm-hmm. PGT, brother. PGT. We talk about it from the beginning, man. PGT. Poles got this shit. Yeah. I love Poles, man. The minute he was brought in, I love that dude.
I got a video, and shameless plug, but I got a video on my YouTube. Just type in 3 Point Stands Pod on YouTube, and it's called Ryan Poles Stars in Contingency Plan. Yeah. And the whole video touches on how he's backed up every position with another backup that's capable to step up eventually, whether it's now or being developed. And that's one of the huge points. You got Tyler Scott and Velus Jones. You got Mooney and Claypool. You got, well, I don't think anybody can take DJ Moore's place, but there's always a capable person. You got Herbert, Foreman, Roshan. Like, there's always a capable person to step up in those premium positions. You got Komet and Tanya, and now Mercedes Lewis. So you got people that are capable to come in, move, and we don't have to take huge steps back in offensive theory or defensive theory. You got Sanborn and Sewell, you know, those type of things. You got Brisker, Jackson, and then Elijah Hicks doing his thing. You got Terrell Smith that's versatile, that could play safety, play corner. You got Terrell Smith drafted. I love it. You got Terrell Smith and Tyreek Stevenson. You got all type of capable backups that Poles has put in place just in case the first or plan A falters, gets hurt, gets this, gets that. Like we just said, Tyson Bagent could come in and do what Fields does as a Fields light per se.
They just signed another guy too, by the way, guys. As Swifty reported, Matt Forniak, guard center. Looks like he played for the Cowboys. Looks like he's from Nebraska. Big boy. Athletic freak.
Yes.
As Swifty says on his video. So that's, he's Poles got this shit, guys.
He never stops looking. Never stops looking. Tweaking that team every day.
Turns over leaves all the time.
Yep.
That's why I feel that the Terrell Lewis and Gibson, I wanted Terrell Lewis.
Me too.
Shout out to the 52. He looked just like Mac in the preseason. We wanted him back. We at least on the practice squad. I don't know what happened, but wish him the best. And hopefully maybe he comes back, an injury or maybe later on because nobody's picked him up. But, those guys are gone. And I still have a feeling there could be a light, maybe a huge impact trade. But after seeing Bosa's contract, I don't know how you guys are feeling and how you guys are feeling in the chat. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat over here on my tablet. But that's the Forrest Whitaker thing again. Um, but I feel those cuts, and everybody's saying those are our best. I feel like either obviously he didn't want to extend Gibson. That's the biggest thing with Gibson because that's going to be a battle. He's going to want double-digit million for less than double-digit sacks per year. So I don't want that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with moving on from him. And that's the point I'm going to get to. So I don't want to talk about the draft yet. But if he moves on from them, that means something is going to happen in the future. I feel like he's making way for another move, maybe by trade deadline, maybe sooner. But the biggest thing that I want is, and Swift just posted a video on his YouTube last week about the top 10 edges. It's so many edges coming out next year in the draft. I almost don't. Once I seen all of those edges that he had in that video, I'd rather just wait till next year than send 2 first round picks and then pay a Nick Bosa $35 million, pay Chris Jones $32 million, pay Brian Burns. He's a full participant, but he's doing a hold in over there in Carolina, so he may not play coming into week 1. So when I look at it, trading all of that premium capital and having to pay somebody $30 million when you got to pay Fields, Mooney, or Claypool, or both, and all of these other guys, Eddie Jackson if he wants an extension, Jalen Johnson if he pops off this year again. Like, that's a lot of people to have to pay eventually. And then you got your big dogs coming up in the next couple of years, your Darnell Wright, your Braxton Jones, your center of the future. Like, they're getting the edge rushers are getting close to quarterback. So if they're saying that we need to take advantage of Justin Fields' rookie contract, we need to take advantage of these defensive players too, because 30 to 35 million is quarterback territory.
Yes, no shit. 5 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. Yeah.
55 million is what Fields is going to be at. 55, 60.
Exactly. So, by the time he gets paid, there might be an edge rusher that's making 40 million. So I'd rather next year draft and we restart that contract, the edge contract. There's some really nice edges from Florida State, Verse and Turner from Dallas Turner from Alabama.
Nice.
So, maybe even double tap next year. First round, second round. And first round, second round in next year since you got those picks. But man, I'm kind of, I don't know how you guys feel. You let me know. In the chat, let us know. Would you like to trade for one of these edges? Or would you like to just wait and draft now that you've seen these mega contracts?
Wait and draft. We have 2 first-round picks. Wait and draft.
Poles stated he's going to build this team through the draft, and that's what
absolutely.
We should all look at this question here. I'd like to see Leo Factors got up here. He goes, I do think Velas is still interested in his gadget player, but no more special teams though. Laugh out loud. I kind of disagree with that. I think.
Hey, hold on. I got you, Foster. LOL at 3rd in the league at 27.6 average kickoff return. Laugh at that. I said
he should keep doing.
And that's no disrespect to you, Leo, but keep him as a kick returner.
Yes.
And a gadget guy. That's it. The kick returns. He's got more time, more space. He doesn't have to worry about somebody being up in his nose or pushed into him. He can literally take his time, take a deep breath, and have space to make those moves. He's not Devin Hester.
You guys imagine,
but
there's a ball that's just like spinning in the air, like very haphazardly, like coming at you, and you have this wall that's like trying to be formed around you, like in real time, but you can't see it because you're like keeping your eye on that damn ball that's just doing this thing the whole time, right? And you have to try to catch that depending on left-handed, right-handed kicker, and
right.
You have to. Holy shit! Either call it or go. Right? It's like it's got to be the most terrifying position in sports, because unlike a kickoff where you have the wall built in front of you, where you can see the ball coming at you, you can gauge your catch, you can run, and then follow your wall. Different and on putt return. Now you're like, I mean, if you just can't do it, you can't do it. I couldn't do it. But I would. I think I could do a kickoff return. But not a fucking punt return in the NFL.
Bill, I wanted to thank you for giving my answer for the question. Now, what are you going to say? I'm talking to. That was you. That's exactly my point. You made my whole
I'm
point.
sorry,
so
Foster. I've been taking your words.
Wait, PJ has been too damn quiet. PJ, you have the stage for
I want his
24
take on the
minutes.
Bellis thing, man.
Hold on. I told y'all I was taking PJ's token black man role.
And there you have it.
He's muted. You muted, Peach?
No, I'm not muted.
Oh,
No, pull him. Pull him, PJ.
That's PJ, my dog. That's my dog.
You know, I just think that we're overthinking this whole roster thing right now. Personally, I think Poles has probably got another year before the pressure really comes on. I think he's banking on, okay, if nothing's like not a real great deal right now, okay, I can sit back. But next year, I think is the year he's banking on. That Fields is the guy, and now he got.
That's enough of him. It's this year, guys. It's this year. It's this year.
hi, Hair Bear.
What's up, Hair Bear?
He
This
said win
year.
now. Pole
Let him
said
finish.
win now. I'm with Shorty. He said win. No, I like that. I want PJ to
It's
go
a
on with
rookie
that point.
contract.
No,
I'm not to interrupt you, PJ. You can continue your thought, but it's just this is the rookie contract. We got Yannick. We
sorry, man. I had
Get
to do
him.
it.
Get him,
I had
PJ.
to. I had to.
PJ, give your point. Give your
That
point.
wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That
That
was
was
me.
not me.
Oh,
But-
well, go ahead, PJ.
No, I just think that, you know, the fact that we're going to have 2 first-round picks next year, and Fields is still on his rookie contract, that's when he makes the big moves. Now, if it falls into place this year, of course, you know, we take it. But I think he's going to put all his chips in come next year. That's the best way I could put it. He's going to put all his chips in next year.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We need progress though this year. We got to show some good progress.
Absolutely.
And we wait till like he did this year, man. Free agency, the stuff wasn't available. Okay, let's kill the lot. Let's just lock up the linebacker core for the next 4 or 5 years. Man.
Exactly.
It's done. Matter of fact, we're even spent a little further than that because we just drafted another one. So we got one linebacker who we know is good, Sandborn. I think Sewell's going to be a good linebacker, and he's rookie contract. So he's setting already up and for the future, man. And that's how you do it. You got to spend the money properly. You notice how he wouldn't budge on the amounts that they offered anybody. He's not going to go up a few bucks. No, this is where it is because I got to set up this contract for Fields because I believe he's going to be the guy. And I believe it too. He got it.
With that same token, though, Foster, I strongly believe, though, that if it was like next year, I think he will, you know, like let's say he got a set amount of whatever amount for a position. If it's a guy he really wants and he think we're that close, he'll go ahead and do it next year. Next year, this year he didn't do it, but I think he will next year because I really believe, like I said, he's got pushing all his chips in come next year.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think we are at 60 to 80 million in cap space next year too. So there could be another guy. There could be a trade, but he, like you all said, build through the draft, supplement through free agency. That's what he's always said. Build through the draft, supplement through free agency. That means my premium picks, I'm building. I'll supplement. I'll add some depth. I may find a starter for 1 or 2 years, but my big money is going to who I build, who I develop, and who we grow with from now to the future.
Right. Well, Foster left us.
He took a smoke break or something. I don't know.
I was listening to you, man, and I looked down and I happened to see Dan comment that his gummies are kicking in, man. So I just started cracking up because he's sitting.
I like y'all chat. Y'all chat lit in a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, dude. Our chat. That's what the whole show's about. Is this chat? I love it because Dan's just sitting in the corner with the gummies kicking in, going for like 5 minutes now. He muted himself and everything after we threw him off. Well, I did, but So I started cracking up, but I couldn't breathe for a second. I was laughing so hard because I'm looking at Dan's face, and he's just. That's why I pulled myself off. That's sorry about that. I want to let you guys. I think it's hilarious, man. I love the chat. These guys pick on us. They say stuff about us. It's always fun. And at the end of the day, man, everybody here is a good person. And we all know it's fun. It's no harm intended. Everybody has their point of view. PJ says this every week. You can have your point of view, even if we disagree with it. We still respect it. No matter what.
Absolutely.
No matter
Absolutely.
what. We've had people, including myself, come on here and say like some of the goofiest freaking things, dude. But that's okay. You spoke your piece. That's it. It doesn't matter. That's one of the thing that is this chat is just. That's why we shout them out. PJ and Dan go through this every week where we're trying to get everybody in the chat's name, no matter how long it takes us. We don't always do it, but we do our best to do it every week, usually once or twice, 2 or 3 times a show, at least twice.
We love you.
Bearski's in the building.
Bearski,
Bearski took his time to make us a video, a little Justin Fields hype video. Do you want to watch that right now?
Yeah, let's throw that on.
While my gummy is kicking in.
Oh, wait. Somebody asked for a question to be asked.
That's Bearski.
No,
that was
Leo.
Yeah, that was Leo. Yeah.
He had a demand. I don't know.
Yes,
I
did see that. I wanted to point that out too. Thank you.
I'm scared he might pull up on one of us. He sounded a little angry. He wanted that answer.
No, thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to bring up his question. What was it, Walt?
PJ gave all my information and asked all questions. He might pull up on me first.
He said,
lights flashing.
Leo, just re-ask your question again, because your last comments, all I see is you're ragging on Velas. So
right here, Shorty, can you ask my rookie question, please? Where was the rookie question?
That's what I'm looking for.
Just retype it, Leo. Come on.
Damn it!
You're on real time, Leo. Retype it. We'll pull it up right now. Come on.
Here we go. Bears rookie do you think will have the best performance on Sunday?
Oh, okay.
Nice question, Leo. Nice question.
Can I go first?
Yes. Absolutely. He's asking you. We don't care.
Yep. I'm going to pull him right now.
A rookie to have the best performance on Sunday is Zach Pickens.
Nice.
Bastard. Okay. That's why he wanted to go first. No.
I want to go with Darnell Wright.
Ooh.
And that's why he wanted to go second. Go ahead, Bill.
I'm gonna go Tyreek Stevenson. I feel like he's gonna. I think he's gonna cause a turnover. I think he's gonna bait somebody into a turnover, or he gonna lay one of them big hits. I don't know if y'all remember the Jalen Johnson hit against Lazard. I feel like one of those trademark hits where he welcomes himself to the NFL and lays out one of the wide receivers from the Packers with a nice shoulder into the chest and drawing the ball out. I feel that coming. Tyreek Stevenson for me.
All good. All good. I'm going to go. It's not going to be maybe a performance, but it's going to be very eye-opening. Roshan Johnson.
Oh, Cliff just said that. Yes.
Did he? Yeah. Cliff, you bastard. Oh, sorry.
Right before you said it, too.
I didn't even see it.
Cliff's on point today.
I was waiting for one of you guys to take it, man, because I had Pickens, Stevenson, and I'm going and then
Rojo.
Like, all right, all three of your guys' picks are great because Wright. The best thing that's going to happen with Darnell Wright, PJ, is nobody even mentions the guy's name for the whole game, and that's the biggest compliment.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is although I think he will have the biggest impact, I don't think it would be talked about because whenever offensive linemen do have good games, their names aren't mentioned.
He'll have to have a few pancakes.
Like I mentioned this about last year. I said, whose name did you not hear almost the entire season? Gill, the punter. Nobody ever said anything about him, man.
Exactly.
Rookie punter. Nobody said. I didn't hear one thing, any game other than Gill on the punt. That's about all I heard all year was Gill on the punt. Nothing. Oh, he shanked that one. I didn't hear any of that.
And Gill's punting the ball.
Yeah, that's about it, man. No, that was a decent punt by Gill.
Nice punt.
They didn't even say that half the time.
So,
very little about the left tackle too. Very little. I mean,
Braxton
very
Jones.
Yeah.
yes. Braxton Jones, very little.
Cliff,
Nothing bad
you
or
ought to
good.
be on a point. Sorry.
Now, I will say this though. I'm interested.
I agree, Cliff. I don't want that quote to pass by. They are laughing stocks. Fuck
Done with
TTNL.
Yep.
We can move on.
Yes.
I think Nate Davis.
This time we know little. TTNL.
Am I muted?
Well, there's a W in it. Go, Peach.
Am I muted?
No, you're just being interrupted.
Okay. I just saying, Davis. We haven't seen him all year yet, so I'm curious to see how he does come Sunday. Go ahead, Foster.
No, I just threw that dumb comment in. Like, it's normal. Come on, I do it every week.
Swift said David Montgomery just got pancaked.
I still like David though.
Me too. I wanted him on my fantasy team, and freaking Frank picked him from the barroom hockey show. He took him right before I was going to take him, man. Bastard.
Ooh,
Everybody's a bastard tonight when I don't like what they're saying, or even if I do.
So are you watching this game tonight, Bill? As do you have players on both of these teams that you're rooting for your fantasy league?
Yeah, this thing they call fantasy football, Shorty, where we all
yeah. Is he still there? Okay.
I'm still here. I was waiting to be brought back on because you're gonna hear me out.
It might
Me
take.
and Swifty are gonna get you into fantasy football.
It might take 4 or 5 shows,
We
Bill.
wear boxers over here. Oh, we wear real men undergarments, sir. We play fantasy football.
Do you wear a cup? Do you wear a cup when you play fantasy football?
I dress up in full attire.
Dang.
On
Jersey,
Sundays,
cup,
I'm gonna be with the pads and everything.
Knee pads, shoulder pads,
all of that. My wife be like, watch out. I'm gonna come off the edge. I'm gonna hit my wife. I don't care. Give me the fantasy points. But anyway.
As long as he's wearing pads too, right?
Nah, I just want to take him out. I'll just give her the little helmet with the new helmet that we're in practice.
Right down.
And that's all she get. But yeah, I got a few. I haven't really started them. I got Tony on my bench, and I got Sky Moore because I feel like he's gonna break out in fantasy football. But we got to get you over. How many fans in the chat are watching the game based on who they drafted for fantasy football, or their opponents have somebody in these games?
That's a
put it in the
great
chat,
question.
however you want to put it. Hashtag fantasy football. Hashtag get Shorty into fantasy football. Hashtag Shorty got to be a man and join the rest of the men in fantasy football. Whatever you want to put.
Swifty and him like double teaming me today. Like,
Paul.
okay, here's all the reasons why you should do this. I'm doing this to you. I'm like, holy shit, really? Okay, you might convince me on this.
It's fun. In all seriousness, fantasy football is and I do a lot of shows and spaces with. I don't know how I got tagged with Patrick Pucci Fantasy and Greg Kellogg, who's in the Fantasy Writers Hall of Fame, and I'm on spaces with them a lot. They tag me and DM me and ask me to join their shows all the time because I'm an avid fantasy football player, not a championship winner. I only got one in 10 years, but I love playing it. Oh, look at Foster. I gotta get some advice from you. But it brings the guys together, just like these shows. It allows you to shit talk. It allows you to be able to know other personnel. I don't know what's wrong with Foster. He don't know that Juju is with New England, but you know,
Juju MVS Scandling. Wait, Schuster?
right.
I'm making one guy.
Scantlin Moore, like they got married and hyphenated or some shit.
Yeah.
But it's truly just like chats. It brings guys together. You can go to bars, watch games, shit, talk about teams where, you know, you don't necessarily have to play the game to feel like you're a part of the game. You get to know personnel better. You get to know their injury status, their personnel status. depth charts, different things like that. And it's especially good if you're a host of a show or on a show, because the next week you might be playing that team where you have players on it. That helps you kind of get information together. Where as opposed to if you're just doing research and not in a fantasy league, like you have apps that give you all the breaking news, trades, injuries, all of that stuff like that. So fantasy is more than just guys acting like they're playing football like women think. There's a lot more to it. It's camaraderie. It brings a lot of guys together. It's fun to host parties and stuff like that. So you got to get into it. We got to maybe start a league, have Swift and all of you guys in it, and add some guys from the chat so that they can be a part of it and they can come on. We can have maybe every couple of weeks have one of the guys from the chat that join the league, join the show, and talk about the progress through the year.
Okay.
His gummy really kicked in now, dude. He can't even type either.
I mean, I can barely type.
I kick what?
No, seriously, like you've convinced me that this does sound like fun.
It's a blast. It's a blast.
It sounds like fun. I just think it's hard, unless you are invested in actually keeping up with all the other teams, all the other players. It's hard for you to then really get into it. Whereas, before, I could tell you like every player on every team and all that, but because I'm not as vested in it more so much anymore, I'm just focused more so on Bears since doing this podcast that I have little concept sometimes of what's going on with other players.
Well, this is the first time in 3 years I've been in fantasy because I haven't been able to do that, Pete. And I wasn't going to do the fantasy league, but I said, you know what? I did it. So, and immediately, you know what I did? I started looking up all these other players that I had drafted because I knew enough about, I know enough about these guys just hearing their names. And then if you see some clips, some of the guys that are real good in the league. And like, so I had a real problem drafting because here, check this out, Bill. This is a guillotine league.
Mm-hmm.
18 teams. So every week, the lowest points guy is gone.
Yeah, right.
So all I got to do is not lose every week and then win the last game. That's it. Only got to win one game. Doesn't matter.
There's so many different ways to play. I was even telling Shorty he should do DFS, like daily fantasy, where maybe on the Thursday night he could just pick a lineup so he can kind of get used to the concepts, the scoring, and how that works.
You have to tell him my response to that.
Oh, he was like, I may sound stupid, but what the fuck is DFS? So, I'm like, yeah, so we got to get, even my wife is in the Pick'em League this year, so we need you to take the skirt off. We need you to take the skirt off. Hopefully there's no feminists in the chat.
My wife did one a couple of years ago too, just for fun. And she kept coming to me. I'm like, I don't want to do this. What are you like bugging me with this for?
Oh yeah, Bearsky said hype film. Absolutely. Let's do it. I'm sorry, I almost interrupted. My bad.
Oh yeah, man.
How did Retro throw me off from the chat?
Yeah, we got into freaking fantasy football. Here we go.
I think he was talking about guillotine. That's why he said you're the weakest link about it.
It's all Ville's fault, man. Blame it on the new guy.
Per Bearsky Films, the Justin Fields Bears hype video.
Let's go.
We can talk over this too, man. We can just be like, yo, what's up?
Now I want to let's hear if it's some talk, some music, some something. I want to hear it all.
Courtesy of Bearsky Film. Thank you, Bearsky, for the hype video.
Hashtag Bearsky in the chat for the hype video.
Oh, show. I mean, let's not forget that Justin Fields is a passer first.
Absolutely. Look at him. Look at him standing in the pocket and taking hits and having offensive linemen pushed into him over these first few clips.
Dodging to his left, slinging it.
Scramble to throw, not scramble to run.
Exactly.
Alley-oop. Nice.
This one here is
rocket arm. That's a rocket arm.
Beautiful. just scrambling around just for fun. Once he can, not scramble to run, and then he'll find his receivers because of DJ Moore now, and he'll be looking downfield. He'll find those big plays.
Yeah, you see it a lot with his connection with Mooney. When he's running the pass or scrambling and trying to make a play, he usually finds Mooney off the pass. So you got Moore now and Playful and Tiny and Komet. He's going to have a lot of options when the plays break down of guys that really know how to fight back or run back to the football. So I'm excited about it. I don't think he's going to run as much off script this year.
I love options, man.
I love how they went deep there in that last Packers play.
Look right there. He had an open right in front of him. He could have ran, and he stopped and threw the alley.
The line and threw it.
Yes.
What the heck was that? Thanks, Paul. Bearski Film. Thank you, man.
Hashtag Bearski in the chat. Go follow Bearski Films.
I'm gonna be down at Soldier Field with him for the Packers game. We're gonna be down there early. We're gonna do some trivia through Bearski Films, and he's made up like 20 shirts for people to win. He did that a couple preseason games ago back and said it was really fun. So I can't wait to go down there and have some fun Sunday morning, man. Thanks, Paulie.
Thank you, my friend. Let me just put that in the chat here. Thanks, Bearski.
What do you guys think about the NFL betting? I heard Roger Goodell say today in the interview before the game that no NFL player can bet on a NFL game, or no NFL personnel can bet on an NFL game. So my question is, if you can't do that, why are we seeing all these DraftKings and all these other promos for these betting sites if none of the personnel can bet? Seems like that's a catch-22 in my opinion. What do you think there, Bill?
It's kind of like saying that you can't drink alcohol, right?
While working at a bar.
Well, as an NFL player, you just cannot drink alcohol.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, the fact that you
illegal thing that you can't do.
You saying you can't bet on an NFL game if you're NFL personnel. So it's kind of like, to your analogy, you can't drink alcohol although you work at a bar. Even if you're off work from working at the bar, you still can't drink alcohol.
Right.
I've never followed any of those rules.
Guys, I hate to interrupt, but you cut Bearski's video off too early. He's trying to say in chat. There was a question too included.
I thought so.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. That was Dave's Geek's question. We bring that back up, man. You can.
Let's see.
Yeah, I thought I seen his face pop up.
Yeah, that was Dave. I forgot. There you go. There's Paul.
The negative one.
Okay.
Dark dime.
For me on offense, I hate being the negative one. I say we don't have a single Pro Bowler on offense this year. On defense, I think Jaquan Brisker is going to be a first or second team All-Pro this year.
Guys, I hope you're as pumped as I am about the start of the NFL season. You just heard David's bold predictions for the Bears, for the defense, and for the offense. I was thinking about asking you guys a Bears-Packers question, but since it's the start of the NFL season, we're going to look at it big picture. I want your bold predictions, one for the Bears offense and one for the Bears defense. And I'm going to give you mine real quick. My bold prediction for the defense is that Jalen Johnson will have at least 2 interceptions this season. Now, you may hear that and say, well, that's not a very bold prediction. However, he's only had 1 in the last 3 years in his entire career. So hopefully he could double that number this year and get us at least 2. But my bold prediction for the offense, last year, 8 out of 32 quarterbacks were able to start all 17 games, only 25%. I say Justin Fields gets added to that category and starts every single game this year. Well, can't wait to hear yours.
Very interesting.
I could start.
Where's that at? Please do.
My draft darling, Roshan Johnson, takes over the backfield by week 8.
You read my posts.
Crushes from there on. I still believe it'll be a 1-2 attack. I don't believe it'll be a workhorse type of role, but I believe that he'll take over and we'll see the dynamic running after contact, breaking tackles, big blocks out the backfield, being able to excel in pass pro. All of those things will move him into RB1 status on offense. Defensive side, DeMarcus Walker will outproduce in sacks Yannick Ngakoue.
Wow.
He said bold.
Yeah.
Something about balls, something about balls in there goes with it. You got balls to say that.
That's bold. That's bold.
I'm ballsy.
But you got Foster.
Nice, Mark. I like that one.
I got. I have been saying, you guys know this, I think. How long have I been saying Roshan's going to be a 3-down back at some point in this season? I think I said week 7 or 8. I've been saying it since March.
I think you said week 6.
Whatever, it's somewhere in there. I think I've changed it a couple times, but whatever. So I got to go with you on that because I've been saying it for quite a while. And then defensively, I said the same thing too. I said Jaquan Brisker, and I don't care about Pro Bowls because they don't mean anything to me anymore, will be a first-team All-Pro by the end of the season and lead the team in interceptions.
Nice.
Shorty?
That'll be hard to do.
I'm going to say that Justin Fields will pass for 4,000 yards this season on offense. And on defense, I'm going to say that we're going to have the same number of sacks that we had against our team last year.
55 was it?
55 sacks on the defense.
Okay.
I'm dropping the fucking mic on this one. Do you hear me? I'm coming off like Shea. Okay?
Boom.
4,000 yards passing. I'm not going to say 1,000 yards rushing. I'm going to say more like 500 or less, and 55 sacks. Dropping the mic.
I like it.
Boom. All right, my bold prediction for defense. I'm thinking 3 players make the Pro Bowl from the defense. Who exactly those are, I can only say probably 2 for sure. And my 2 for sure is Edmonds and Gordon. With a strong, I'm really believing in Brisker too. He's my leading 3rd candidate, but I'm not saying for sure yet. Offense, my bold prediction: 2,000-yard receivers.
Ooh.
And whoever between Claypool and Mooney. I don't know which one yet. But those are my bold predictions.
That leads to what? A 4,000-yard passing quarterback?
Yes.
Yep. I got to switch mine because now I remembered what I wanted to say. Just on the offense, since you got the Roshan, Wright is Rookie of the Year. NFL, whatever it is, the NFL Rookie of the Year is going to be Wright.
Ooh.
That's
really bold because I don't ever remember an offensive lineman getting that.
Nope.
In my entire life. That's very bold.
Nope.
That's very bold.
He's going to be. There's always a first time for everything to happen. Think about it. Always. So.
That's true. Yeah.
I actually spoke to Paul on the phone, and he brought this up to me, and I said, man, I got great answers, and then I forgot them completely because I've had so much going on. And the Roshan thing, when you said it, because that was the first thing that popped into my head was Roshan taking over as I still say at some point, and I even said I think there's going to be an injury because their running backs tough position to play without getting injured, man. Tough.
I see Leo Factor saying that Eddie Jackson, Brisker, Darnell Wright, Fields are his Pro Bowlers. So he's having us with 4
Yeah.
Pro Bowlers. Okay.
Love it.
I see you, Leo
Love
Factor.
it.
Leo, I like it.
Okay, I see you. I see you. What other bold predictions you guys got? I see Braxton, King Booker World. Braxton Jones will allow only 3 sacks this year. Okay, King Booker World.
Put Cliffs up there, man. Okay. Doug Van Dorn says bold prediction: the Bears will lead the league in takeaways in 2023.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that's bold. What you got here, Bear? I appreciate your compliment.
There's Cliffs. Read it.
Bold prediction. Cliff Victoria says bold prediction. DJ has the best year of his career. Impressive. Would that be what? 50 yards?
1,500 yards receiving.
At least, hopefully, he has the same quarterback all year, unlike some of the years have passed.
Right.
That is big though, because what's his best season, man? 13, 14, 13.
I thought it was 13. I
it's somewhere around there. That's a lot of yards to get, man.
1,500 yards. I'm gonna say 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns just to combine with that bold prediction.
Whoa! Now we're really in that 4,000 plus passing range here, boys.
MVP.
Remember, they said Fields is a yak. They said Fields is a yak monster after that first preseason game. So yak it up, baby.
Yep.
You want to make bold predictions? You're talking about MVP. They're not. They have to give it to a Bear that does all this as quarterback, right? It would be astounding for a Bear quarterback. Gummy's kicking in faux sure.
Thank you very much. I put that up there. I was wondering how long it would take you to catch that.
How long has it been up there?
Probably about 12, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
That's why the Gummy's been kicking in for sure. Now, probably about 10.
It's good to go now. We're good. Yeah. It was just the initial wave, you know.
Man.
Initial wave.
Well, in Luca world, bold. Not only does Fields have his first 300-yard game, he will have a 400-yard game.
I like it.
Possible. I think.
How about multiple?
To my point on 2,000-yard receivers, I think that if DJ really breaks out, the chances of me having a second 1,000-yard receiver would lessen because of the targets to DJ.
That is true. That's a good point. I mean, it's a good point. Good point. Herber says Tyreek Stevenson for Rookie of the Year candidate.
D-Roy? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. I seen somebody predicted that somewhere before that Stevenson could be defensive rookie of the year. I'm trying to remember who I've seen said that, but some podcaster or broadcaster said that, and I was like, got me thinking. So I'm like, okay.
What's amnesia?
There was a super chat that we missed.
Did you say what's amnesia? You got gummies going on?
Super chat from
that's what they're talking about.
Oh.
Super chat from Retro Sports Talk USA, $2. PJ, it's all fixed. It's an illusion. WWE, aka NFL, talking about the betting and the NFL. There, that's appreciate the super chat, $2. Yeah, I mean it makes me wonder sometimes going back to that topic. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Retro.
I don't know if anybody's brought this up, but I don't know if you guys know who's watching the game. Casey's up 2014.
Yeah.
7:40 left in the fourth quarter.
And Lions is on the 12-yard line.
Yeah, Detroit moving.
Yeah, they are.
It don't matter because the quicker they score, the quicker Patrick Mahomes gets the ball and they walk back down the field. And
they just told him to do a field goal here.
Eat up the clock.
Yeah, they just told him to do a field goal here, man. They got to crack down on this.
Who was it that just caught that pass?
Reynolds, Craig Reynolds.
He
What
looked
do
pretty
you
good.
got?
He looked pretty good on that
Three
route.
Eyesville. One
Sir?
on the side, one looking here, and one over there.
Yeah, I got it everywhere. I'm all over. I told you that Forrest Whitaker ad works in my favor a lot.
Man.
My wife
Yeah,
always
they
makes
just-
fun of it.
guys,
If
they
they
just
scored.
They just scored. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
all
my
Patrick,
goodness.
all Mahomes gonna do is eat up the clock, and they're gonna kick a field goal and win.
I hope so. Actually, I think I still need a touchdown or something to Juju MVS Schuster Scanlon.
Wow,
Man, my
Montgomery.
TV is really behind.
What'd you say, PJ?
My TV is really behind.
Yeah, you got to be watching it through cable feed or something.
Yeah, it literally, he just went in the end zone just now.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a
at
nice little
commercial
hole
break.
to go through.
He did. That was
That, and let's remember, and I don't think we've really talked about the Green Bay game enough, especially on the Green Bay side.
no.
But if you look at it, where did he run through, and who's missing? Chris Jones is
Chris
missing
Jones.
out of that hole.
Yep.
So that wouldn't have happened with Chris Jones there. So
Probably not.
you can give him. It was a nice run, but he ran through a bunch of weak linebackers and a safety that looked like he was scared to hit. I don't think he would have had that run if Chris Jones was there.
But he is running behind a nice line, though.
Yeah,
I gotta say it again. That Detroit has a nice line.
absolutely. So I don't know if it's Monty or the line. So
I don't know, but right now I'm with Mark Kazak. Campbell's starting to fucking. Sorry. Campbell's
you
really
Doug.
starting to freaking annoy me tonight.
Yeah, Doug,
The coach.
yeah. Doug Van Dorn, it must be where we at, Central Illinois, with the delayed cable responses here, because man.
Gotta thank Paul at Bearski Films for stopping by and giving us that video. He's got to head out, guys. He's on.
Oh, well, thanks
All
again,
Bill,
Paul.
thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
thanks for the hype video.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank you,
Paul.
man. Appreciate you. And thanks for
I'll talk to you
and-
soon, brother.
and thanks for the question too. Appreciate it, man.
You're more than welcome.
Appreciate
Mark.
you, Bearsky. Thank you very much. Guys, this is a good game.
It is.
This is
It
kind of
is.
scary.
Have y'all kept up with Green Bay's, since we're talking about missing players and people that aren't available on defense? Their injury report and who might
Isn't-
possibly miss and
Christian Watson.
Dobbs. I believe they returned back to practice, both of them.
Okay.
But again, you never know what's going to happen. And obviously, if they miss or one or two of them miss, what's the excuse going to be if we win? You
Yeah.
know, so basically, let's already put it forward that I don't care who misses.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no way they will look as bad as we looked last year outside of Justin Fields.
I
So
would
there's
hope
no
not.
excuses. If both of them play and they play limping, if none of them play, neither Dobbs or Watson, or I believe some of their defensive linemen may have some gimps or whatnot, some injuries. I don't care.
Yeah.
A win is a win. I'm tired of hearing all the excuses. I know they coming. So we can rewind this back later on after we get the W. And when we see all of those excuses that are going to come, if they miss or if they're hobbled, they weren't healthy.
We didn't have our whole team.
Right.
Well,
We have
we didn't
another-
have an actual team.
Yeah.
We have another super chat.
Oh, for
Steve.
sure.
That's my guy, Steve.
Steve,
Shorty, come
Hey,
here, buddy.
Steve.
What do you mean? You want to hop in, Shorty? Or Steve, you want to hop in?
You want to play fantasy football? He want to put on the pads?
I think that's what you're referring to as fantasy football.
either that or he wants some of Dan's gummies.
Right.
Get your ass in here, Steve.
Oh,
Get your ass in here, Shorty.
Swifty said earlier about a fantasy football draft that something earlier about starting something and drafting Friday in the chat.
Ooh, Swifty?
Yeah, I don't know if he's
You
talking
trying to
about
get me
that.
into a fantasy league now?
Yeah, he said something
He's got
about.
like 10 of them.
Yeah, he's in a lot.
Yeah.
But he said earlier, I missed my Forrest Whitaker eyes all over the place. But he said we should get all of us together and start the check. So maybe we need to talk to him and get some of the guys together, see if we can get something done before Friday, so we can get 10 to 12 teams. We'll talk to him off the show if he doesn't respond to this.
And even if we can't, all those leagues will still be going. You just lose the first week, man. You can always start one late. I've done it before. Secondly, I want to welcome Steve, my friend Steve. I met him on a podcast a few days ago. He's got a podcast out, the New Breed 313 Sports. It's Detroit Lions. We're going to have them on at some point during the Lions game. Really, really good guy. And he's, you know what? This guy's got a lot of good takes, not only on the Lions, he's giving me information about the Bears. So hopefully we can Steve will give us the inside information that he knows on the Bears, and we'll tell him everything we know. I mean, on the Lions, and then except for when we're playing each other, Steve, only you can tell us about the Detroit deficiencies. We don't have to tell you shit about the Bears for them to.
Our media relations manager here, Foster. I love it.
Cheers, Steve. Cheers. Can't wait to have you. Talk to you.
He's got to be on the show, dude. He's got to be on the show, man.
Shazbo joining us. Chiefs look one-dimensional, no running game. Thanks for joining us, Shazbo.
Well, I answered that question with that comment for him too. They're one-dimensional because Matt Nagy's calling the plays.
Man, pull it up because he just said the name, dude.
Not in reference to our coach, though.
No, but you said the N-word.
Oh, okay.
Somebody in the chat earlier said,
I'm not even going to get into that. I have zero thought.
Fuck. Get the guy off the screen. Fuck out of here.
Not say that name around here.
Yeah.
It's racist.
I don't know where the logic comes from, but I agree with you.
It's racist against hats compared to visors.
It gets me a lot of bullshit. Everything's racist.
I wore a visor on the show once. Everyone was like, "Get that fucking visor off your head."
We won't let him wear it ever again, dude.
No clipboard, no pencil behind the ear, no visors, none of that.
What about BU?
And tell him no more dancing too, Bill.
What about BU?
Ooh.
Oh, you want some dancing?
Oh man, I'm thrown off by the dancing. Sorry. I don't know about BU, but I know that's BS over there.
I'm just saying, can you say it though? I mean, because that's his term right there. Just BU.
I'll let it slide.
At least you will, because I ain't. No.
She said, "Don't show the hands." So
Exactly, Mark Kazak. Man.
No, you're supposed to show the hands at all times because we know what happens when you're on those gummies, man. Tables start lifting a little bit. Things are moving around. Dan's not even.
That sound like an X feel. That sounds like he's on ecstasy or popping a Bill Cosby. Popping a Bill Cosby over there, huh?
No, sir.
He spiked his own gummies, Bill.
Got a little cocaine in there, huh? Got a little white. Whoa. If you want to ride the white horse.
That's why Coca-Cola is called Coca-Cola, because it originally had cocaine in it. Yes.
I almost want to try a sample, to be honest.
Like, what would that be like to drink that back in the day? We're like,
right in the 20s,
the walls. Like, yeah,
that's some real great. That's how they got through the Great Depression.
Yeah,
that and lard.
All right, another bold prediction.
Lard.
Another bold prediction.
Ooh.
Andy Reid will discover that he needs to have a different offensive coordinator.
He already did. He tried to get rid of him once.
Right.
Yeah, Swifty just said, I feel like Nagy is calling plays for KC. Do y'all see it too? We absolutely do.
He is. I seen him with the clipboard earlier. Yeah, he was calling. He's calling plays.
That reverse or whatever, that jet sweep or whatever, that was Nagy. That was all Nagy.
Man.
Andy Reid from now on is going to be the only one with a play sheet from now on.
Oh my God!
They're gonna make an announcement at some point. They're gonna be like, "Yeah, Andy Reid decided to start calling plays again."
All of a sudden, you're like, "Oh, boom! They win by 25 points."
Right.
He gonna be on the phone with Bieniemy at the end of the game, like, "Hey, dog, I just want to talk."
This is not looking good for Kansas City.
Well,
It's not.
they need to change their play caller. I'm telling you.
Well, hopefully,
Swift
What's-
agrees. He said that third down play was right out of Nagy's playbook.
I'm
Facts.
telling you. Man.
hopefully somebody walks over, grabs a clipboard,
Who is
smacks
this
him in the head,
running?
and starts calling plays.
King
Is that
Booker,
Gibbs?
just sent Nagy to the car.
That's
I'm telling you.
He gonna cry in the car, King Book. He gonna cry. King Booker, he gonna cry in the car.
See, I actually wanted Gibbs. I didn't want him in the first round, but yeah, he's a nice looking running back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Roshan's going to do it all, dude. He can do it all. I really.
Well, I was talking in reference to that play he just ran.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
saw it.
yeah.
That's why I said, wait till you guys see this
I'm a
play.
huge Bama fan. I love Gibbs. I love most running backs coming out of Alabama. But he's definitely very versatile. I would have liked him on the Bears too, but the value you get Roshan at the bigger back that
Agreed.
does all three phases. He's capable of a lot of stuff that Gibbs does. Like he's able to, line up outside. You can do some things. He can run routes, clean out the backfield.
Does he remind you of Alvin Kamara?
If you want to.
Does he remind you of Alvin Kamara?
Who, Gibbs?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a good comp, man.
Kamara Light, he's definitely got it all already.
You're scaring me with that.
I'm not scared. Detroit, last time Detroit was 9-8. The next year they were 3-13. I'm not worried about that.
Look at
Like
all
every
great.
time they get hyped up, it all comes down.
But I mean, full disclosure though, you see that they got a good 1-2 punch in Gibbs and Montgomery.
Critical play.
Wait till week 8. Montgomery's gonna wear down. I don't want to sound like a hater, but
even with Gibbs
wear down, there's gonna be some sort of soft tissue, some sort of injury, some sort of thing that slows him down. Like he's been battle tested a lot, especially behind some of our bad lines that we've had, and he'll wear down eventually. Like that offensive line is great over there, but after a while, all it takes is a hit or him coming down wrong. And I'm not wishing injuries on him. I'm just talking about what we've been used to over the last.
But he also has a running back running with him, so
yeah,
I think you have to give that some credence. The fact that you got Gibbs to share the ball with him.
Yeah, but he had Herbert last year running 5.7 yards.
Our line wasn't that good though.
So they were a nice 1-2 punch last year. I think he's still going to get about 200 plus touches, which I believe he was close to or at that point or would have been at that point last year. But Montgomery wears down later on in the year. He's not Derrick Henry. So, I feel like at some point that 1-2 punch gonna lean more towards the one.
Okay.
In my opinion, I'm sorry. I like him.
Right.
I love Montgomery. I love his attitude. I love his demeanor. I love his aggression and his play. Like he gives it all, but that's kind of where he starts wearing down. Once he gives it all,
Good defensive stand by KC.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they actually never gave it to him enough.
I'm watching, Bill.
I'm dropping Tony right now.
Ooh.
Did you see that drop? I'm sorry, guys.
Yep.
Did y'all see that drop?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's the second horrible drop. Good fucking God. Him and Nagy can go sit in the car.
And then wait till you see the next play, dude.
But if you notice, he was trying to catch it with his body and not with his hands.
Right.
Like nice play here, and then a freaking holding.
Oh wow. And I got Sky Moore in another league, and they hating. Stop hating.
Ugh.
I was trying to grab him, dude. I ended up getting Scantling instead because everybody I was picking was just. I'd be doing my draft. I had 5 guys with 6 spots to go. All 5 of those guys went in a row, and they weren't in order. I didn't do it like out of order.
Right.
It's just aggravating because they know too, I guess, huh?
Hey, AC Adams said Tony's a phony. Print up those T-shirts. I'm with you on that.
Well, the rumor was the Bears was going to draft him if they didn't trade up for Fields.
If you want to talk about Baylor Jones dropping stuff, you talk about that guy.
No,
You got Patrick Mahomes throwing you the ball. You shouldn't be dropping the ball like that.
Oh,
Jeez.
fucking 3rd and 20.
that game was almost over. Right here, the game's almost over.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, I watched Detroit almost picked it. I think it went off his fingertips, dude.
Right.
Gardner.
Wow. If they win this by 1 point, guys.
And they win it by 1 point. He should have picked that off. That was right in his hands, man. All right, come on, man. Hit Scantling 1 yards.
So what is there? There's 2 minutes left.
4th and 20 with 2 minutes and 9 seconds left. That's what I got.
Yeah, I got 3rd and 20.
Mahomes back to pass, and there's a flag on the play. I could do 2 minutes of play-by-play if you want.
Yeah, you got. I'm streaming in the basement, so I'm 1 play behind.
Then I definitely am going to tell you what's happening because I like to ruin everybody's fun.
Nah, I'm with it. Let me know.
No, give it to us in your Chicago accent, Foster.
Yeah, Mahomes back to pass. Flag on the play, bastards.
Flag on the play.
We got 4th and 25 now with 2:09 back on the clock. Ball snapped in the shotgun. Mahomes takes 6 steps back, runs to his right, looking over the middle. He throws it back to opposite, all the way across the field. Oh, it's touched by 2 Kansas City players and dropped.
Wait a minute. Who was that false start?
I don't know. I didn't catch it because I was looking at
it. Was either the right guard or the right tackle.
That was Taylor, right?
Yeah, it was Taylor. Yeah, the right tackle.
Was that the guy that got the big contract?
$20 million.
Yeah.
Wait. Was that the guy? I know Swift is in here. Was that the guy that the Bears fans were clamoring over getting? Were mad that Brian Poles didn't pay all the money to grab him and put him. I know that's not Jawan Taylor.
Oh my God!
That the Bears fans on Twitter were. Why didn't we overpay to?
Yeah. I think he had a false start earlier in the game.
That's what you wanted. You wanted to pay for that? For somebody to be shaking in their boots when it matters? In game 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, the fucking Lions are about to beat the Chiefs by 1 point.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
only
know.
the first game, man.
Any given Sunday, any given Thursday, anybody can win. I'm not impressed.
What about any given
Saturdays and Mondays too? When
The confidence that this team has now from this win. Come on.
It's fake. It's fake confidence.
Dude, no, maybe what they were showing at the end last year is real, but we talked about it a million times, man. We always say the Lions are going to Lion since 1957 because they haven't won a championship since 1957. Time will tell.
Every team in the NFL is capable of winning a game. Every team is capable of sneaking into the playoffs.
Yeah.
When they are actual contenders and end a year with a deep playoff run, I will pay attention to Detroit. They have a great team. Yeah. They have a great coach that bites kneecaps. They have a 9-8 record they just came off of. Yes. I am not fearing or giving credence to this team yet.
How did that linebacker look tonight? Jack Campbell?
I haven't watched it close enough
He didn't look like the next coming of Urlacher like they
I was
did.
going to say, put it this way. I don't see him flying all over the field doing anything, so I couldn't tell you exactly. It's not
Swifty,
standing out.
Swifty says, I'm hibernating until Sunday. Fuck this.
He does that every day anyways until nighttime, and then he puts videos together. I'm joking, dude.
Yeah.
I called him out the other day.
I feel him because Detroit fans are gonna go crazy. I know what he's talking about. They're gonna go stupid.
Yep.
They're gonna be tagging Swift. They're gonna be tagging all of us. Man, that fake ass win out of here. You won by 1 point. If that's your Super Bowl, we'll celebrate our Super Bowl when we beat the Packers then on Sunday, and then we can move on. We'll all be 1-0.
Let's mark it down, though. Let's mark it down that Andy Reid is going to take over play calling at some point during this season.
Absolutely.
Like
right now.
Like if they get the ball back right now.
Yes.
Yeah, my goodness.
Swift said Jack Campbell broke up a pass.
See, that's it. It's again. They're not calling his name. Nothing's standing out. I got my volume on real low. I did that last time, and you can't hear it, right?
I can't.
Yeah, I'm watching it myself between my two monitors.
No, this is just not good. Now we've got a third.
Neil? Nope.
We've got like a 3rd and 2.5. Minute 47 left. That's what I got.
This is absolutely this is one of the games. I know it sounds cliche, but I believe somebody in the chat said it. I'm sorry if I didn't catch your name, but the chat is going crazy right now with this win.
Yeah.
They said the Chiefs beat themselves. This is the very first time where I can really look at it and say that and agree with a team beating themselves. They just did a replay of 5 drops, with wide open space, with all of those yak monsters like Tony, Moore. Patrick Mahomes was putting it right on them. They might be a little high or a little behind, but they're catchable balls. And that's what Fields went through a lot of last year and the year before. It happens. It happens to the best of them.
Well, I mean,
first down Detroit.
I think being a professional wide receiver, you have to be able to catch with your hands and not try to brace the ball up against your body, and that's important. And
I'm really confused or perplexed, I should say, really, that they had the opportunity to sign a Hopkins. They have an opportunity with Evans. Mike Evans doesn't really have a contract, and they're debating. I think he gave a deadline, or they gave a deadline by the 9th. I'm talking about Mike Evans from Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they get on the phone, because they need yes, they went through last year and they won the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always felt they need, especially after Tyreek is gone, they need a dependable receiver. Because
Kelsey is, right?
Yeah, but look what happened right now when he's not there.
Oh yeah.
So that takes pressure off of Kelsey, and that also gives pressure off of that big receiver, that big dependable receiver too. So if they can add a Mike Evans to Kelsey and these guys that run these crossers and get the ball in space,
and plus he'd be a bigger receiver for him too.
They need a big dog receiver that can really be dependable, third down type of clutch.
I can see that trade happening.
Was at one point.
I can see that trade happening. I can see that.
Yeah. Mark, y'all see Mark's comment? I like it. Yeah, I agree. I think the Bears do have a better wide receiver room right now.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, by far.
Yeah, they wish they had our 3.
Then KC.
Yeah. I mean, they got Rashee Rice, MVS,
Tony,
Sky Moore.
Tony.
There's 2 other guys. I like the one guy, but he didn't play much tonight. I think his name's Justin Ross.
Oh yeah, Justin Ross and Kadarius Tony. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think
they're young.
I think Ross was on the field for 3 plays tonight. And after watching Tony drop the balls, he should have been on the field more. I think.
True.
Yeah, I think Tony is probably a third or fourth receiver. He has talent, but because of his lack of catching with hands, he might have to be like a third or fourth and not your first or second.
Start him off, take him back, and make him as a gadget guy to start, and get him worked up into the offense because the potential's there for him to be a very, above average receiver. Definitely, I think so.
I agree.
Right. It's work him in slowly. He's got to work out at this. He's got to get a jugs machine, man, like Mooney did. Just stay in front of that thing all day till he can start catching.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
To be fair to even Nagy, like if Nagy was calling the plays, if you run back the tape, there were a lot of plays where they were giving Tony jet sweeps. They were giving him short crossers and things like that. He wasn't running a route tree. Today he had at least 3 or 4 opportunities where he got the ball in his hand. The opportunities we want Bayless Jones to have, he had in his game as a gadget guy. Yeah. He didn't do his part. This was absolutely Tony not doing his part. I had a guy earlier that was saying,
didn't Tony? Tony, it was because of Tony they ended up with that pick 6. Watch
exactly.
The play over. So
exactly. I had a guy earlier arguing with me on Twitter that, and he's very respectable in the fantasy community, but he was like, man, if you drafted Tony and you're not starting him today, what did you draft him for?
Yeah.
I'm like, because I wanted to see how it goes.
Yeah.
I'm not putting him in my starting lineup week 1 when I should have better options by far. I don't care if it is Kansas City offense. I don't trust him to stay healthy through a game, and I don't trust him to have multiple like when I start week 1, I want a guy that can give me 5 to 6 catches, 80 to 90 yards in the TD. I don't need a guy that might make a big play. If that's the case, I will be Foster and I will get Juju Smith-Schuster and bring it. No, I'm just playing. I will get MVS Scantlin and hope for a deep pass or a deep touchdown. But I'm not putting Tony in. And look what he just did. Like, I don't want to be that guy to come back and be like, I told you so. But I told you so.
I think he has to be more of a, like I said, more of a third and fourth receiver. You can't really depend on him on crucial situations, it appears. I mean, yeah, he need to go against like the third or fourth cornerback because it's concerning whenever you see a receiver's not catching with his hands. That's the thing I look at. I'm like, okay, you at this professional level, you need to be catching with your hands, and him trying to cup the ball back to his body. Nah, you can't catch like that, bro.
Especially at the speed that he's running at. Come on, man.
Man, need those hands.
If we talking about Bayless, then the Bears fans need to watch this footage and understand that it don't matter how talented you are. If you still raw, if you not focused on your game, you could be a first rounder and you can falter. I don't know what it was about fans going crazy. We should cut him. We should cut him. You see Jalen Reagor getting passed like a blunt this offseason. He getting cut from this team, cut from the Vikings, cut and put back. N'Keal Harry, cut and put back on the practice squad. All these first round wide receivers not doing shit, not accomplishing nothing. All of these high capital wide receivers, and you talking about Bayless Jones, they get, man, he'll be fine as a wide receiver 6. They trying to make these guys and bring something out of them that even we couldn't. I mean, we got a few nice plays out of Harry, but they didn't see the
playmaking ability. You know what I mean? He has playmaking ability.
Absolutely,
as well as Tony. But the problem is they lack the hands up. That's the biggest issue. Everything else they may have, they probably can do a decent job of running routes, but it's just being able to catch with your hands, which is crucial. What you got, Shorty? I see you got your hands up. You ready to catch?
Swift, they passed him around like a blunt. I was going to go the other way, but I didn't want to be that extreme.
I'm just embracing the sea.
I was going to say passing him around like a hole in a – never mind. But I chose the PG-13 version.
Fuck no.
I'm just like listening to you guys. You guys are awesome.
Hey, you brought us together, man. You brought us together.
Dan's all buzzed on the gum. He's going, yeah, this is pretty cool, man. It's like, oh yeah, Maybe he's right. I don't know. Well, yeah, he could. I don't know.
Hey, I could see him off the gummy laughing at that blunt line in his sleep, like giving one of them, like sleeping on this.
Yeah. Maybe a
That
little
gummy
running
gonna
like
fuck
a
him up
dog.
in his sleep. He gonna be fucked up in his sleep.
Crazy dreams, right? Crazy dreams. Yeah.
Lucid dreams. You gonna see Tony doing flips and dropping footballs and shit.
But Tony, the thing about Tony, you can coach a player on getting, catching with their hands, but you can't coach that speed. He has that incredible speed, man. So again, he just need to, like you guys said earlier, got to get on that jug machine. Really, you really got to spend some time with that.
I'm gonna shoot some shit because I got to go take a shave real quick, man.
Cliff said he wished that game was a dream.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. That was pretty bad, but I said last year that golf is better than what a lot of people give him credit for. Yeah. I mean, golf. I ain't saying he's
his offensive line, yes.
Yeah, but you get a nice offensive line and you do that play action with him. He's he proved that in LA though. Took him to the Super Bowl. So. Yeah. He had a good running back in Gurley back then, so now he got two decent running backs now. A great offensive line. He got one of the best receivers in the right St. Brown. So hey, I can't complain.
I'll say this about the Detroit win, and I know we're gonna have a whole bunch of shit from Detroit fans and all that bullshit, and I wasn't convinced with this win. Like, there was too much that went right. There were too many drop balls, a pick six, Chris Jones not playing, Kelsey not playing, and then they only won by one. It's not like they dominated the team. It's not like defensively they shut them down. We all know that Kansas City Chiefs run game is suspect at best. They can get it done if their pass game is working, but it was a nice win. It was just like, to me, it was just as convincing as the Bears win versus the 49ers last year.
So let the chat let us know, Walt, if you know, how many run attempts did KC have tonight? How many run attempts did KC have? I'm real curious to see that.
They started off pretty well, but they slowed down. Ravi, I don't care what you're saying. I hear you, bro. I looked at your comment. No disrespect to you, but that was not a convincing win. That's cap. It's full of cap. It was a good win, but it's not convincing. It's not like you didn't see 5 or 6 drops. You didn't see a pick six that popped up and fell gifted into somebody's lap. You didn't see a deep ball or a dominant passing. What side of the ball did they dominate on? I'm talking about a convincing win where you were like, man, they're a good disciplined team, but it doesn't convince me that they can contend when Chris Jones, Travis Kelsey, we know how dependable he's been. He hasn't been out of game. He hasn't missed a game since 2014. We know that's his security blanket. I'm not giving excuses, but you can't have the best tight end who can run routes, catch like a wide receiver, and has been dependable in his blanket since forever. Miss him and then watch 3 to 5 wide receivers that only have 3 or less years experience, and then MBS who's just a deep player. Like, this is not convincing. This is you beat a good team who were in a bad situation coming in week 1. I'm not giving credit. And this isn't rivalry talk. This is simply you beat them by 1 point. What was the over-under? I don't know what the over-under was, but if somebody can find the chat, I'm pretty sure it was more than 41 points. So to me, it was a good win. It wasn't convincing because if those catches, let's look at that last series. If those three or four throws that were in their hand actually hit. And if they fail in those spaces, let's say they caught it and dropped down, they had so much yak room, they could have took it to the house on those 3 plays alone. But if they march down the field, and I believe their kicker is Harrison Butker, or however you pronounce his name, we know he's money. We've seen Patrick Mahomes do that with less than. March down the field, 17 seconds, kick a field goal, win the game, march off.
Hey, Bill, you
Yes,
got
sir.
a walk popped in. Go ahead with the answer there for me, Walt.
Oh, it was 23.
23 rushing attempts. Okay, that's not too bad.
No.
I see.
No, yeah.
Yeah, they.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like I've seen the. It's not convincing. How is it? It's not convincing. I'm sorry. If you can't explain it in the chat that it's convincing or why it's convincing, I just dropped exactly why it's not convincing. Like, you can't convince me that people that aren't capable of catching the ball and that are probably the worst and likely most inexperienced group, like, that's convincing to you? Why? Because it's KC? If it was Houston, would a 21-20 win be convincing, Robbie? No. You just convinced because you believe in Cap. It's KC. It's not convincing. They're missing their best elements that keep them moving. And they had Nagy calling plays. So, I mean, it's not a convincing win to me.
Yeah, it's kind of a compounding issue with everything. If you think about it, you have Nagy calling plays. You don't have Chris Jones. You don't have Travis Kelce. You have a defense that can't tackle or won't tackle the ball carrier.
Right.
I made a comment. I think it was number 20. I don't know what his name is. I don't know Kansas City players, but he came in on a Jamar Gibbs run, or it was Montgomery, one of them. And instead of actually trying to wrap his man up, he just drops his shoulder and tries to shoulder him. You don't do that.
Exactly.
And to bring it more into the Bears' realm of influence, that's why I worry about Allen Williams. I'm sorry. He's got to teach these guys to tackle, and if he's going to play this cover 2 zone defense crap, he's got to make it his own. And he's got to show these guys, like, you can't give this guy 10 yards of space to make a catch, because he can burn you. Even if you go to make a play, he's going to burn you. That's fine. You tried. But if you stand there and he just runs away, and you're just looking at him, you got a load of shit in your pants. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Hi, Cliff. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Foster changed there.
You guys didn't even know that the better Foster's up here? Really?
I noticed it. I wanted you to have your own time.
No, I'm
to the
better.
bathroom for 2 minutes. Get out of my chair.
You're on my foot.
Yeah, Swifty, you're right. Detroit did play well. I'm not taking that away from them, but they got handed a lot of opportunities that wouldn't have been there if these guys were playing at 100%.
I said they played a good game. They played a very disciplined game. They did what they were supposed to do, but it's still not convincing. It's a good game, solid play, but the over-under, I think Cliff just dropped it. The over-under was 52. So both teams kind of underplayed. The healthier team only scored 21 points, and they have a great offense, as we seen last year. It's not like the Chiefs were playing awesome defense and shutting them down to only score 21 points. Like, they played a smart, disciplined game, slowed KC down, and then they took advantage of a lot of drops and a lot of bad play. Like, to be honest, like, it's a good win. It's just not convincing. It's not something to be like, oh, they won 35-14 or 35-21, and you've seen like a top-notch offense flow and a high-flying offense go crazy, and a defense that absolutely mutilated them. They still allowed 20 points to a team that couldn't run the ball.
And is it they couldn't run the ball, or they forced them not to run the ball too, though? So you got to look at it both ways. And I think part of it, I understand where Robbie's coming from, but I mean, yeah, it's not like, oh, they like thoroughly dominated them. No, they didn't do that. But you go into a hostile place, being Arrowhead, and on championship night where they get in the rings, and he was able to win, overcome these obstacles and still win. I think that's a pretty good win. I mean, I don't think I would say a convincing win, but I kind of see where he does say convincing enough to where they beat some odds. So I'm on the fence on both of you guys' point, actually.
Yeah, it's just, to me, convincing is like I'm convinced that they're better than that team. No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not convinced
a convincing win. You basically squeaked your way out of there because they were winning going into the fourth quarter. They got the ball with 7 minutes left, messed up, kept dropping the ball. They got the ball again with 3 minutes or so left, and didn't do what KC normally does and march down the field. That's 2 times in the fourth quarter that you were blessed. It's not like you played great defense. On 3 of those, two out of 3 of those drops, they were wide open with space in front of them. Detroit did not stop them. They stopped themselves on those drives. So it was a good win, very disciplined. They did their part on offense, and they did enough on defense to really make it an even playing field. So I think even Swift just made a comment. He said, bottom line is Detroit played pretty well, which they did. KC lost the game as much as Detroit won it, though. That's the best way to put it.
True.
Absolutely, man. They could have won that game. That was a winnable game all the way for Kansas City.
Absolutely. What you got, Walt? We got you in the chat. I mean, got you on the screen here. Give us something. Give us something good.
No, I was just reading through the comments. I was like, yeah, no. Well, I mean, the Swifty's comment here. Hold on, I'm clicking on YouTube, not the actual stream.
You talking about the 7 out of 8 drops?
No. The comment, no one's going to think the Lions are in the Chiefs. There's going to be plenty of delusional Lions fans that think they're better than the Chiefs after this win.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well said, Swift.
Absolutely.
I like, and just to give Robbie some props, I know I'm going back and forth with him, but he said Tony is horrible. I'm starting to agree with you. That was horrible. You're very talented.
You see why the Giants got rid of him?
Oh, yeah. You can
absolutely.
start seeing it now.
Yeah, you see why the Giants get rid of him?
We could have used him on the Bears last year. We might have lost one. Oh, it didn't matter.
Even Patrick Mahomes looked kind of off moving around, too. He just didn't look like himself.
He didn't have a safety blanket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Walt, he didn't have a safety blanket.
No.
Hey.
Even still, you got to do it with, without. You got to adapt.
True.
Cliff said,
because Travis Kelce's not going to be there all the time.
Right.
Cliff said, Shorty is pouring ice water over his head now, stupid gummy.
Hey, Shorty has been gone for a while there.
He had to take care of the dog with the eye drops.
Okay.
That's a daunting little task he's got to go through to do that.
I apologize. My dog scratched her eye, and it turned into an ulcer. And it's been going on a month now. We had to come down to Florida to get a specialist that we could see sooner than in Georgia, and it's been a whole ordeal. So to give her eye drops, it's like now she has a contact in her eye. They had to scrape a layer off. She saw the specialist yesterday. They had to scrape a layer off of her eye. They put a contact. We have to give her all these eye drops. She's a lab, so you have to like a lab pit bull mix-ish kind of a dog, mostly lab, but she's a 55-pound dog. So I have to like hold her down and try to like peel open the one eye, the eyeball that has a contact in it, and not like So it's a big deal. So I apologize for popping up for a second.
Big dog, and the dog's older
needed.
than PJ. Like 80s. I said, it's a big dog, and the dog's like older than you, PJ. It's like in its 80s.
She's going
Damn,
on.
PJ, Santa Claus just went off on you.
No, it's Satan Claus.
More like Papa Smurf.
Papa Smurf. Oh, forgot. Yeah, it's been a while since we brought up Papa Smurf.
In dog years, she'll be about 70 in October. Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's all right.
Not even close to Fall Street yet.
Not even close.
Dude, I saw your high school picture, dude.
Just
it was hieroglyphics, man. It was hieroglyphics on a cave in Egypt for PJ.
Hey, Foster was rolling dice with Jesus back in the day. Fuck 7.
Boxcars. Crap out.
So, guys, Cliff Victoria had an extra ticket to the Bears Buccaneers game on the 17th. So I'm going with Cliff to the game.
Yeah, that's
great for you guys. Well, where are seats at?
We never put up the
PJ
shit
coming at your pocketbook.
No, I'm just
doing your pocketbook, Cliff.
I'm a 50-yard guy. That's why I'm trying to figure out where the seats at.
Oh, I thought you were saying you got the cheap seats. That's why you was able to give them away.
No.
It's like the 100 section. I think.
I say what yard line? That's what I'm talking.
Oh, well, yeah. What section y'all gonna be at?
Yeah, like it's 50-yard line, 20-yard line. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, PJ don't mess around. He's got to have a certain spot, or he won't even go near the game.
I get it. It takes away, man. When you like in the end zone or down that way, you can't see on the other end of the field. That jive. I'm sorry.
Hey, I got tickets for Chris and I for the Raiders game, man, and we're sitting at it's the upper deck.
Right.
But we're sitting right at the 48-yard line, so we can still see the field, man.
See, that's where I'm at. See, yeah. I'll take that seat all day.
Yeah,
I'll take that seat all day.
But you want it like 5 rows out the way you are, Pete. You got to be that close that you can.
I ain't got pockets like PJ.
Dude. I'm joking.
He's saying near the end zone, 100 section near the end zone. I mean, that's okay with me.
As long as you're up enough, though, you got to be up enough. When you're in the end zone, you got to be up enough where you can actually see on the other end
across the field.
Yeah, because when
my pocketbooks aren't like PJ's pocketbooks, so you will catch me under the scoreboard in section 400, helping to flip numbers and change bulbs and shit. That's the seats I do. You'll catch me up there like, oh shit, a light went out.
As long as it is like where the sun is not. So in the shade section would be nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because
I'm worried about that game because of the heat.
I'm gonna die, Cliff. I'm bringing a cooling towel. I'm gonna just fill it with ice and put it around my neck the whole damn game.
Hey. Bearsky asked. He said, "I know it's late. I can join if you guys have a little more time." And then he said he's been to like 30 games
in the 430 section.
Instead of section 430. So he's up there with me. He's sitting up there with me changing bulbs.
Hey, Bill, I'm sitting on a lazy boy in front of a 55-inch. That's where my pocketbook's at.
I'm with you. My family is trying to put together this tailgate and ticket party. I'm like, it's gonna have to be one or the other. Because it's like $60 a piece to get this like tailgate truck to come out and set up all this stuff. And then you got to pay your entryway. Like, I bring my laptop, my tablet, or something to the tailgate. Can we do that? Either that or y'all can come to my house and give me the money.
Bill's out there by the truck eating food, drinking a beer, laptop, cell phone. Everybody's in the game.
I'll be happy as a goat on the side of a mountain. I'll be happy as a goat on the side of a mountain. Hey, Swift got a good poll. If y'all in the chat, look at this right there. Would you guys rather have Bayless Jones or Kadarius Toney? Put it in the chat. Kadarius Toney or Bayless Jones. After watching that, let's not talk about potential. If you're gonna talk about Bayless Jones muffing punts and dropping passes after you watch that game, and I think one of you guys pointed out that's why he was traded from the Giants and they gave up on him.
PJ said
Who would you rather have right now? I think Bayless is a little older, but Toney after this game he might not have very many more chances.
Yeah, I'm a Velas fan, so I don't even the hell with that question. Sorry, Swift, but I'm not gonna. You know my answer already. If you remember any of our conversations.
Well, we got Bayless for Foster, so
right.
Bayless for me.
Everybody it was Velas even before the game, so
yeah, it was. I would have never even thought of that. Would have never even thought that question because
Well, I'm
I
not
think
gonna
he's
lie.
trying to prove a point. I think
He is.
It might be something in the chat that he's talking to somebody else, but I like
He
it.
is.
I'm just thinking that, well, Tony showed up at times in the playoff last year, so pro- receiver production wise, I think he has been better than what Bayless has been. But he's also younger than Bayless. But I think Bayless does catch with his hands though, whereas Tony does not.
Tony's also a first round pick, don't forget. So you're expecting a lot more than what you're going to get out of
True.
Bayless.
Oh yeah. Now,
Yeah,
now that being said, I would absolutely take Bayless in the third round as opposed to Tony in the first round.
There you go.
That's where I'm at.
That's
Like
it.
you see all these first rounders getting passed around like blunts. Like I said, you got value if you waited to the third round and just got a guy just to, especially. I think Dallas. I forgot their third rounder from last year, but he ain't popped off, and he's supposed to be able to return kicks or punts or whatever, whatnot. Like I think it's Turpin or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but like you got him in a round where you wanted to get a guy that Justin Fields pointed out. So Poles was basically showing his quarterback building that bond and relationship, sitting in the draft room saying, okay, I got you. I'll get this guy for you just to make you comfortable and show you that, I'm listening.
So to be clear, are you saying that Fields actually wanted Jones?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow,
They
okay.
said that Swift can attest to this. He's still in the chat. But he basically Poles called him in pre-draft 2022, and they were going over different receivers that they would like to get, and the thought of the range that they could get those guys in, and Bayless was one of those guys that Fields was definitely pushing for.
Well, that changed my whole opinion then, because if Fields actually wanted him, done deal.
Here, I'm gonna piggyback on that because I know the story too. I watched the interview. I know what you and Swift were talking about. And what it came down to is they were looking at about 5 wide receivers, and they went over all 5 of them together. And then they were down to like 3 receivers, and he left it up to Fields as long as it was one of those 3 guys.
Right.
So I don't know if I 100% on it was the guy that Fields wanted, but out of the options and everything he looked at, he's like, this is the guy I know I'm going to be most comfortable with. I like the way he handles himself, so on. So I don't,
done deal.
I'm just saying, we always try and get the right entire story because it's easy to mix a word or two can change the narrative. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not
That's my
saying
take
that
on
it
it from
was
watching everything and seeing what I read and heard, and that's counting seeing Swift these things because I saw a bunch of other things, and I was kind of high on the guy, but I didn't even have. I had him as a 4th round pick, man, not a 3rd. Seriously.
I mean, where we were drafting that and the weight that we would have had, that you have to reach sometimes. There's a lot. I mean, if you want to look at it, the 49ers drafted a kicker in the 3rd round this year.
Yeah.
Who missed a field goal in his first preseason game.
Yeah.
So if we want to talk about 3rd rounders, let's talk about everybody else's 3rd rounders.
Right.
And stop putting so much heat on Poles about a guy that we don't have to depend on anymore. And that's where he likely would have been any other year he was drafted. In the 3rd round, he wouldn't have been depended on to be a wide receiver 1 or 2. Like, that's what fans get twisted, that just because we didn't have talent last year, that Bayless was supposed to come in and be the guy. No. He's building through the draft. So piece by piece, brick by brick, like Greg Braggs talks about.
Right.
Brick by brick. And so he's a part of the foundation. He's a part of the building.
Well,
process.
I think, like I said earlier, Bayless being more of a 4th or 5th receiver, he'll do fine in that role. I don't think him or Tony are 1st or 2nd receivers that you should go to. So yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that role. But I'm very impressed with the fact that if Fields identified him as, this is a guy I want, you know what, that says something to me that, okay, let me see them develop that relationship, that chemistry, and let's see what they can do together.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
you got, Walt?
I was gonna say you can't get hung up on the two muff punts he had
Right.
last year. It's water under the bridge at this point, and it's only one aspect of the game. You know, if you look next to his name, it says WR for wide receiver, not just punt returner.
Right.
So, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna throw him in the trash can just because last year he muffed a couple punts. Big deal. It's over. It's done with its history. You know, this year is this year, last year is last year, and it's not gonna matter come Sunday.
Yeah. It's hard to believe. The season finally
out
here.
I love Swift because when he comes into people's chats, he really drops facts. Like there are so many statistical things that he's dropping in here, and that's why I'm looking down. I'm just looking. I'm going back up. Like every scroll, you see him dropping a new fact after fact. I love it. Man, that's my dog. Like ever since I got on Twitter in 2023 early, Swift was one of the first guys that were like, "Man, you should talk more. You should do this. You should do that." Like Swift,
You took that advice to heart, didn't you?
Huh?
You took that advice to heart, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
You should talk
yeah.
more.
He's very motivational. Like he'll stupid.
Sorry.
But no, you good. That's what we here for. I've been getting you all day. That's what we
dude.
need.
That's why you are. That's why you are here, man.
Yeah, man. But man, Swift, I gotta thank Swift for always being there to push me and to say, man, bro, stop doubting yourself. Stop being so nervous. Stop being so anxious before we get on camera. Like whenever I go on his show, I'm asking him 1,000 questions just to make sure I do everything right on his show because his show is so dynamic and so well put together. I never want to like come on there sounding like an idiot, just like I told y'all beforehand. Hey, tell me what y'all need from me, and I'll give it to you. And like, man, that's my guy. Like, $100,000. That's the dude. That's why I went off on talk to your neighbor's lineup, whatever they are.
Talk to your neighbor's lineup.
Like, because you're not gonna come at my dog for his Chicago accent. You're not gonna come at him for his work ethic and talk about his breakdowns. And I know, like, I've talked to Swift at 6 a.m, 3 in the afternoon, and 2 a.m, where he just got off of doing a video. Like Swift is nonstop. He'll go to work, come home, eat dinner with his girl, get on, do a video, do a live stream, see a Pose. You know how Ryan Pose is. At midnight, he'll trade for somebody, sign somebody.
Yep.
Swift to jump on, he'll get a notification. He must got that shit on extra loud with the ESPN background. And he wake up and put the cape on, and he's in there, video done in 5 minutes. Man, you can't say shit about Swift. I be having people come in my chat. On my Twitter, and I'll tag Swift in something, or I'll say a stat that he mentioned, or I'll post a video, and they'll be like, I don't fuck with Buddy because he gets an attitude or he's arrogant. I don't give a fuck. I'll be arrogant too if I'm pushing all them damn views out. If I got millions of views and hundreds of thousands and all that shit like that, he's not arrogant. He's very factual and blunt. Me and him have butt heads early in the game. I always joke with him that I was in his DM. We was going back and forth about something about a roster player that didn't even matter when I first got on Twitter. And we end up coming out of there laughing, DM dapping it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, bro, I can't believe we just wasted an hour talking about, and it was all on me, basically, because of my dumbass misunderstanding. So Swift if you come at him, you catching heat, you catching fire, but you would have to come at him sideways for that to happen. And
Agreed.
I like this fire. I like that he backs his product and he backs what he's saying because he puts extreme work into his product.
He does.
So
he does.
I'm not gonna let nobody try to crush his product. TTNL, man.
And he helps out this channel a
Stop
lot.
mentioning them, man. We don't need to give them any more props.
Yeah, it's funny too. Then I'll get
That's
off
why I ain't
TTNL
said
for a
their whole
second.
name. I just
No, you're good.
No, with the TTNL guy, Dr. Draft, whatever the hell he calls himself, the man's talking about Swift being, ghetto, living in a trailer. The guy lives in Southington, Connecticut. That is white trash, ghetto central.
Tell it like it is, Walt. Tell it like it is, brother.
Yeah, and I know. I've been there. I live right down the road.
So Walt was once white trash, or you were close to white trash?
No, I lived with a bunch of Goombas and Staven.
Well,
serious
even that
question.
stuff didn't bother me as much until they brought up his mother. What the hell does his mom have to do with any of this shit?
That's the part I had a problem
That's
with.
what burned me.
That's what I really had a problem with.
There's idiots everywhere saying shit. If I showed you some of the footage I got in the last 2 days of a person saying shit about me, you'd flip what they were saying.
Yeah,
And none of it's true. It's just, it has nothing to do with anything. It's just a way, because either I'm jealous or I have a deficiency or I'm resentful and fearful that the guy's going to take something from me. That's all it is. You get into that and you get into that psyche, then you got a problem. What did you say?
I was going to say, Foster. Psychologically, it's easier to be negative than it takes more brain power to actually find the positive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you got guys like those two clowns. And I mean, I'm not going to say about the other guys. And, they're just following the lead.
Mm-hmm.
But,
speaking of Swift,
you know what? Swifty put it best about that whole thing. Shut up. Swifty's trying to come on right now. Shut up. Put out some good.
Can you guys quit talking about me and let's talk about some Bears football?
I'm talking.
I'm pretty sure PJ has at least one 17-point part question to ask.
at least is making a 27-part question.
Yeah, he's going big time now, brother.
I think Bearsky wanted to come on too. He said he had some time.
Yeah.
What's Bearsky doing?
He said he wanted to jump on.
Look, I can't have the cam on right now because
he's masturbating.
Oh, well.
No, look.
Beat me to it.
Hold on.
To the pancakes.
I got a robe on.
He really did just get out of bed.
No, I'm not in bed. I'm just chilling here, bro.
I
got it cold in here.
That's my dog.
He's got it down to 68 degrees. He's smoking a blunt.
Bro,
he's chilling out and relaxing. He's not sharing it with nobody. He said it.
I'm not. I said that. Yeah, I'm not.
He got the Jaguar cologne on.
He's got the Jaguar cologne on, Bill, and he's all alone. He's all alone. He's trying to seduce himself.
Oh my god, bro! I'm pissed off that the Chiefs couldn't win that game. They lost it. It was stupid.
It fucking blows, but it's over. Move on.
Hey, that's what happens when you have a certain player making your play calls there.
Hey, I put that poll up on
Twitter.
Twitter. I think Velus Jones got like 90% of the votes right now. 86.2. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
That's too low.
All it took is for people to watch games and watch these guys that they are so adamant about getting. Like just like we watch Velus and are able to see him week to week make those mistakes or whatever, and people call him out on him. Watch other players. Don't just say, "Oh well, I'd rather have this guy." Watch other players in their games. They constantly fuck up. And that's why they are wide receiver 6, 5, or getting traded and passed around. Like, man, people just it's always greener on the other side. So watch these players. They not out producing Velus.
Agreed.
Oh look, Bearsky. Wait, didn't you have hair last time I saw you?
Barely.
Oh, okay.
I got a wedding and I'm going to tomorrow, so I gotta clean up.
No, I like it, bro. Yeah,
oh
like,
snap!
He's got the fresh shave on that. He's got the Nagy head going.
Man,
right,
I told you guys, white, bald, head coach, ski at quarterback. 2018 was really a hopeful year for me.
Don't wear a visor, bro.
Yeah, no visors, please. No,
I would have. If the success would have continued, I would have been all in.
Are you going to the wedding in wedding crasher mode, or are you bringing a date?
Oh no, I got a wife.
Okay, you got a wife with a girlfriend on the side.
But he's still bringing a date. No, just kidding.
Right,
you got a girlfriend with a wife on the side?
No.
I'm just playing with you.
I'm good. I don't mess around with that.
Bill gonna get himself in trouble. His girl's gonna hear him. What you talking about in there? He's like, it's these guys, man. It's just these guys. I swear, I ain't saying.
It's guy talk, baby.
His voice will get real high, real quick.
It's guy talk, baby.
Guys, I would love to share. Let me see if I could share an image. I don't think I can through my phone. Okay. Yeah, I saw something pop up on Twitter. It was literally the ball in Tony's hands. And the caption was, "This was 7 of the Lions' points in the 2 slots I won." I mean, God.
Swift just typed that in the chat too.
Yeah. Tony literally could have like dropped a beach ball with stick 'em on his gloves.
4 drops, man.
So, like, I was saying, do you think that's what Patrick Mahomes would have looked like on the Bears?
Last year? Probably.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
I say worse because our offensive
yeah, we
line-
wouldn't add the offensive line either. He would have been running even more.
Yeah.
He would have been sacked. Yeah, I think he would have been sacked in a lot of those situations where Fields escaped a lot.
He threw some dimes though, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. They let him down for sure today.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, though, you need the team. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team game. One guy can lose it for you. You know, my buddy texted me. He's like, I can't believe that people are picking the Lions over the Chiefs just because of Travis Kelce being out. And I literally just screenshotted that and sent it to him at the end of the game because, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, they don't have they lost more than just Travis Kelce. I mean, they lost Juju Smith-Schuster. They also who's the other guy? McCole Hardman, who's been a decent weapon. They haven't been the main guys, but when Kelsey's not there, he at least was reliable with them. Whereas now, without Kelce there tonight, there was no one that he had to rely on. Like Tony was a guy who was a gadget option last year in the playoffs. They used him like we use Velus Jones. He wasn't a number 1 target. Like, and then Rashee Rice, rookie, Marquise Valdez-Scantling was there last year, but he's never been more than a 3 or 4 at best.
Do you foresee them trying to make a trade this year at some point for a wide receiver?
If Kelce comes back, it opens things up because Kelsey's a number 1 target no matter what. So he dictates coverages. It changes things and opens things up for those other guys.
Look at that! What that team was able to do with like draft value, though. I mean, they drafted Tyreek Hill in the 5th round, used him to the point where they were able to win a Super Bowl with him, build up their young quarterback's confidence to the point where he's a superstar. Then they let him go and get 2 first-round picks for a guy they picked up in the 5th round.
Yep.
Like they can take a wide receiver in the 1st round because they've gotten that draft value compensation back, and I mean that team's so well ran. You know, they're running on with very little though right now. I think Mahomes deserves a little bit more help.
Yeah. I would like to see them with like a Mike Evans to kind of help him continue his 1,000-yard dominance over the last decade. Talking about Mike Evans with the Bucs.
They don't need no Mike Evans. Calm down, bro.
I'm not saying that they do. I'm saying that I would like to see that.
For fantasy, it'd be good, but
Do you think Evans can fit in at a rotation over there in KC?
Evans could fit anywhere, man.
Yeah,
Evans would be that rotation.
He would just be the number 1. Yeah, I mean.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I guess. Do you think him and Kelce can coexist?
Oh yeah, I mean he coexisted with Godwin and Gronkowski and Antonio Brown. I mean,
yeah,
Brady had tons of weapons and Mike Evans was still. There were times when he wasn't even the number 1 target because Brady was favoring Gronk or Antonio Brown or Godwin, but Evans would still put up the numbers over 1,000 yards, 8 to 10 touchdowns.
KC for trading for him. I can see it. I can actually see it.
I feel like Andy Reid can. I feel like Andy Reid can overcome anything. So I understand where Swift is going. Like they don't necessarily need them. I think eventually they'll get the ball rolling. Like you said, once Kelce gets there, I just feel like a Hopkins or a Evans or something like that would have been nice with them, where he can have somebody that's dependable, that's outside of Kelce, obviously, who's extra dependable.
But that's a blueprint though for other teams. Now they like, okay, take away Kelce, and this is what you got.
They ain't been able to do it for years.
I was gonna say that's an obvious strategy. They just haven't been able to execute it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you don't have to worry about really doubling nobody else though.
Yeah,
it's better said than done. Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, but I agree on both sides. Like
I think
really-
tonight's. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Swift.
No, you go, bro.
I'm just saying, just having another dependable guy where, especially a dominant, 50-50 ball that can also get you that third down over the middle, take the hit, stand up, dust his jersey off. Veteran presence can really help on the outside, and that opens up Kelsey as well as Kelsey opens up, Evans, and then those other crossers, and maybe gets more opportunities, because I feel like Sky Moore has a way higher ceiling, obviously, than Tony, but
Agreed.
that'll help them a little bit more where they are not feeling dependable. I think they probably had the the Raptor arms today because of the fact that they're being depended on with such little inexperience. Yeah, they did great, and they did great with the lights on last year in the playoffs, but maybe that was just a run, one of those wow, we did it runs, and now you see the wake up call, like, lights come on week 1. What are you going to do in the regular season? And their true self is kind of showing. They still need to build on that experience, and like you said, PJ, start learning to catch with those hands and do veteran receiver type of things.
I want to go to the chat real quick here.
Yeah.
Skylark 99's comment.
I was
Says he's
looking
worried
too.
about the Bears' old line pass protection. Can you explain what you're worried about?
Yeah, I think it's just good that fans got to see Patrick Mahomes without Travis Kelce or Tyreek Hill, because that's the first time we've ever got to see that him play. He's human. That's what happens to NFL quarterbacks when they don't have weapons. Every quarterback that's ever been great, every Joe Montana needs his Jerry Rice. You have to have weapons to produce, and he threw 40 passes tonight, and he put up 220 yards. Now, people want to talk about Fields not putting up yardage numbers, but if you look at his 2 games when he put up over 200 yards last year, he did it in 20, 21, and 25 passing attempts. So he put up the same amount of yardage as Mahomes did tonight with half the passing attempts. That's what happens when you don't have weapons. And Fields was able to make plays with just Darnell Mooney last year. So it shows you what he's capable of. And that's why we all hope we get to see him play 17 games with DJ Moore this year.
Yeah, he was 20 for 25 for 254, I believe, against the Packers, who we play coming up now, and he's got way more weapons. So, man, I'm excited about that. I'm excited to see what he can do with Moore, Claypool, Mooney, all healthy. I feel a 300-yard game or close coming. And if it don't happen, it don't happen. But I feel like it's going to be way more efficient this year.
But you don't see people blaming Mahomes for that loss, though. And it's the same. It's the same thing that Bears fans do. It's you talk about what you actually see on the field, which was Mahomes lost this game because of his weapons. They didn't help him out. But when anytime Bears fans say that, we're making excuses. It's no, we're telling you what happened on the field and what actually happened out there. And that's what happened. Mahomes played that pick 6 landed in Tony's hands. Like, you can't throw a better pass than that. And that goes in the stat as a pick 6. Like, so all the stat boys out there, like, oh, no. It's like, no, man, that was a perfect pass. He hit Tony in the hands. It's not Mahomes' fault. Like, it shouldn't even be an interception, but that's what it goes down in as the record books. Because if you don't have the reliable guys out there, the Travis Kelce's and the Tyreek Hills and Juju Smith-Schusters, then these are the kind of things that happen. And it's good that Bears fans got to see that, because
well,
days.
It's just like with Rodgers and any of these other larger quarterbacks. There's 2 sets of rules, man. They discriminate. You got Fields, so when he does it, it's all Fields. But when Mahomes or if Rodgers does it, they have not quite the game. It's a different narrative. It wasn't their fault. It's never their fault. And I know this sounds like I'm going off in the wrong direction, because that was definitely, there was a pick 6 off of that, right? With Kadarius Toney. So that cost them the game,
It did, man. And but then what Skylark's
saying
here.
Narratives, man. There's looking at it 2 ways. It's kind of like a discrimination thing. Well, there's 2 sets of rules here now because I said so. The one set of rules is for the Bears, and the other set of rules is for Mahomes and Rodgers and maybe Burrows. I'm just throwing names out there so you get the idea of what I'm talking about.
They always get that they've been there and done that. They've won. They've done this, that, and the third. But the point that you and Swift are making, and I try to make a lot, is like, what if they didn't have? And I think somebody said it earlier. Would Patrick Mahomes look just like today if he had what Fields had last year?
Yeah,
absolutely. He's not. Yeah,
I don't think he'd look as good if he was on the Bears last year. I don't think he would have done as good. Go ahead, Bearsky, Paul.
No. I was just saying, yeah, I'm the one that definitely, I started off with bringing that up. Guys, what I think to me is the most important thing here is a stat that's kind of unmeasurable. And I talk about unmeasurable stats sometimes because, like, leadership in the locker room, you can't measure that. But, like, compare Tim Tebow to Jay Cutler. Guys played hard for Tim Tebow, even though he was a worse quarterback, just because he had that leadership in the locker room. You cannot put a number on that. The most important thing I think I see from quarterbacks, the best quarterback I've seen in my lifetime, success-wise, is clearly Tom Brady. Now, I think the most skilled quarterback, if you just look at the position alone that I've seen in my lifetime, has been Aaron Rodgers and or Peyton Manning. I have them at like 1 and 2. But look, Aaron Rodgers is one Super Bowl loss away from being Dan Marino, right? So I think the quality that really truly matters in a quarterback is, are they capable of putting the entire team on their shoulders and doing it all themselves? Like, you see that in Patrick Mahomes. No Kelsey, no Tyreek Hill, and he still almost gets the job done. But at the end of the day, you do need some help if you're going to sit there and succeed. So, like, last year, who was making big plays other than Fields?
Nobody.
Right? No one. Exactly. But I did see this kid try and put this team on his shoulders and carry them. And I think that's huge. Really huge. Like, I think if people wanted more passing yards from Fields last year, we would have kind of seen what we saw from Patrick Mahomes today. Sure, he could have pegged the guys in the hands, but is it going to be a completion or a pick six? That depends on the wide receiver. And obviously the team is depleted of any talent. Like, you brought up Velus Jones. Velus Jones is a depth guy, and he's a good depth guy. And we needed to draft a guy like that. Why? Because you can't have St. Brown and Pettis be your number 2 and number 3.
Yep.
Like, whether it works out or doesn't, like, it still adds depth to that room. You need these guys there to have options to sit there and just make situations available where it's just not all on field. And if you get him some help, the last game I went to was Washington. And as sloppy as that game was, as many red zone appearances they had, and some of it was on Fields. He's got a low release. He pegged the guy in the helmet. It got intercepted. There was a throw to a backup tight end that was a little overthrown. However, this kid's in his second year. He can't necessarily, sure, maybe a guy could sit there and kind of, change the pass on a run, but I believe that ball was in the right spot and that tight end wasn't in the right spot. So, like, you can only ask so much from a guy at the quarterback position. But at the end of the day, in the clutch moment of that game, just like in the clutch moment of the game the week before against the Vikings, when it came down to it, Fields came through. He not only sat there and rushed the ball himself all the way to the red zone, but then he sat there and put the ball on the money for Mooney, who bobbled it. So that's why I'm behind Fields. See what I need to see from this kid, and that's his capability of being able to put the Bears on his shoulders and lead the way. Guys, we get him some help, it could turn into a very magical season pretty quickly.
You know what, Versky, I can't agree with one part. No one man in football can put an entire team on his shoulders and carry them. There's just too many variables involved.
Right.
Like, Justin Fields can't play defense, first off. So you have a complete subsect of the game he can't even affect right out of the gate. He can throw the ball, but he still needs to have that receiver catch it. So, I mean, he can put it in the right spot on the money. He could throw it on a dime. But if that receiver bobbles the ball, underruns his route, it doesn't matter what Fields does.
I think Tom Brady understood that more than any other quarterback. That's why Brady never took max money, because he wanted to win Super Bowls, and they won them by 3 points because they're able to afford best kickers and things like that. However, we pay these quarterbacks expecting them to be able to do that, and it's almost like a broken system, because you're right. No one player can do it all. You need
I think he
Yeah,
died.
Now,
it
yeah,
got
he's gone.
pretty bad.
I
All
thought
right,
it was
Foster,
me.
what were you saying?
Bearsky got Foster's Wi-Fi.
Comcast, man.
Yeah,
Nope.
did I not go
We don't
Comcast?
got you, bro.
Yeah, I was saying, I think that's what Tom Brady understood the most. That's why they never took the most money, because he needed a team around him. They won Super Bowls by 3 points because they were able to afford kickers because they're not paying a quarterback the max money. This system's kind of broken in the fact that when these guys do demand money, you're expecting them to be able to carry the team. Russell Wilson's a great example. He won Super Bowls when he had the team around him. Once he got paid and it all went on his shoulders,
That goes right into your point, PJ, all the time, man.
Yes,
It does.
I agree. I think. But before we get too far, Skylark.
Skylark 99.
Yeah, Skylark at 99.
Yeah, I was going.
Yeah, he responded back to your
Yeah.
inquiry there.
Yeah, Whitehair is not. I mean, Whitehair has a something on his pinky, but it's just to prevent long-term injury.
Once.
He's fine. Patrick has been back at practice for like 2 weeks now. Kramer and Jenkins are on the IR. Larry Borum was our best second string player entire preseason, and equally even graded out as our highest player on the entire roster by PFF. And you can shit on PFF all you want, but you can watch unless you watch the tape and can tell me where Borum wasn't playing well. He balled out this preseason, and I like what I've seen from Borum.
I agree with that.
I just thought I kind of kept the same mentality I had for him at the end of the season. And then when we went to Indy and started looking at him, and then I'm watching film, and then the preseason games, I'm like, this is not the same guy that I saw last year on the field. He's not.
Yeah, Borum looked great.
Would anybody agree to that?
No, Borum looked great. I mean, you could tell the time he spent with Chris Morgan, SEMO, our offensive line coach, it's paid off.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Him and what's the other guy's name?
Carter.
Yes, they both look good. So I feel very confident with our reserves in those two guys. I mean, the other ones, but those two, yes.
They're critical.
Like we said earlier about offensive linemen, when you don't hear their name called, they're doing a good job. That's how I feel. I feel like, I feel like since people didn't hear Borum's name being shouted out or whatnot, they kind of sleep on him. But I think we have great depth, good to great depth right now, and they're more experienced. A lot of the guys are in year 2 of the system. Borum is a great swing tackle option, and could step in if needed. Knock on wood, God forbid. But I like where we're at.
Right.
Put it this way, man. Something happens at either tackle position, he will be able to get us through a game today. Whereas last year, I didn't have that kind of confidence in the guy, man. He's just shown it. He's shown it.
I don't think he was used to playing
Go back and look at the preseason games. Go ahead, Swifty.
I don't think he was used to playing at the lighter weight last year. They had him drop. He was like 350 in college. He dropped down to like 330 something for Matt Nagy. I think he was like 333, 335. They wanted him at 315 last year. Everybody below 320. And so, I mean, that's a lot of weight to lose. So you're playing with a lot different body mass than what or weight than you had when you're used to. So I think it might have taken him some time to adjust, but he looked like a different player this preseason and in camp. Like, I'm happy with what I saw from Borum. I mean, I'm glad he's not a starter, that we have other players there, but he's a guy, if something happens and he has to come in a game, I wouldn't be too worried about him.
Yeah,
I got a question. I got a question for all of you. Did the Lions do anything tonight to actually make you afraid of them? Because I've been saying I still think they're a 500 team. Goff isn't anything special in my opinion. Sure, you could put up some numbers and statistics and whatnot, but just don't. I feel like the Rams got rid of him so they could win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
just
two
not really
players
afraid
that
of
scared me. Jahmyr Gibbs on offense. I mean, his home run speed. He's gonna be a problem. He's gonna break some long runs this year. and or long catches out of the backfield where he catches it over the middle and goes 70 yards. He's special. Jared Goff, though, he looked worse than he did last year. And other than Amon-Ra St. Brown, with Jameson Williams missing all preseason and now being out 6 games, they don't have a lot of weapons on that offense. On defense, you got to love Aiden Hutchinson. He's a killer. And then CD Gardner Johnson, that guy is – I don't like him being in the secondary. He's going to get those guys riled up. And Brian Branch, I didn't see – did he come back into the game after he got hurt? Did anybody see that?
I don't know.
I didn't see him come back.
If he's healthy all year, I mean, he could be a problem too. That it was a non-contact injury though there, so I was worried that might have been some kind of ACL injury or something, but I didn't see him come back. I'll have to check on updates for that. What'd you guys see?
No comment on injuries.
No, what'd you see from the Lions though?
Me personally, I spoke on it a little earlier. It wasn't convincing. I think a guy, Robbie, R-E-B-I, in the chat was saying it was a convincing win. And it was no disrespect to Robbie, but I believe they have good to great players. They'll continuously grow and become a force, but I'm not convinced off of this game. I believe they're very disciplined. Campbell got them very disciplined in playing Campbell football. But this game itself, it wasn't a scare. It didn't make me feel like they dominated the Chiefs in any element, offensive or defensively. I think they got the job done. But I think it was one of those any given Sunday a team can win type of win, not a convincing type of win.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. If I told you that the Lions were going to score 21 points tonight going into this game, would you have said, "Oh, that's a winner"?
No, not with a 52
over
under.
21 points. If the Lions are going to score 21 points tonight. You think they're going to win the game?
Or if you would have even said their offense would only score 2 touchdowns.
Well,
right.
Well, yeah, right.
And one of them, they have to go for a fourth down at their own 20-yard line to get that drive accomplished. So there was a lot of ifs and a lot of questionable decisions, a lot of Jared Goff not making good passes. The offensive line might have got some push, but you still saw a lot of 1 and 2 yard runs from David Montgomery.
Yep.
A lot of those short runs that Jamal Williams was picking up last year, Monty didn't get a few of those. Now, the touchdown run, he had a nice cut, and Sam Laporta, the tight end, had a good block. But other than the touchdown run, there wasn't a lot of that. And
Chris Jones wasn't there to plug that hole.
Yep.
So,
that's what I said earlier, and the guys was like, well, Monty is going to be – I'm like, Monty might wear down if he's got to keep – if his inefficiency is always shows going into the mid to latter half of the year. So, obviously, he's fresh. He's got a great line in front of him. So, he's going to look good, but I want to see what he does week 8 on.
But even with this offensive line, at the end of the day, he still averaged 3.5 yards per carry, because there's going to be times with this offensive line, he's going to have holes and he's going to get some good runs. But it's on those other plays where one guy meets him in the backfield and he breaks the tackle. You saw it 2 or 3 times tonight, but it takes him so long to break the tackle and he doesn't burst away after that, that the rest of the team is there by then and it's over.
Yeah. He well, I think it's, what is it? I'm not sure exactly what the stat is, but those expected yards from certain plays, he's not getting those type of yards that a Gibbs or even Herbert would get. Like you would, the plays that you see him be so inefficient on, you would think that he would get more yards, fall forward, et cetera, et cetera. Like he's a beast. Like if he's getting tackled. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He looks like he's running in quicksand next to Jahmyr Gibbs. So this team, at some point, they're gonna give Jahmyr Gibbs the ball a lot more.
Yep.
They're gonna have to. They're gonna be forced into it one way or the other. Why?
They're still gonna run they're gonna run both guys all year.
Yeah.
Monty's still gonna get the ball, but at some point they're gonna start giving Gibbs more touches than Monty gets.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what I was saying earlier.
But Jared Goff's still the worry. Well, just talk Jared Goff specifically. Like, did you guys see anything from him tonight? Where, to me, he didn't look better than he did last year.
Well, I mean, even last year, I thought that he did okay. I mean, again, a Super Bowl.
He's a game manager.
Yeah, I mean, he's not like he's no Patrick Mahomes, but he's not horrible. So all that the talk about him last year was, oh, he's horrible and this, that, and the third. And it's like, no, he's not that bad. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes or the kid for Cincinnati, but he's decent enough to get you through a game, especially when you got two good running backs. What I think they have is two good running backs and a great offensive line.
Yep, he's always going to be the guy that you can win with,
right?
But you're never going to win because of.
Agree.
And that hasn't changed still.
Put Goff on the Bears 2018 team because I've just never been a Trubisky fan.
Goff didn't win this game tonight. Like,
right. Agree.
Last year,
definition of a gatekeeper, pretty much.
Yeah. Last year, last year Jared Goff was Alex Smith plus.
Yeah.
So that's how I looked at it because he still was a 4K plus
what he is,
passer. So he was a bit more than a game manager last year, a bit. But this game shows you why the Rams moved on, because if it's all not working for them, if the play isn't drew up the way, if the yak isn't there, if the wide receivers aren't, making the plays for him, it's going to be just 5 to 7 yards here, 5 to 7 yards here. It's not going to be something where he takes over the game and marches you down the field and or throws deep bombs dynamically and things like that. Like, I'm not impressed, and I wasn't impressed with Jared Goff last year. I just thought it was one of those fluke seasons where a quarterback had a great year. There's a ton of them that happen every year where those quarterbacks throw 4K yards plus, and you don't leave the season impressed. You don't feel like they're MVP candidates. You just feel like they were on a good offense that was efficient. That's really all I see.
I think part of the I totally agree with everything you're saying. And I think kind of what it comes down to a little bit too is finances. Goff is demanding big money. I mean, the Lions were the number one most expensive offense last year. Now they did, I think, produce to be like the number 4th overall offense last year. So they kind of met their expectations of where the money's being spent. But if you're going to sit there and dish out money on a game manager, then you're going to wind up in exactly what you said, an Alex Smith situation. We're like, hey, this guy's not bad. He's not great, but we could win with him, but not because of him. But then you might take a guy like Colin Kaepernick who's got a spark or a flash, and you might be better off with that because it's on a rookie deal. You buy yourself some time. You don't have to spend all that money. You can invest in other places. Like I said, Russell Wilson, I keep going back to this because he's a great example. And I think what a lot of people forget is, I'm going to mess up this. It's either Charlie Whitehurst or it's Matt Flynn. I always get it wrong, but one of those two guys had a guaranteed, I believe, like $40 million deal from the Seahawks.
Matt Flynn got the deal. Yeah, Whitehurst was the backup.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. So Matt Flynn got a guaranteed deal, and in the offseason, they looked at their 3rd round pick, rookie quarterback, and they said, you know what? He's better. We're just going to eat the money and go with Russell Wilson because that spark at that position is huge. And if you're going to sit there and dictate max money, you better be able to win because of you, not just with you.
Well, I think, Goff is a Super Bowl winning quarterback if he had a healthy Todd Gurley.
It's possible.
Wait, did you say Goff's the Super Bowl winning quarterback? No.
He would have been a Super Bowl winning quarterback with a healthy Todd Gurley.
I don't know about that.
It's possible. It's possible that could have happened.
They would have. I think it's possible they would have won. But if you're putting the word Super Bowl quarterback, he would be just the person that
he would have been Trent Dilfer 2.0.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll give you that, but nevertheless, that's what I'm saying. He's not that bad.
Rick Grossman could have been a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
I don't see him
if
winning
they
that
won.
game, even if Gurley's healthy.
PJ was saying stuff. We all cut him off.
Sorry, I was just joking with him.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. I just think that with him, he's not as bad as Trent Dilfer, and he's not as bad as Rex Grossman. I mean, he's not. But with a dominant running game, he can get you a Super Bowl. That's the point I'm making. I think he's good enough to get you a Super Bowl with a dominant running game.
You got to have all the pieces. You'd have to have a great defense like they did too. I mean,
He's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl, maybe, but win one, I don't think so.
What's
you
your
have to
definition?
make special throws.
I
think Trent Dilfer's an outlier here. I mean, you need a great quarterback to win a Super Bowl. If you look back throughout Super Bowl history, almost every year, it's the same guys winning. It's always team with a great quarterback. Quarterbacks win a ton of Super Bowls. Give me these awful quarterbacks that won Super Bowls.
All the great defenses, though, Swifty.
Say what? Are you going back to like the 50s?
No, I'm going to go back to Russell Wilson. Man.
Russell Wilson's a great quarterback.
When he won the Super Bowl, he was not a great quarterback.
Yes, he was.
No.
Russ was great in college at Nebraska, dude.
He wasn't great. I mean, he was good.
The only reason he wasn't a first-round pick is because he wasn't 6 feet tall. No one ever questioned Russ's throwing skills or him as a quarterback. His question was he's not big enough to play quarterback in the NFL. That's just simply not true. Russ was always a stud.
And I think there was something that Swift said that was probably missed. I think I might have overspoke him, just like I'm doing now. I'm sorry. But he said those dynamic special throws is what got Russell Wilson that Super Bowl.
Russell can make every throw imaginable. Throws the golf can't dream of.
Yeah. That's where it's missing with golf. Like he can dink and dunk you. He can maybe make a decent deep throw if there's space with a Cooper Cup who's beating somebody by 3 to 4 yards. But what golf throw have you seen that was like, oh?
I didn't see in that Super Bowl run both years where Russ was actually being dominant. I mean, I thought he did. I thought it was more so the fact that he had beast mode on his team that got him there. Not so much so his performance, because once he became the guy after beast mode left, what did he do? He didn't get him even to a Super Bowl then. But while he had that dominant running back in beast mode, he got to a Super Bowl. And that's the point I'm making.
He's never won less than 9 games in a year with the Seahawks until his
He's a very
year.
good quarterback. I mean, I'm not denying that. I just don't think he's that elite quarterback. I never have thought that.
At that point in time,
I disagree.
If you take every skill that Russell Wilson had in those 2 years, those back-to-back Super Bowl runs with 1 win,
right?
Russell was still more dynamic all around than Jared Goff is. Jared Goff, with a bad offensive line, does nothing. Russell Wilson has pretty much through his whole career had a bad offensive line, like at least a bad to marginally good offensive line. Jared Goff has always had, at times, especially after his first couple of years, a good offensive line. That's why Gurley was able to. I mean, Gurley was massively skilled when he was healthy, but like that offensive line was a large reason why that run game was potent. But Russell Wilson's dynamics, his ability to play off script, his escapability, his scrambling, his throwing off the run. He's a left-hander that's like sub 6 feet, like Swift said, and was throwing rockets off the run.
I mean, he came in his rookie season as a 3rd-round pick and threw 26 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and over 3,000 yards. And ever since that, he's only put up better numbers every single season. So, I mean,
right with Doug Baldwin, and
he's always been a superstar. Yeah, he went to the Pro Bowl for 9 out of his first 10 years in the season, like in the league. Like, I don't know what Russ hasn't done. I mean, if you compare his stats to Goff, it's not even comparable. Like, he blows Goff away in every stat imaginable.
I got to jump in here, guys. What does this have to do with the Chicago Bears?
We don't know.
Thank you.
I
We
think
talk about Jared Goff.
it's the comparing
Oh,
comparing our rival
Yeah,
in
but
golf that we just
we're-
watched.
We're gonna move on from all of this because we've
I
been
can
here
tell
over 3 hours.
It's-
Hold on, Paul. We've been here
Even
over
still,
3
like-
hours, guys. And
It doesn't feel like it.
No, it's been a
and Dan had an
quick moving show.
emergency. So the next thing we're gonna do is PJ, man, let's do some stuff with the chat, man. Let's get some thank yous out like you always do because you are the man at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out. Much love, guys. I love you all.
Swifty, I appreciate you joining us, man. Thanks for coming in, man.
Much love,
Swifty, real
everybody.
quick.
Yep.
Nick Foles had that season that you're talking about, 25 touchdowns and a couple interceptions. He was also Super Bowl MVP. Is he a good quarterback? No.
But he had a special run. You're talking about something different. You're talking about a guy who went on a run. Are you saying that Jared Goff is going on special runs? Have you seen Goff go on a run like that?
Not at all. No.
So, I don't know what kind of point that
Goff
makes.
needs everything around him to be.
You're
able
talking
to
about
do
an
it.
outlier here. You're not talking about something
Let's
that's
talk about
realistic
Justin
and
Fields now.
happens consistently. 3 or 4 times has it happened throughout the NFL history? Yes. Is it something that you can expect Goff to do now? No. That's
Not at
my
all.
point. Goff is
I
a
agree
guy
with you.
who, if he does win a Super Bowl, he's going to be an outlier, and that's my only point. All right, love you guys. I'm
No,
out.
you're good, man. Thanks, Swifty. Thank
Let
you
me just-
always, dude.
let
We'll
me
see
point
you
out real-
around.
Let me point out real quick.
Do it.
Even though Swifty and I disagreed on that, there's a way to be respectful in disagreeing, and that's a point I wanted to emphasize. So I appreciate. I mean, as much as I love Swift, I
Don't
agree
put
with
Dan
almost
on
everything
us.
he says. The point I'm making is, even though I disagree with him, I still respect his opinion, and that's what I wish. We in the chat, when we get a little bit too rowdy, let's disagree reasonably to where we're not talking about each other, make it personal, so we can disagree or agree to disagree. But let's move on to the chat. I want to give some
You're right,
shout outs.
Paige.
I want to
You're
give
right.
some shout outs.
We do a good job of that where we don't argue about stuff. It's
Yes,
a
agreed.
disagreement. We're gentlemen. We can take care of that. Thanks.
Exactly.
Thank you for your comment. I appreciate that.
So Cliff Victoria, Paul Clark, Don Burr, AC Adam, Doug Van Dorn, Brian Gilmore, Skylark 99, Leo Factor. One thing we didn't do tonight, we didn't talk about food. You got any? What's your favorite dish there, Bill?
My favorite food?
Fish and spaghetti.
Hey, now you got me East Coast rapping in my head right now. Oh man, I would say from my wife's side, the way she cooks is gonna have to be steak, potatoes, and asparagus. The way she puts it down on the steak. But man, anything Creole, anything New Orleans, jambalaya, gumbo, stuff like that. I'm a Southern eating food. I'm a soul food fanatic.
So you actually do eat fish and spaghetti?
Oh yeah.
PJ, you suck, man. Now I got to go get something to eat.
Mark another one for me. All right.
We got to make sure we show Dan the clip on this, right?
Exactly.
There you go.
Paulski, what's your favorite dish?
Man,
Jello and fish.
why you got to do this?
Because, man.
Why you got to set me up like that, huh?
It's what we do. It's your favorite.
Because I just want to know if you're going to say fish and Jello.
So my favorite food. Let me get a better internet connection. My favorite food is definitely Italian beef, and I also love pizza. And then one day, my wife introduced me to Italian beef and giardiniera on pizza, which is just the combination of my two favorite foods. So yeah, I got to say, beef and giardiniera pizza is the shit.
See, it took him a while because he had to get
I
around.
thought
the world to
Polsky
get to
was
that
gonna
beef
say he
and
likes
giardiniera.
green bean casserole.
I love green bean casseroles, man.
I could zoom out, you could see how big I am.
Don't say that. I knew it. God damn it!
Man.
Don't bring that shit to the goddamn potluck, please.
Oh, I'm bringing it now, dude, because you're gonna taste it and then you're gonna go, "Wow, wait."
What you got? What you got, Foster? Favorite dish?
Dude, a pot roast, potatoes, the works, man.
Ooh, pot roast and potatoes.
Beefy pot
Definitely
roast.
a
You know,
Philly.
if it's cooked right, you don't even need a knife. Your fork can cut it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What you got, Walt?
Oh, let's see. Do pork shoulder steak, dry rub, then pan fried and finished off in the oven.
I'm starving now.
Maybe some pomfret potatoes, and some Brussels sprouts and shallots.
Oh man, that's a full course meal there.
Right.
Golly.
I will be
Ready to
going.
go.
I will be going to Walt's house for dinner one day.
Right.
trying
I'm
to
ready to
tell
go cook upstairs.
Okay, like time to leave the basement, huh?
Right.
No,
Man.
hey, PJ, I'm going to clear out some of the wall space, dude.
Okay, man. Cool. Man. Chad, what you got? What's your guys' name a favorite dish of yours? I see Mr. Mayhem saying meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Can't go wrong.
Old school.
We got Leo Factor saying,
Oh yeah.
Can't
That's
go
my
wrong.
that's
Don't be tired
definitely
of
my,
pizza
my
wings.
game. My game go to is wings. Like my
man.
wife does bomb wings for the game.
I'll be coming over to your house too on a Sunday, Bill.
Anytime. Y'all more than welcome. My wife loves cooking for some reason. Like I'm not doing that shit. I'm ordering every time.
That's
AC
how she
Adams.
knows she'll have some time away from you, dude. Be in the kitchen. I'm joking around. You know that.
Surf and Turf by AC Adams.
Ain't no wrong with surf and turf.
Nope.
Man, who was that
Red
earlier
meat.
that we didn't get to?
Seafood?
Oh, Cliff.
Oh yeah.
What Cliff said. Cliff said, I sent Shorty pics of picana steaks. What's that? Soy sauce? What is that?
Hey, he talking like a 5-star chef or a Michelin chef. He ain't got
He is our
He
residential
is. He
chef.
almost
Good
is.
Lord. Cliff.
Yeah.
Run
Yeah,
that.
him.
Bring
Cliff.
that.
Cliff started this whole thing with his damn meatloaf back in March, man. That's how we ended up starting talking food all the time because of him.
He gonna have to give me some lessons because if it's up to me, it's gonna be fish sticks and French fries, and they all gonna be microwaved.
I want to make sure your wife's home when I come over for dinner, dude.
Now don't be sleeping on Walt now. Walt know how to cook too.
I heard how he was describing. That's why I was like,
yeah.
damn, now I'm hungry. Now, I gotta catch my wife before she go to sleep.
You know what? I'm gonna go get some coconut shrimp now because of you freaking guys. I'm not kidding. It just
James
came into my
Ford
head. I'm
says-
going, man, I want some coconut shrimp.
James Ford says meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese.
That's a
always.
filler. That's a knock
That
you out
is-
meal right there. That'll
Man,
knock
you'll
right
be
on
sleep.
out.
You'll be asleep for about 10 hours after that one.
Got that itis.
Exactly.
Yep.
Mr. Mayhem, burritos and pizza.
You be on the toilet after that combo. You ain't sleeping with that combo.
There's
He
a
said
place
and
here.
pizza, like he just
Right.
double fist and pause the hand motion.
Bearski knows. Bill, you know Taco Burrito King? You ever hear of Taco Burrito King?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Enough
TBK,
said.
TBK,
Yep.
TBK after the club,
Yep.
knocking big
Yep.
shots, go to TBK.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Which one do you go to?
Oh my God, it's one on the north side, like
There's like 3 of them on Harlem between Belmont and Higgins.
yeah.
Okay, then
There's
you're in
that
my
one.
hood. Then
I don't know exactly the location, but
Yeah.
that one
probably Harlem and Belmont.
because it
No.
stays open a little later.
Yeah, the
really?
Harlem,
You
the
went
Harlem
to
and Belmont
Higgins?
one. The Harlem and Belmont one. The cashier there, man. I came to this country in 1994.
Mhm.
That cashier got hired there in 1996, and I remember asking him a couple years ago, like, "How long have you been working here?" He's like, 20 plus years. I was like, "Man, my entire memory of coming to this place has been with you at the register." And I think he passed like 2 or 3 years ago. And it was just so sad because everybody knows him as the TBK register guy.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. Dude.
Yeah,
I've been going
that's what I
I've been
mean.
going there. I've been going there since they had one location, and it was a little dump with 3 stools and 2 booths. I mean, I'm talking in the 80s, late 80s.
Guys, I could talk food all night, but I could also talk Bears all night. And I'm going to kind of transition this back into the Bears talk with food. You know, one of the things that I was super impressed with Justin Fields was hearing in a little interview with him when he was like, "Hey, My family wanted to try a vegan diet and this and that, and I tried it, and I lost a couple pounds on it. And he's like, I think I might, just keep doing it for the rest of my career. And it's like, dude, what a maniac! That is Tom Brady level stuff. I'm not going to eat a strawberry for 20 fucking years
He
because
changed
it's
that
got
since.
too much sugar.
I think he's recently switched to pescatarian though.
He has.
He changed. Yeah,
But
he
that
changed.
still takes a dog
That
mentality
mental,
to just
yeah,
Whatever it takes to win.
the willpower that man has.
I got one for you, Foster. You said you worked around Elmwood and stuff like that, so you should know this classic. First in Madison, Al's. There's a place, place called Al's. Serves American food, Chinese food.
Are they still? Is he still there?
They're still there.
I drive past it on my way home every single day, and I haven't tried it. And I keep looking at that
from Proviso East. We used to.
I'll go there.
You got to stop in there, dude. You got to stop in there, Paul. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's definitely absolutely
stop in there.
worth it. The prices stay about the same. They don't never inflate. I forgot my guy, the Chinese guy in there that used to work the register. He was since childhood. He was there since y'all talking about guys that's been there forever. I can't remember his name off my memory right now, but the guy, my dad would take me there. He would get a deep fried Polish. I would get a taco special, mild sauce on the fries. Like he was always making jokes with me. You want Coke? You want Coke? No Coke for kid. Water for you. Like man, that place Al's is classic Maywood, classic West. Like people talk about Chicago, but Maywood has some of the best old school food. We had Cappy's Kitchen on 5th for a long time. Maywood Express right off the tracks on 5th Avenue. Like there's a lot of places out there that's classic.
Maywood was big time neighborhood. A lot of gangsters lived in Maywood, man, back in the 20s and the 30s, man. It was a gangster belt. Like I was talking about before, the architecture over there. I was looking at houses over there because of the architecture, and a few years back you could get them cheap, and now they started regentrifying the area.
Yep.
You could buy an old one for 20 or 30 grand. Now you're looking at $200,000-$400,000 to get something over there.
Yeah, the house my parents bought in 2002 that they live in now, 2001, 2002, was a Frank Lloyd Wright project, so it's historic. Yeah. But it was one of Al Capone's former henchman's house. So in the basement, there's a steel door. Huge iron steel door that opens up to a sauna, I was scared when we moved in there, and I was 18 or 19 when we moved in there. I'm like, I'm not going down there at night.
That was for the coal delivery for the furnace, dude. That's what those are for.
I think they were putting bodies in the coal delivery.
Well, too, before they took them to Wisconsin.
They were burning coal in there, all right. They were burning bodies with the coal.
You know, we haven't talked about, guys, the actual game coming up Sunday.
We have not.
We've been stuck on the Lions all night.
I tried to move us there a little while ago.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on.
We got some time.
Hell yeah.
I talked about the injury report.
You're the producer, Walt, so you run it.
Yeah,
I got all night. So
me too.
As long as you're here,
your answer.
We keep going. So score predictions first off. What do you think?
27-14 Bears.
20-17, or I'm going back and forth between 2017 and 2014, but I think it's 2017 Bears.
Okay. What was yours again, Bill?
27-14 Bears.
17-13 Bears.
I think it'll be that close.
Yeah. First game, rust. Therefore, it'd be. I think it'll be tough. The fact that I don't expect Love to do much passing anyway, but their running game, and I think they're gonna they might win time of possession Green Bay. They might win time of possession.
Okay. What do you think, Foster?
Bears win 25-18. Going to be a safety in that game by the Bears.
Nice.
Could happen. I'm going to go with AC Adam here. Go 31-13.
Ooh, okay.
I like that score, man. That means Badgett might be playing in the fourth quarter.
Right. Let's see. Doug Van Dorn says 17-12 Bears. Mr. Mayhem says 24-17 Bears. I'm assuming, yeah, Bears. Skylark, 24-21 Bears. Cliff Victoria, 35-24. Guess he has plans. Jay Noelke, 27-10 Bears. Cliff Victoria also.
Turnovers?
Yeah.
I got a different question for you guys. Who's their second corner? Who's their third corner? I think Christian Watson's out. So Romeo Dobbs is in there as wide receiver. And I know they drafted another young wide receiver. Who's their third wide receiver, though? Like who's Mooney going to be going up against? Yeah, Reed is number 2, right? If Watson's hurt, it's Romeo Dobbs and Reed. And then what?
Oh, you're talking about if Watson said, okay. Right.
If Watson's hurt. But also...
Sammy Torrey.
Oh, no, there's Malik Heath and Samori Torrey. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
But those are the second strings.
Okay.
So who's their second corner? Who's their third corner?
Corner?
Yeah, cornerback.
I think he's actually hurt, whoever was supposed to be.
Guys, Mooney was getting double teamed last year.
Well, he's going to have
He's going to go up against a guy we don't even have an idea about. The opportunity here for us as an offense, like I personally look at this game as such a huge opportunity because I feel like we are in a much, much, much better position talent-wise than they are. And unless for some reason Jordan Love is another godsend to them, like they've been so lucky to get 2 in a row, I don't think they're getting 3 in a row. Like, come on, what are the odds? There's so much of an uphill battle that Jordan Love has to go through to even produce here.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the Bears stop the run game, if they can focus on the run game and keep, let's say Christian Watson or Dobbs actually plays, they're going to be hobbled. So if they can keep them in front of them and not let old school Aaron Rodgers type plays happen to like Cobb over their head or this receiver or that receiver where Aaron Rodgers would just flick the wrist and they got 10 yards of separation. If we don't have any more of those gaffes and keep things in front of us and just stop and focus on the run, it forces Jordan Love to play quarterback. And I don't think he's going to be on that level where he can carry the team. That's the tough issue. But I believe that a lot of us that doubt the Bears interior and D-line period, we doubt them because we haven't seen them in full capacity, fully healthy, standing on the line with DeMarcus Walker on one side, Yannick on another side, and 2 Grizzly Bears like Andrew Billings and Justin Jones on the inside, then backing them with Edmonds, Edwards, Sanborn, etc.
Right. Yeah.
I think we should be much more solid against the run and able to at least hinder it. Like, I'm not going to say we'll stop it. LaFleur has some great run concepts, but I believe that we should be able to keep the big runs. As long as we keep the big gash runs to a minimal, then it forces Jordan Love to show if he can play quarterback. And that's when that bend don't break defense can cause those turnovers, because eventually his inexperience is going to show and he's going to underthrow a ball. He's going to have happy feet, especially if that pass rush can, all they need to do, they may not need to have 4 to 5 sacks to rattle him, but just push that pocket in. Yeah. Make him have to go on the move. Make him have to scramble. Make him not capable of setting his feet and be able to go through his progressions. Rattle him a bit. Push the pocket back. Come off the edges screaming and make him move around. Make him uncomfortable. Well, I don't think he's going to be capable to make those backyard plays like Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre.
Well, I think Dylan and Jones is the key for them winning the game.
Yep.
I mean, that's the key. So that's what.
But
So that's why I'm thinking that the score will be low, and they're going to try to just beat us in the trenches because we was kind of weak last year up front.
Yeah.
So that's why
Armand Watts was a starter.
Yeah.
I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys 100%. It's shut down Dylan and who's the other running back?
Jones.
Yeah, shut down Dylan and Jones, and you make Love beat you with his arm. You make him beat you because especially if he's missing one of these guys, and these guys are young enough. How much chemistry do they have?
True.
You got 2 your two main receivers are second-year guys, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They just started getting some chemistry going at the end of the season, and now Rodgers is gone, so they got to rebuild it with Love. You make Love win that game for the Packers, and if we do that, we're not going to lose. Exactly what you said. If they start pounding the line and they're just going to wear us down, man. If we can't stop them, they're going to wear us down. They'll take control of the game, and it'll be run,
Somebody told me a long time ago,
dunk.
Somebody told me a long time ago, Foster, love always finds a way.
Yeah, but somebody also said, as a matter of fact, it was the Jay Giles band in 1981 who said, "Love stinks."
There you go.
I mean,
Now-
the whole thing is, what I at least want to see from Allie Williams is drill aggression into his defense on all 3 levels of the ball. I mean, it's like what Patton said. We're not holding our position. We're advancing all the time, and that kind of aggression has to be seen. You see it in some players, like Tyreek Stevenson throughout the preseason. That man was always in on the play, whether he got burned or not. He tried.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, I gotta give a shout out to Shorty, or let the people in chat know. Shorty had a emergency with his dog, so he had to leave. His dog is having an ulcer in the eye, taking some medication, so he had to take care of that. So his apologies, but yeah, the dog started throwing up because of medication, vomiting all over the place. So bad and ugly situation, I guess. So that's where Shorty is, for those of you chat who didn't know.
Prayers
Well,
up
we're
for
keeping it
Shorty's
going.
dog.
Huh?
Say prayers up for Shorty's dog, for sure.
Yeah. We keep it going because we are the Bears country. This is Bears country. We're living in Bears country right now, man.
Oh yeah, we could hold it down for them. Guys, I look at the last matchup we had against Green Bay, right? We went up 17-3 on them in the first quarter. Back when you look back at like the Mark Trestman era, in the second year, we were projected a top 5 offense, but what killed us that year was definitely the defense. We let up 3 50-point games in a row, and no matter how good the offense was, you just can't overcome that. And what I remember seeing was we get the ball 3 and out, other team gets the ball, and we're down 7-0. We get the ball again, 3 and out, other team gets the ball, and now we're down 14-0 in the first quarter. All 3 of those 50-point games, it followed that pattern where we were down 14-0 in the first quarter. Guys, we were up 17-3 on the Packers in the first quarter with Aaron Rodgers at the quarterback position. If we happen to repeat, and mind you, the way that happened was Fields threw like a 40, 50-yard bomb to St. Brown, and then I believe we ran it in. And then next possession we had, he goes, "Oh, by the way, don't forget, your whole team can chase me while I fucking run to the end zone." And he ran like 60 yards and got another touchdown. So if we repeated that performance against Jordan Love, you think that kid's got any real fight in him to come back from that type of thing?
Even if he does, our defense is nowhere near the same as it was last year. We got a much bigger obstacle to overcome as long as they remain healthy again.
In my opinion, it's such a guaranteed win. It really is.
Oh no! See that? No. That's a good way to get. Hey, yeah. Thank you. You can't be doing that, Foster. You can't be saying it's a guaranteed win, man. We got to stay humble. We got to stay humble because we got to believe, like, hey, take it slow. We got this, but we're not overconfident. We got to be careful.
With that
Gotta be
being
careful.
said, we did lose that game that I'm talking about. So yeah,
No, I'm just saying, but you're saying it's a guaranteed win. You can't say that.
Nothing wrong with a little swagger.
We're old and superstitious, Paul. You're too young, man.
it should listen. If you game plan accurately and you're up 14 points in the first quarter, if you can game plan accurately, I mean there's no reason why a game like that should not be a win.
Okay,
But however, I think we game planned almost for a loss. We lost that game because it was pointless for us to win it. We wanted the first pick, So
we've been talking about that a little bit here and there about some of those games. Like,
yeah,
we could have won that game, but we don't. They didn't want to because they got vanilla with the defense and even the offense at the end of that game. If you remember, go back and look at the first, third, fourth quarter of that.
What do you guys think?
I was sitting here going, what the fuck happened to that team, man? No, never mind.
What do you guys think about Ryan? What's his name? Kenny Clark. Is he going to be a problem for us?
Yeah.
What was that?
Not at all. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to take that away from him. But I mean, we saw Tevin Jenkins pancake him multiple times last season. Now he's going to have to go against Darnell Wright and Nate Davis.
But doesn't he play nose?
He can swap around. We've seen him play nose and play out of the three if he has to.
See, I'm just wondering how is Whitehair and Patrick going to go against him. That's what I'm really thinking about.
Here's the thing. Like Lucas Patrick, he got hurt a lot last year. His Bears career hasn't been anything close to what we expected. But he's not that bad as people are making him out to be. I mean, he was decent on Green Bay. I'm not going to say he was a superstar or anything like that, but he got the job done.
Yeah.
Cody Whitehair, it will be good for the beginning of the season. We'll see how, it goes around maybe week 8 and beyond, because we did see a noticeable drop off in his play at guard at the end of last year. He's getting tired. It happens. That line was beat to shit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but then you got Dan Feeney that could swap into his spot. Tevin Jenkins should be back by week 5. So, I mean, you can move him back to center. You can move him, back a slot if you really want to.
That offensive line's going to be okay. The line's going to be okay, man.
So I got another question for everybody. I'm gonna start with Bill. I'm gonna throw it at you first.
We're back on the team.
So there was a ESPN interview, ESPN 1000 interview that Waddle and Sylvia had where Greg Olson came on. They asked him, "Hey, you got traded to the Panthers while they had the first overall pick, and then you were there for that entire journey for where they improved to the point where they made it to a Super Bowl." They're like, "Can you tell us what that was like?" And he said, "Listen, the first year we only won like 6 games." He's like, "But we competed in 11 or 12 of them." He's like, "So that confidence level was so huge heading into year 2 because we knew we could have beaten this team. We could have beaten this team." So my question to you is, how many games were we in last year? I know we got 3 wins, and I know we were 1-7 in 1-score games, but truly, like, how many games do you think we made the other team sweat in last year?
Absolutely. The like you just said, we were 1-7 in 1-score games. So that was 8 games of 1-score games with, quite frankly, the worst roster on both sides of the ball in the last decade or more, possibly all the way back to the 07, 08, whatever that Detroit Lions team is. Maybe you can throw in the winless Cleveland roster as well in there. But we had one of the worst rosters ever, won 3 games, we're in 8 more. So that confidence, that building on Matt Eberflus, his hits principles, people talk about his practice etiquette and how he runs practices, or maybe does a Tom Thibodeau where he runs players into the ground. But people are convinced. I think Jalen Johnson possibly was one that at first was saying that he wasn't with the hits principle when he first started learning it, or Flu started talking about the concept, and then he came back out and was like, man, after a few months, we were all into it. We were all fired up about it, and we all for the hits principle. So that is huge. Plus, they're a young team. It's not like they were a veteran team losing. That was a lot of young guys that were learning their way in the NFL way of being. that played hard. Kyler Gordon, Brisker, a lot of those guys were learning from vets like Eddie Jackson and Jalen Johnson. So I believe very much with the additions. I was watching DWC, the Windy City, his hype video, and I was looking at all the new faces that we have, and those new faces have been in a lot of winning situations before they got to us. Edmonds playing for the Bills. Edwards just came off a Super Bowl run with the Eagles. Billings has been in winning situations. Tennessee has been a winning organization over the last decade. There's so many new additions that should have us pumped and should add to that hard-nosed, hard-playing, competitive prowess that we want in Chicago. So I agree. I feel like we should look at that and that should carry over into this year with the motivation and confidence from our younger players at minimum. The vets know how to win. Eddie Jackson knows how to win. He was on a 2018 playoff run team or wild card. If it wasn't for a double doink, sorry to mention it, we would have had a nice run in the playoffs. So I believe that'll carry over. I believe Matt Eberflus is the guy to at least command men to reach their potential at least. Like, he's a great coach, great players coach, and I know he has somebody called him a players coach. I believe it was DeMarcus Walker, and I think during an interview in one of the recent press conferences, he was like, "What is his definition of a players coach? Because I'm gonna discipline you. I'm gonna keep you disciplined. I'm gonna keep you in line. I'm gonna rag you and hold you accountable, but I'm gonna show you love. I'm gonna be respectable. I'm gonna be respectful. I'm gonna talk to you like a man, and I'm gonna allow you to speak as a man and speak your piece." So those are the kind of guys and coaches that you want to run through a brick wall for. He may not be the yay raw, I'm gonna bite your kneecaps off type of guy, or this or that, but Matt Eberflus is a coach of men, and I believe that
I agree.
That showed a lot in those one score type of joints. Like if you narrowed down those those losses to just look at the Miami and Detroit games, where those were 30+ point scoring games from one of the worst rosters you've ever seen, where we were hanging in with a Detroit that was a top 4 offense, where we were hanging in with a Tua, with Tyreek Hill and Waddle and Mike Daniels and his super mind of offense capability. Like, we were hanging in with Dollar Tree cashiers and back, bro. Like, we need to get to this game.
Pedestrians.
That's the confidence that I have. That's why I'm not gonna go as far as guaranteeing a win, because we'll have clips and clips and clips of Packers fans. Oh, y'all guaranteed a win. But I feel like this is as close as we've been in 2 decades to feeling confident enough to feel like we're right there and even, or as even as we can be with the Packers. And we should be able to carry that competitive nature to a win.
Well, that's the plan. I mean, because like I said many times before, I think Eberflus is a good coach. It's just my concern is it being our first game, and we didn't really have a lot of play out of our starters over the preseason. So how much are they gelling in actually game time situations? And then you couple in the fact that you got Whitehair playing with a bad pinky in a splint or whatever. So can he really grab when he's trying to block? How good is Patrick's going to be at playing center? I mean, yeah, he played decently in the short time they played center last year, but he hasn't really practiced this year. How much functional strength does he have playing the center position going against Kenny Clark? In my mind, it's like Kenny Clark's a big guy. I don't know if he can actually hold him off or not. Then you have Wright. Even Wright, he, if I'm not mistaken, I think he only played 1 preseason game.
I think you're putting too much value into that. I think you're weighing it too heavily in terms of playing preseasons and not. I mean, Just
Well, for the
Dak Prescott
competition.
hasn't played since 2019. He still does fine though.
Who's
So
that?
I mean,
Go ahead, Walt.
Who was
no.
that?
So sorry, go ahead, PJ.
No,
Who did you say didn't play since 2019?
It's Dak Prescott of the Cowboys. I mean,
But he's a
it
vet.
happened.
He's a vet. I'm talking about right being a rookie.
No, what I'm getting to is that these guys are not scrubs off the street. These guys obviously have talent to be at the NFL. You know, to play at this level. You know, for more than years. You know, so it's not an issue there. You know, they know what they're doing. A lot of people are acting like, "Oh, Nate Davis didn't practice today, so he's going to be a bust." I mean, do you think this guy doesn't know that he has to go to the weight room and train to keep at game shape? I mean, yes, chemistry does help. You know, when you play in a preseason game, I'm not taking that away from anybody, but it's not the end all be all. You can make chemistry just by simply sitting down with a guy at a dinner table. Like we're doing right here.
Let me throw this in, and then you can go back, Walt. Now, Swifty and I were in Indy. They pretty much a lot of those guys played. It was like playing a game and a half of what they were doing. And Wright was out there working out, and Nate Davis was out there the whole time too working out. I know he didn't get a lot of reps, but if you go back and talk to Swifty, man, because the first thing we did when we got there was we stopped in the corner because all the offensive linemen were starting their drills. We were literally 5 feet away from all of them, man. So
yeah, you're right. Sometimes
the work they got in with the Colts, and then the work they got in the Colt with the Colts was probably better than a preseason game because it was consistent drills, one after another, continuous. There wasn't 30 seconds on the clock. There wasn't. They were doing that, but it wasn't like a game. It was like a speeded up game, man. You know what I mean? So they got so much work done down there that's why they didn't have to play these guys as much. I still wish they would have played a little more in the preseason because I always say since they switched this format and lately that nobody's not playing as many preseason games like it used to be in the day when they played a lot. The first 2 weeks of the seasons, I still kind of consider them preseason games because a lot of these guys, especially younger teams, they got to get, like you talked about, Peach, they got to get that continuity. It's just a plus. Yeah. But then to go back to Walt, you're absolutely right, man. It's not a fourth line guy that we picked off that was on 4 practice squads coming in to like start the game or be the backup. And then Poles just made all these moves and got us quality depth for the team on the offensive line. So
yeah,
sorry, Walt. I had to do it before.
No, that's fine. Like I was going there. It would have been nice.
I burned my battery down.
I had to plug in myself, Bill.
Good Lord, we've been on here for 3 to 4. I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys moved past PJ's point, and I was listening to Walt, I believe, talking about the experience of the line and the cohesiveness and things of that nature. Can I speak to that real quick? If you don't mind, I'm sorry, guys. I know
my take on Indy. That's all. Go for it.
So I feel what PJ is saying, and I also agree with Walt. The thing is, we had a much worse line last year, and we're able to, and Fields was able to go 20 for 25 for 250 plus against that defense. I think they were maybe down one defensive lineman. I think it might have been Gary, possibly. I'm sorry, I'm on my tablet.
You're good.
But I feel like that was a much worse offensive line, and we made a way. Like he wasn't like sacked 5 to 10 times. He was able to be extremely efficient, 20 for 25. Our run game was working. Our quarterback run game was working. We threw 2 to 3 bombs. So we were capable with one of the worst rosters ever assembled offensively. So this year, they didn't really add any real improvements. Maybe you can say Lucas Van Ness is an improvement, but he looked like he was stuck in the mud most of the preseason, and he might take a while to really develop. Even coming out, people were saying he was raw anyway, especially based on his move. He really only got the bull rush right now. He's a massive athlete. Like he's definitely athletic, but if last year didn't teach us anything about fearing their defense, the only thing they did was intercept a ball because ESB failed or ran a poor route. And if that didn't happen, we likely win that game. Like they didn't, the defensive line didn't stop our run game. The defensive line didn't crush our passing game, because that was one of the games where Fields was on his way to a 300-yard game.
ESB
If it was
lost on the break on that, what you're talking about?
Yeah.
He had him, and the guy broke quicker than ESB did. That's his problem, man. I've been saying it since the
Exactly. And
last
even
season. He doesn't break for the ball quick enough when on a curl or a hook.
right, even
He was on
Jair
the break.
Alexander said afterwards, he said he called him a bum or whatever he called him afterwards in the interview. And he said, I knew that's exactly what he was going to do. Just like the week when whatever his name is, ISM, the guy that fumbled in the Vikings game.
Marissette.
They said the same thing about him. They said, we knew that he wouldn't run out of bounds. We've seen him do that over and over again. So a lot of things that happened last year in the Packers game with Aaron Rodgers, with a healthier Aaron Rodgers, with all the weapons that they had last year, we almost pulled out that win, and we're winning, I believe, like somebody said, 17-3, and then 19-10 going into the second half. We have way more available now. So I'm not worried about their defense. We should be able to pass efficiently. We should be able to run on their defensive line. So I'm much more confident that we're here with the Packers rather than with Rodgers. Rodgers really made them here. It's not like we played a backup and was beat by the Packers over the last decade.
Right.
So I'm not scared of Love. I'm not scared of I've never really been scared of their defense. Their defense doesn't scare you. They're a decent defense. Don't get me wrong, but they not Ravens at their peak. They're not, Bill Belichick. And look at how Fields came into Bill Belichick's house, and he usually rattles young quarterbacks, and he was efficient that game. So Fields with DJ Moore, Claypool, and Mooney as his three receivers versus ESB, Harry, and whoever else was playing that game. Pringle maybe might have been in there.
Yeah.
But Wright is a rookie. He's dropped more weight than he has in a long time. And he's only had, 1/4 of a preseason game. That's why.
Braxton Jones was a rookie.
I'm just saying with Wright, though. So that's why I'm concerned with him.
Oh, yeah.
And then with the others, others I've already mentioned, but that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a win, but I think it's going to be problematic because of that thing. I mean, because of that part right there.
Well,
I believe that's
I don't want to interrupt you guys, but I have to ask. Where are we? Here we go. What do I need to figure out about football? Please explain. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I'm ready for this.
Yeah,
I was going to actually try to sign off and go to bed, but I'm ready for this. This is the type of stuff I like.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we could end it. I mean, guys, I told you, I'll always keep talking. So as long as people around me, I'm going to keep yapping. So it's on you guys to shut me down because I just keep going and going. Like we were talking about preseason right now, and Fields not playing, and what's the detriment to this and that, blah blah blah.
Wait, Big Paul
you
dog.
see the comment, Paul?
We need that. I won't smoke. I want to.
Okay.
Didn't we figure out a lot about Tyson Bagent because Justin Fields?
Wait. Time
no.
out. This is for people who can't see what we're talking about here. So Joel J. Noelke, I think, Noelke says, Walt, watch more sports and figure out football. He's telling him he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's the way I'm taking it, right?
That's the only way it can be
I'd love
taken.
to know what your problem is. And we can discuss it like, human beings.
Okay.
I'm not mad. I just want to know what do you think? What is wrong with the equation?
We're waiting for a response, Jay Noelke.
What is wrong with Walt's take and his opinions on this? That's what we're waiting to find out. So, sorry, Paul. I just wanted to make sure that we knew I'm looking at the chat. I'm sure Walt is too. So we're waiting to see more on that. We're just trying to address this situation because I think Walt, you got a good knowledge of the game. You're very specific and detailed with what you just bring to this at the table here, man. So I don't know what this guy's talking about.
I'm the dumbest sounding motherfucker on this panel, so that should have been reserved. If anything, that should have been reserved for me. Walt is breaking down shit. I'm listening to Walt. I don't get quiet easy. When Walt
You
speaks,
just took
I
my
shut
crown.
down.
Believe me, man.
You guys,
there's been a real battle for me.
We'll make a decision later in the future.
Right.
You guys are both.
I'm pretty sure I'm number. I'm sure I'm ranked number 5 on this list right now. That's on that of faces that's up here. But
I look up to all you guys. I really do. And like especially with the social media thing. Like I suck so bad on Twitter. I have no idea what I'm doing on Twitter. And like I look at guys like you, and I was actually even happy and honored to be able to have a conversation with you. I was happy you messaged me back the other night after me bothering you and whatnot. So like for me, that's why I always have more to talk about and whatnot, because I'm actually just really appreciative of any time I have to spend with you guys and get your fucking football knowledge and whatnot, because you guys love the game just like I do. And like, I don't know, I feel it when I talk to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, really, like Cliff was saying, and everyone was saying, you all have your opinions, and that's great. But like I said, I just want to have a nice conversation. I'm not mad about the comment, nor am I mad at the person making the comment. I just want to know what am I being so misinformed about, that we can talk about it.
There you go. That's beautiful.
I'll show you my side and why I think the way I do.
That's how it's supposed to be. I'm gonna throw this out because Paul, how many hours have we? I've known you how long, dude?
Oh, I'll be on the phone all night.
I know, but how long have I known you?
And like I play devil's advocate with myself. I would just pitch the other side just to my own point.
He's anybody that will ever get with himself. What?
Sorry, I'm working on one tablet now, so I have to go in the chat and see what's good because he ain't speaking up.
So I mean, while we wait, I'll go on to PJ was talking about Darnell Wright being a rookie tackle. That's true. He's a rookie tackle. He's going to make mistakes. He's not perfect. No one is. But the man went up against Will Anderson again in the Alabama-Tennessee game, the best pass rusher coming out of the draft, if not the last 5 to 10 years. Some say. I'm a huge Will Anderson fan. I wanted the Bears to take him at number 1.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't happen. But he stonewalled that man. So
30
somebody
pounds difference though, bro.
He blew past other defenders in college too.
No, what I'm saying is Wright has lost 30 pounds since then. So I don't know if he's that same player that can stonewall these guys. I mean, I get what you're saying. That's why I'm concerned. Because
are you worried like him dropping the weight is going to be?
Well, him dropping the weight plus him not getting a lot of reps doing that, because we haven't seen him in the game because he only played one preseason game and that was one quarter. That's what I'm saying. So the first game of the season, first game out the gate, what are you going to do? Having never played for a long period of time at this weight, how are you going to manage the whole game at this new weight in a new system, and you don't have the reps behind you in preseason games to show me what you're really doing?
I believe that it's a valid concern. Obviously, any rookie, even if he's had a whole preseason and look good and all reports are valid, rookies are always a concern at any position. So I agree with PJ on being concerned about it, but I believe if there was valid concern, I believe they'll have chippers, they'll have 2 tight end sets, they'll have quick, if we're worried about 1 or 2 of their edges,
Lewis.
Right, we'll have Mercedes Lewis. There should be a plan in place to negate or neutralize certain areas of the pass rush to help him if those are valid concerns. Like last year with Braxton Jones' bull rush. After a while, there was plans put in place to kind of help, ease somebody over there or have a problem all year too,
The true example is the Matt Nagy Browns game.
Yeah, I don't foresee that ever
They,
happening
they
again.
did not put anybody in there to help chip anybody, and Fields
Yeah.
just got sacked and sacked and sacked and sacked. No, this is
I, I,
actually coaching staff. Oh,
I
don't
believe it'll
do
be.
some coaching.
I believe it'll be some adjustments. After that, if they see him having issues, I'm sure there are going to be small adjustments made. And we
Right.
have so many weapons that even if we go into 2 tight end, 2 wide receiver set, we should have more success in those situations where normally if we keep a tight end on the field or 2 tight ends in, it kind of hinders our offense and our playmaking ability because we don't have 3 receivers out there to kind of spread the defense or keeping a tight end in and a running back in or a full back in the block. Like back in the day when we didn't have any capable playmakers at receiver or tight end, that would hinder our offense. That would almost help the defense because now they only got to focus on 2 route runners. But I feel like if that does happen, PJ, I believe there will be some quick adjustments to help, and I'm
And that's
sure
the
they're
key.
looking
That's
to
the
that.
key, though. That's the
Yes, sir.
key. How quick the adjustments will be, because I think the adjustments can come. It's just
Yes,
like I
sir.
said, being the first game, whether or not how well he does. I mean, because I think somebody said in the chat, yeah, he was probably one of the best, if not the best, tackle coming out. I'm not questioning his skill. It's just that first game, losing the weight. Where's he going to be at? That's
You got
why.
to remember. You got
We
to remember
have
too, PJ. These
options.
guys are, coming into a professional NFL team. They're going to have strength and conditioning coaches, nutritionists. These guys are all going to be top notch in their field to help you negate some of those, issues that a layman like you and me would have if we were looking to drop 20, 30 pounds or even 15
Right.
at that. And Doug Van Dorn made another good comment too, and it's not like he's playing against slouches in practice either. He's going
Yeah.
up against Gravon Dexter, Andrew Billings, Justin
But
Jones.
he's not really going against those guys. He's playing tackle. They play on the
Yeah,
inside.
but it's still the same. What I mean is it's still an NFL caliber player. Those are just a couple names that he threw out there. That's all.
Well, let me address that.
PJ's got a really great point here, because we sit here and we hype about and we make the biggest deal about a guy's arm length or his hand size or his height. I mean, it's not 6'5". No, it's 6'5" and 3/4 of an inch. Like, and we talk about all those little things at this level making a big impact. And so, yeah, for a rookie tackle to sit there and drop a drastic amount of weight and then enter in a league that's on a completely another level where he has absolutely no experience in, he may be used to playing a certain way with those extra 30 pounds. I mean, at first I wanted to kind of dismiss it, but when I heard it again, I was like, you know what? No, that's just as big of a deal as all the other stuff that we kind of obsess about and talk about and whatnot. So now I think it's up to the player himself and his talent level and mental ability to sit there. Like I talked about Justin Fields being a vegan and then saying he's going to be that for the rest of his career. It takes a certain kind of willpower. Like, could he gain that weight back? Oh, the weight back if he wanted to. I hope so. But like, if he's entering the season in a physical condition that he's not necessarily used to, guys, I would feel great if I lost 30 pounds. But I mean, I'm not about to try and push a guy like who's 6'7", 290 pounds and can run down Justin Fields. I mean, these guys are monsters. They're monsters. Every pound matters.
Wait, hold on, Bill.
Go ahead,
I
Pop,
didn't get
go
to
ahead.
say anything on this, man.
Go ahead.
So when I was at Indy, I'm standing in front of Nate Davis, and Wright walks over, and I'm not kidding you. This is 5, 6, 7 feet away at Swifty. That is a monster of a man. I don't care how much freaking weight he lost, guys. I don't care. He's a monster of a man. I've seen what he can do from feet away, and that wasn't even something that you'd experience in a game because they were only doing warm-ups and practice with some of the defensive players. But just the way he moves some of these guys around. And the second thing is this. We have something this year that we haven't had. There's an option. Say he goes in that game and all of a sudden now the first or second series, whatever, there's 2 sacks on that side. He gets beat by Justin Fields. We've got an option that we didn't have last year. Larry Borum goes in and spells them a little more. He's talking a little more on the bench. He's talking to Mercedes Lewis. They stick Mercedes Lewis in there like you were talking, Bill. We've got options for stuff like this. We can deal with this. Last year we couldn't deal with it. We didn't have a guy on the bench who could come in. We look at our second string last year. Can you name me somebody that was on the second string offensive line?
But
yeah,
I'm just saying.
Just to kind of like I do remember
looking at
Swift.
the worst possible scenario where he's getting beat like every fucking play, dude. If we had
Like I
somebody
said,
to come in, we didn't have nobody last year. This year we got something that is way better.
And just to kind of like I said earlier, I understand PJ's concern because even Swift spoke earlier about Larry Borum dropping down weight and then needing that extra year to kind of get used to it. And now he's basically being a lot better graded, our best graded actually offensive lineman this preseason. So, but I think with what Walt is saying, the specimen and the physical specimen that Wright was and is coming out of college, he's on a different level of athleticism than Borum ever was. Physically, his physical appearance, his physical inside and out. I remember the report where they said they ran him into the ground with that workout, the same workout that Jalen Carter was not able to finish. And Wright at that weight, still at that weight, was able to run through that at his original weight, not the new weight, but at the heavier weight, was able to be more to get through it. A heavier guy would tire out, you would think, in those conditions. So I believe that they already know that he has the fortitude to get through and to make the necessary changes. And I feel like his anchor is going to be strong. I don't feel like there should be a concern like Borum, because Borum wasn't the physical specimen or has and still doesn't have the athleticism after losing all that weight that a Wright could have. The only thing that I could say is maybe the experience combined with that. You might want to say he's coming into his first NFL game. It's a concern. So I'm always concerned about rookies, period. Anyway, I don't care how great you are, because there's always a possibility that you may not get it right away. But outside of that, I'm not concerned.
Okay, wait. I gotta cut it.
This guy's on his third device, 4 hours in, and you got somebody criticizing your details. I mean, we're 4 hours in. You're generic. What a joke.
Jay Noki's going to bed, and he wrote back, I just thought some of Walt's tales were a little generic instead of genuine feeling. I didn't mean much offense, only a little. I just want to say to Jay, I don't know how long you've been watching the show. Get to watch Walt and see what he says over a long period. I don't recognize your name, and I usually remember everybody in chat. I always remember everybody in chat most of the time. So get to see more of his takes on stuff, man, because if you're judging it from what you heard tonight, Walt's a real low-key guy. Walt doesn't even talk. Walt doesn't even say anything. But when he speaks in genuine. That manner, and he knows what he's talking about. That's why he's part of this team. So that's just my take. I just wanted for Jay Noki to hear that. I hope he heard it before he went to bed. You have a good night. Stay safe, Jay. I hope everything is good on your end, and enjoy the weekend, and go Bears, man.
And cut my cows and pigs in half. That's a heck of a job, man.
Yeah, because I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. There's no point in that. It's no good for anyone here, or anyone listening or watching or whatever. I mean, just to go back to the right issue, PJ. There is some concern, but being a heavier guy and having dropped, that same amount of weight, I've gone down to 25, 30 pounds recently from what I was, and it's a different feeling. Your body is able to move more. You don't tire. I mean, if you're not tiring out at 350, you're not going to tire out at 320. You're going to have to push yourself a lot more to do that.
Right.
So, I mean, if anything, that works to his advantage. Is there going to be a period where Some adjustments, yes,
Adjustments.
but like you said, he's a rookie. He's going to have to adjust. There's going to be issues. There's
Cool, Jay.
Well, I would say this. I mean, the fact that, like we already mentioned, him being a rookie, him losing the weight, him not playing preseason, but also the fact that who he was practicing against in our practices, most of those guys aren't even on the team anymore, for one. And for two, I mean, Walker, he barely practiced. Yannick didn't hardly practice against him at all. So the competition level wasn't the greatest in practice for him. So I get the fact that, yeah, we had training camp to look at him, but the guys he was going is Travis Gibson was beating him in practice at times. And he's not even
at the very beginning, yeah. And that's going to happen.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, so
beating everybody.
Well, that's why I'm concerned. I'm not saying he's a bust. I'm not saying he's going to do horrible. That's why I'm concerned, being the first game of the season. How is he going to look, especially seeing as though he had to deal with the injury towards the end of training camp.
Yeah.
So how well is he going to bounce back?
We'll know Sunday.
That's my point.
We'll know Sunday, Peach. I see what you're saying, but we'll know Sunday.
Yeah.
No, that's bad.
I just like we got the options. We got options. We have something to fall back on if there's a problem. It may not be the greatest,
I don't think he's going to be
way
bad
better than
enough
what we
that he gets pulled. I don't think he's going to be bad enough that he gets pulled. So we ain't going to have to worry about that.
I didn't say pulled. Spell him a little more, so you can talk to him and show him the mistakes on field. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I would hope they wouldn't do the Evan Jenkins Patrick thing like last year. I didn't like that. That taking them out, putting them back in, taking them out. I didn't like that.
I agree with that. I don't like that either.
You know, we got to remember too, a lot of these guys that we're going to see on the edge, you know, guys like Lucas Van Ness and all that, he played those same people in college already. So it's a two-way street, you know.
That is true.
When he was stronger and heavier.
I'll tell you that.
Like I don't know who was.
And he's still stronger and heavier than Luke Van Ness.
You can lose body fat, but not lose your core strength. You can actually gain it.
Yeah.
Most times.
He did the running backs workout, remember?
But
the wide receiver.
Running back.
Wide receiver, running back.
Yeah.
It was a wide receiver workout.
That's okay. I knew it was one. It's definitely more than a left tackle needs normally.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was saying. Like PJ keeps saying, like that was at that weight, but I feel like that his athletic specimen is different from like 90% of linemen. Just how I don't know if y'all seen the video of him, and I posted it on my YouTube channel of him being at the Bulls stadium. They visited the Bulls stadium and they were playing basketball, and he did this crossover move on Jervon Dexter, and then stepped back and hit a three, and looked like Steph Curry doing it. Like he's athletic as fuck. So I believe there are differences when. I don't think every situation is the same. When this lineman loses weight, it's because they're fat as fuck. When Wright lost weight, they just wanted him to meet that weight requirement. He still didn't have that much fat. They just wanted him to come down weight, and he was able to move faster, way faster than the Larry Borum. He was stronger than the Larry Borum, and his whole entire physical profile was elite versus a Borum. So I think that's kind of like apples and oranges. It's a concern, but my concern is more on the rookie experience, and like you said, the reps that could teach him mentally what he sees. So I agree with that part, PJ, absolutely. But the physical part, I think he stands way above 90% of rookie offensive linemen with that.
Yeah.
So like I said earlier, I played devil's advocate with myself. And so like PJ, I wanted to kind of entertain your side of things. Like, yes, he's a rookie, limited reps. That's the part you're concerned about. But he's so right every step of the way. This kid's a maniac. He lost all that by accident. He did the wrong workout by accident. That's what I mean. So if your mental state is at a point where you can sit there and gain all this weight back because you're you're just a physical specimen like that, then and that's what we have here in right. I remember early on there were some little reports that were leaked out that were saying, "Hey, this kid should be the number 1 pick." However, edge rushers get popularity, and yeah, no, but you heard stuff about right here and there, like, hey, this right tackle is clearly the best right tackle. Period.
Hold on. The point is, although he lost the weight by accident, supposedly, they told him he has to be under a certain weight, so he's not gaining all that weight back. You have to understand that he's not.
If he lost it by accident, you don't think he can gain it on purpose?
Listen to what I'm telling you. They told him to do a certain workout. He did the wrong workout. However, he still needed to get under 320 pounds.
In my opinion, that was the biggest red flag, that he fucked up the information given to him. But
you're not listening. He has to be under 320 pounds. So him losing the weight is a byproduct of him having to do the workout, but they told him to be under 320 pounds. So he's not gaining that weight back to get to 350, because same way they did with Tevin Jenkins last year, told him to get under a certain weight. They told him the same thing. So he has to be under the new weight. So to Samuel's point, Samuel's saying that, I think PJ is right, has a legitimate concern, because having time playing at that new weight, because he has to play at that new weight. It's not about conditioning. It's about his new weight effect and his playing strength and ability to anchor. That's the point I'm getting at. Again, he's not a bust. He's not going to be horrible for the first game, being as though he's not used to it yet. I'm concerned at where he's going to be at.
PJ, I don't think anyone's saying he's going to be a bust.
No, I mean, seem like this conversation is saying like I'm really talking against you. I'm just talking about the first game.
I'm actually 50-50 with you on it. Like, I understand it's a legitimate concern, but I'm trying to depress your concern by actually giving you his actual profile, his physical elite RAS score. Like, it's a little bit different with elite athletes, where losing the weight is one thing, but if you were stronger than most at that weight, I don't think he's trimming muscle. Some might be lost in that 15 to 20 pound loss, but he's already a massively strong person above other NFL offensive linemen. He's faster than a lot of offensive linemen. So his anchor, and like, we do need to see what it looks like, but I feel like the way he already takes care of himself at that weight, with it not being just crazy amount of fat, he just had to come down, and it was so easy for him to come down. It was so quick and easy. A lot of people struggle trying to come down. It was so easy for him to come down, and then he's a workout-aholic. So he's going to do what it takes. His anchor technique is strong. His technical base is strong. So those are the things I think Walt is talking about, like his actual elite nature and being a lineman should be able to keep him strong enough to kind of, it can be a concern. Let's see what it looked like, but it shouldn't be like a, oh shit.
I think it might be a benefit in a way, because if you look at the play style of our quarterback, Fields is fast. And so the faster you can get some of these linemen out there, and like, if you look at the preseason, where did the 2 touchdowns come from? Screen passes. If you look at the one to DJ Moore, I mean, like I make videos all the time and everything like that. I made one about Darnell Wright specifically, and like if there's any injury concern, and you could just see it. He's the one that gets out there and makes the key block and just wrecks a guy for DJ Moore to have the first 5 yards open. And after that, it's on his skill set to sit there and, dip and dodge all the way to the end zone, but the opportunity to do that was not created by the wide receiver blocking. It was created by, actually, I'm sorry, that wasn't right. That was actually Braxton Jones. That went out there and made that. But that's the effect we're talking about here. So if you're a little bit lighter and could just get out there a little bit faster, and you're 300 pounds versus a 200-pound wide receiver, and you could just sit there and push them off to the side, that 20 pounds in that type of offensive scheme for the linemen themselves might not make as big of a difference as in that traditional style of blocking for the offensive lineman. I mean, this is an interesting scheme that they're running here because we got a really interesting quarterback. We really do. Like, I don't know. I see it in some of the plays I put together that some of these linemen are really getting downfield. There's a lot of great run blocking. Mooney is really good at getting downfield and chipping a guy and blocking a guy. St. Brown, I had him over Pettis the whole time just because he could kind of get downfield and just make contact with somebody. There's a play. I was at the Washington game. I saw it. Herbert made a 60-yard run. Fields met him downfield. I saw a meme just come out about it on Twitter yesterday. I was sending this picture to my buddies, that Thursday after or the Friday after the game, because I was just amazed at how Fields was able to get all the way downfield and just lay out an extra block for Herbert to just get an extra couple of yards. I think they're, along with the hits principle, they're really preaching this stuff. And I think that might be why they're requiring these linemen to be at a certain weight. I didn't realize that the issue was the way he got down to that weight. I thought it was, he just ran the wrong workout and lost more than he was supposed to. But from what you're telling me is, no, the goal was the weight he got down to. He just did it in the wrong fashion, right? So, I don't know, but that's kind of interesting. What do you guys think about that? Because I see a ton of downfield blocking by some of these linemen.
Well,
I
let me, I had to get some of these guys. I'm starving.
I thought you was eating pudding, my bad.
Samo had that comment when I walked away because I was going to say, out of anything that I would be worried about in the slightest is the anchor of right with the weight. That's the only thing that I could see there being a problem with in my view of it.
Well, I mean,
And then the jump. Wait, and then let me just jump and answer his real quick because it's going to be short. Blocking by the Bears. How far downfield was Cody Whitehair and just Tyree Carter on the one screen that were, I don't know if it was the same one you're talking about, but everybody on that line seems to have been involved in a play or two where they're out in front and they're not there meeting the guy. They're there early some of the time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say, man. They're becoming agile mobile. So part of the. Go ahead, Walt.
PJ, you're muted, by the way. If I saw you were trying to talk before, but yeah, I mean, your concerns are valid. It's a thing, but you can't look at it in a vacuum either. You're taking on the you're missing the person itself. I mean, it's not like he's going around just at a calorie deficit to lose this weight. Yes, that would affect his strength and his conditioning and all that. But these guys are going in to a predetermined plan to get to goal weight X, which will include things like traditional. We got to have the right diet, but you're also still going to get the strength training in too. So while you drop that weight, you're also building up the strength you need to play at that weight.
Lean muscle and things like that.
Yeah, it's just a gradual, increase. Now, I just lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
I don't. No. I lost it before that. There was a second part to this. I don't know. We can go on.
But I'll just say that, like I said, I'm 50-50. Like I know PJ isn't saying that it's like a detriment. It's like, oh, he's going to be a failure. So I see what he's saying. Like, it's just, I want to see what it looks like. Like I have faith in the guy. I have faith in the guy. Right. I have faith in the guy. I just want to see what he looks like since I haven't seen him. We haven't really seen much. He hasn't been able to practice. And, my thoughts are just basically that if you see something happen, you or Sam if you see something happen, it might just be mental. It might just be how he grabbed the guy. It might be the technique might be off because he's a rookie. Like Sam is talking about savvy, larger defensive line. Sometimes it's just how savvy they move, the chop that they use, the spin move that they use. It may not be his strength exactly. He might just have his feet in the wrong place at that time. So that's where I said where I'm more, if anything, I'm more concerned about him being a rookie coming in and transitioning to NFL quality moves and things like that. And I still think he's going to handle himself very well. But I could see both being a concern. But I'm more concerned about him being a rookie coming in like Braxton Jones last year. I'm sorry.
I think it's all of it. That's part of that's what I'm saying. It's all of it.
That's why I'm defending you. Like I feel like 50-50 is both of those things that you can be concerned about, but I don't think PJ or Sam is really like, oh my God, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad, rainstorm or whatever. I think it's a legitimate concern, like to think and want to see it.
But I think it's an initial concern, and it's not a long-term concern. Because it's like at some point the kid gets out there, at some point he gets reps, at some point, like if you're a vet in this league, would you take Tom Brady right now on your team? Yeah. Does it matter that he played a preseason game or 2 or 3? No, it's Tom Brady. So at some point, you're just in the system, right? The fact of the matter is that he's a rookie and he's had no reps. So any rep is kind of a big deal, and I totally get that, and that's the part I agree with too. But but dude, this kid's a physical freak. He really is. So, especially in the long term of things, like if we're looking at a more long term game plan, I have zero concerns. Short term,
PJ is just talking about snap 1, week 1.
Yeah, Short term, that's why I'm with you. I'm 50-50 too, because short term I'm concerned. Long term, I think this kid's going to work out no matter what.
Yeah, I mean the other thing I remember, Dan, we were talking about, PJ, you mentioned that he got beat by Travis Gibson, he got beat by Terrell Lewis very early in training camp. It was very well documented. I mean, this guy's a smart guy. His football IQ is up there. He's not going to make that same mistake twice. We're going on old information. We have to be current. And I know he hasn't gotten a lot of reps in the preseason, and no one has out of the starters. It is what it is at this point. It doesn't really matter. But the greats can do without.
I think I'm gonna have to tap out because I think I told the wife 9 or 9:30, and now it's 1 o'clock, and I gotta be a teddy bear. So I gotta.
Bill, we appreciate you.
How about this? I'll end it on a crazy analogy here. Jason Pierre-Paul lost a fucking finger.
Yeah. I forgot about
that. And he still was a starting defensive end, right? And we're talking about.
I'm gonna say back because Paul is not gonna give up on this concept. I just want to say thank you all for having me. I really appreciate it. Bearski, Paulski. We're gonna talk about linking up on like we was talking about earlier in the DMs. Let's get a show. Let's have a post game. Hopefully, we have a post game show after the W. I'll join you. Let me know. Let's plan it. Hit me up. I'm available anytime. Everybody else in the chat, if you want to follow me, you see the name 3 Point Stands Pod. You can type that anywhere: Spotify, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. I'm on all of it.
He is.
Hit the likes, like it up, like this episode up, subscribe to BCP ASAP if you haven't. Love you guys. I appreciate you all for having me on.
Thanks.
We got to do it again. Yeah,
it's fun.
Georgie, appreciate you, bro.
Thanks for taking me up, Bill, man. We'll see you. We'll see you whether you like it or not.
Absolutely.
All right, my man.
As long as there's one of you left, I'm going to keep talking.
I'm eating now, so I could just do whatever the hell I want. You guys made me so damn hungry talking about that food before I had to fucking order some shit.
Yeah, we probably should look at closing this out. I know PJ said he wanted to get out a little while ago, and I kind of dragged it out a little more.
Wanted to be gone an hour, needed to be gone an hour ago. So go ahead, Bearsky, finish it up.
Yeah.
Short. Keep it short, Paul.
Okay. Oh man, I got nothing to say now that I'm on the spot.
We'll have a blast Sunday, man.
Yeah,
Well,
so Sunday I'm going to be out there in the 31st String parking lot. Uh, listen, guys, I don't do this for money by any means. I got a full-time job. I got a wife. I got a 1-year-old kid. I got a lot of priorities, and I always just use my free time to sit there and make videos and whatnot. And I'm just shocked that I've even been able to grow my channel. I literally, my goal was to try and hit 1,000 by right now, and I'm over 3,000. So I've tripled all my goals. So I appreciate anybody that spends any time watching any of my videos. I in my imagination, I never really even considered the fact that I might be participating and talking in a podcast till 1 a.m. With some people that one of them I've met, a couple I've never met. Like it's funny because you guys have all these people on like Aldo and whatnot, and I'm always messaging Shorty like, hey, who's this guy? I've messaged Foster a couple times like, who's this guy exactly? Because my time is so limited and so efficiency is my thing, and I'm most efficient making videos and whatnot. So like to participate in podcasts like this and whatnot, it's really truly a blessing for me. And I'm not going to be able to have many more opportunities probably throughout the season to do it. So to go 5 hours with you guys tonight, and I wasn't in here at the start, but for you guys to play my video early on and for you to be able to throw me in here and whatnot, I'm really, truly blessed and totally appreciative of it. And Vil was probably the one first guest you guys have had on who I actually had some kind of contact with on Twitter. So I kind of had something with him, at least a little bit. And I wasn't messaging Foster or Walt or Jordy being like, hey,
who that guy
what
is?
the hell is this? Well, I'm telling you guys, I know I talk a lot and whatnot, but I really truly appreciate you guys listening to me.
Right.
So thank you so much.
You have a good night. Thanks for popping up, man. Thanks for the video, dude.
Yeah,
we appreciate
Indeed.
it.
If you want to do it again, just reach out.
Yeah, he's good. He fucking guy always texts me, dude, talk for 20 minutes. No,
Guys, it's gonna be rough.
Always good, Paul.
Football's here.
You, bro.
It's here.
Yep.
It's here. So we're all about to be a lot busier than we've been.
We'll see you, man. Thank you.
Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Stay safe, bro. Stay safe.
Bye.
Bye.
Whew. All right, let's get ready to close this on out. If you don't mind, Foster, give a shout out to the people in the chat.
I absolutely will, man.
I appreciate it.
We will start with Skylark 99, Cliff Victoria, Doug Van Dorn, Sam Rush,
Samo,
Act Adam,
AC
James
Adam,
Ford, DG Daniels, Jay Nolke.
That guy seems new. DG.
I think he said it was his first time.
Yeah, I thought so. That's why, because I guys, I can remember everybody in chat when I see them once, man. Maybe if I see three or four times. I forgot like Blink for one time, but I mean, usually I remember them all, man. I don't know what we got here at the end. Walt Besky, Skylark 99. I got to go back to the top real quick. Let me do it the hard way, the quick way.
All
right. So it ain't working. Oh no, I got it. It stopped.
Okay, we said Doug Van Dorn. We have Jay Nolke, Cliff, of course, Samuel.
I'm going way back too.
Yeah.
Ken Schaefer was here earlier too.
Ken Schaefer. That's why I'm trying to go all the way back, and my thing's fucked up. Jesus.
What's
too long.
AC Adam.
Adam.
Who else? I know I seen King Buka earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Leo Factor 1.
Yes.
Who else we got here? We had that was Veal. I was about to say we had Veal 3 points today, but yeah, that was him. We have
Don Burr was in the chat room.
Yes, Don Burr was. Yes, he was.
James Ford, Mr. Mayhem 69.
Mr. Mayhem. Mark Kazak, as always.
Yeah, I love Mark.
Who else we have?
Here's a new one. Ron Winarski, I think.
I think I've seen him before.
Watching us a little bit for the last 3-4
weeks. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm really good with that for some reason. The names I remember. honestly. And these guys just, man, what a long chat list. Holy crap.
We got guys. We really appreciate you guys in the chat. How you guys interact with us.
Swifty was here. Bearsky was in here. Bunch of chats before even. I'm sorry, just trying to get everybody in, Pete. You know.
Brian Gilmore was here.
Yes.
Robbie is here too.
Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie, come up.
Did you say Demond?
Yeah, Demond just showed up. It looks like.
Hey,
okay. What's up, Demond?
You're gonna have to go back and catch us. I got it from the beginning now, man. Wow, that was insane. It took me that whole time to go back, Pete.
Hey, we appreciate everyone, each and every one of you in the chat.
Yeah.
Retro was here, and his super chat, Steve S. with his super chat. So yes, thank you guys.
Yes. Did I say James Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Because now I'm going back down trying to see if there's anybody we missed. E.G. Daniels, we said him. Wow, man. This is insane, this chat tonight. How many hours we been on?
We're going to hit 5 hours and 30 seconds.
Oh, crap. That's why it's taking forever.
Well, you know.
You know what? I think we got him. There's one that I thought I couldn't remember, and I think we've gotten everybody, dude. I've been going, I swear to God, I'm still running down it. PJ, that dude PJ, man, that's the guy that we got to keep out of the chat a little bit because you know how he
watch him.
Says all this, saying all this controversial shit.
Yeah, talking about right like that. You gotta watch out for him, boy. I'll tell you.
Oh
man.
Thanks everybody for sticking around and all the questions, man. Holy cow!
Yes,
you guys are awesome because PJ, you needed to go or something and you stuck it out, man. And Walt's like, I'm here till whenever. Walt actually said, I said, when does this end? He goes, never. He put it in the back jam.
If we had people here that want to sit and talk Bears, I would sit till the end of time and do it.
See,
well, I can drag people out, dude.
Walt's the man. Walt
Absolutely,
is truly
dude.
the man.
That's why I was just like, dude, you got to call this, Walt. It's all up to you, bro. So, and you know I'm goofy enough, man. I just ate my shrimp, my coconut covered shrimp and sauce, dude.
Doug Van Doren saying he can go to 5 a.m. Cliff said he can go on. What's it? Skylark is saying PJ in chat, he's tough as nails to agree and disagree.
See, if I went to, I would have to have a proper.
I know who we forgot. I know who we did not mention, man. Max 313 Sports.
Yes, yes.
Remember the dude that I told you that I met, Steve?
Yes.
That's the one name I couldn't remember. So now we have gotten everybody mentioned in the chat. If I missed somebody, please write it in because I went through it top to bottom and back. Because you guys are the whole show. You're the show.
Yeah, we never trying to overlook anyone or dismiss anyone. We want everyone to feel included because this is what this show is about. For you guys to feel included, let your voice be heard, even if we disagree. Chris Watts. Good morning.
Chris, we stay on long enough. He wakes up. I forgot about that.
Hey,
send him a link, Walt. Him and I'll go insane for an hour.
Hey, see, then I stay up for another 4 hours. I don't mind doing that.
I just freaking woke up. What the hell you doing, man? This is too early. It's 5 a.m. over there. Might be 6 or 7. I don't even remember.
Whatever, really, guys. It's
so dead
great.
on, PJ, man. And look at you guys. They even let me come on here and fucking speak. If I could do that and not get tossed off anything anybody says in the chat.
I mean, really, the best part about the show is the chat itself.
Yep.
Yes.
You know, so if you got friends that are Bears fans, spread the word. Bring them in.
Yeah.
I want to talk to them.
And you know what,
I don't talk a lot.
Right.
PJ's got 27 questions with 17 more subparts for each division.
And I will say this. I want more guys to come on and be a guest actually on video with us. I mean, we got our regulars in the chat, but Damon, Cliff, Doug Van Dorn, want you guys to come on, man. Skylark, come on, man. And we can have a debate in real time and not have to type it.
Exactly.
Do it. Absolutely, man. That's why the email to get a hold of us is if you hit where it says more on the video, It's in every video. If you ever want to be on this show, there's that
There's the email right there.
address. Reach out to us, man. There, I forgot we got it on there that too. So just please reach out because we want to hear from everybody.
Right.
As long as PJ and I got, I don't know, dude. I don't know if we got enough time. Hopefully we don't, because this will be going after we're gone. Just as good or better.
Let me answer Chris Watt's question here. Shorty had an emergency with his dog to where, it was having an allergic reaction to the medication she's going through. So he had to get off the show. Doug Van Dorn, one man can make a revolution. Spock, be that man.
Oh, man. But yeah, it only makes the show bigger and better, and we can push everything forward to you guys.
Yes,
that's what we're here for. Not here to make money.
Right. Because they just don't pay me enough. I'm trying to tell you, they just don't pay me enough.
I know. Shorty just asked me for another $50 a month. I can't. Now I'm at $1.25, but I'll hang out. That's why I want the shows to be longer. I got to get my money's worth because I'm a cheap bastard.
One thing I tell these guys here is I don't want to regurgitate what's on Twitter. I want to have like a real organic conversation on things with different takes. Like I could jump onto X right now or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and look up, what the national media line is. But with you guys here in your conversations, like I read your center conversation while we were talking about everything else. That's the beauty of this show.
Yep, it is. It truly is, man.
Well, that's the thing. That's a beautiful thing. I think, like we said many times, it's the fact that we have guys or gals in here talking Bears and other stuff organically. To Walt's point, it's like we don't have no script that we're going we gotta necessarily talk about these talking points all the time. Yeah, we want to have a general idea of a topic to talk about, but it can, as you know, it can go any which way because again, we're just talking. I mean, just a bunch of friends talking. Because I've missed the fact that we didn't get a chance to see Cliff's food tonight. To be honest with you,
was it going to be Dan's? Didn't Dan lay his thing out?
Oh, that's what I want to ask Cliff.
Yeah, he made that. Go ahead.
You know what I can do? I'll give you all a sneak peek of the new segment we'll do next week. Here we go.
Okay. All right.
Feed the bear. Now, let me say this. Cliff, seeing as though you and Dan are going to be going to a game in a couple of weeks, are you guys going to cook together and do a video?
That's what we want. You tell them, Pete.
I just want to know there, Cliff, if you can let us know that. I'm real curious.
We just want to know because we might hop in the car and drive down there and hang out in the parking lot of the game and eat the food you cook for it. But make sure you get it on film first.
Right. Dan was going to do Wagyu, but yeah, I know he did a video on that. But are you guys going to do something together when you guys down there, or are you guys going to have time?
Cliff dancing the question again, dude. When are you coming on, Cliff? When are you coming on, Cliff?
Well, yeah.
Is that freaking Lene? You know what? Did you build 2 of them by now? Because that's what we do here. We talk Bears and we have fun, man. That's why we want you on the show. Everybody.
Oh, they're going to be grilling. So I take it they're going to be grilling. They're going to do a tailgate at the game there. All right. Okay.
That's what needs to be filmed. And then, like I said, Peach, man, we could go hang out in the sun for a while. We'll just get their passes when they're in the game.
I had enough of a suntan already this year. I'm
okay, then we'll go in one of the trailers and eat their food while they're in the game. But
Yeah, I got too much of a tan already going, bro.
I saw it because did you see that, man? I just found out that PJ's really white. You should see the tan line he's got.
Man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't know how he did it, but he pulled it off, man.
Well, I'm thinking about this just now. I'm okay with the Lions winning tonight.
I got no problem with it.
Because I got tickets to the home game with the Lions at Soldier Field. It's only going to make that victory even better.
Yeah.
So let them have their arrogance, as Bearsky put it.
I don't even care. I would want to see Minnesota and more so Green Bay on the fucking bottom. Detroit, they're long overdue, man. I don't care if we're sniffing their ass all year and we get in the playoffs, we got a problem because then we're gonna kick their ass by then anyway. Our team's just gonna get better as we progress through the season. I know theirs is too, but these guys have already been together. They started playing good last year. What's their ceiling? Our ceiling is insanely ridiculous. Maybe not as much this year, but it's still going to be really high.
Yeah, we're still building. We're still building. I think sooner or later the Lions is going to level out because of them paying Golf and the other players. So they're going to level out, whereas we still on that rookie contract. So we're still building.
They're going to run into the same problem KC's got. That's why they got the receiving core that they have, because of the money.
Yeah,
they can't pay their big name guys. They got to trade them or they leave. So
unfortunately,
Poles will have it set up to where he's got that money for him, and then with the advancements of the cap, he's just going to stick to his guidelines with what he's paying for the position and how much he's got for each section of the line: offense, defense, running backs. So,
Foster,
go Bears, man! Go Bears!
Like a live game cast for that game, I'll try to come in on my phone and do some from the game analysis.
Are you wait? What are you talking about?
Week 11, Lions versus Bears.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on yet. Now, Shorty, this is a question I got to ask you guys. I don't know if you got to run, man. If you do, that's fine.
Hey, just give me a second. I'll be right back.
He's doing behind anyway, so let's just do it here and then we'll call it.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
He's doing you got to leave?
No, I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. He's doing the Packers game, right? With on PSF.
I don't know if he's doing the PSF game with the Packers. And like I said, if you guys do one, great. If you don't, no big deal. I'll just be sitting on the 50-yard line enjoying the game. But
with the Packers, you're going to the Packers game?
No, I'm going to the Lions game. I could have bought tickets to the Packers game, but it's not even the money. It's not even the money. I just didn't have they're worth the seats I wanted. So I was like, I'm going to spend the money.
It's one or the other. In my case, it would be the moolah. But I mean, I'm the same way with concerts, dude. When I go see a concert, I have a limit of where I'm sitting, and that's it. If I can't, I don't go.
My first Bears game was Robbie Gould's return in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So we were up in the nosebleeds, and then moved down to the media deck and down to section 140, like row 10. After that, like I'm not going back up there, man. It's just too much fun on the lower levels.
Yeah, I had to, just because of the financial situation for me and Chris. We got the upper deck, but I was like, man, I didn't want anything on the ends of the field, because then you're like looking at the goalpost, the top of the goalpost, and you're only going to see so much of the field, man. At least we're on like the 47, 48 line. Is what it is.
That's true. I mean, one day I do want to do like maybe first row end zone just to say I did it.
Yeah.
But being down on like the first level, like right behind the Bears bench, that's where it is.
What I was going to say, because back in the day, Halas used to sell tickets on the opposing team's bench, man. What would that cost today to sit on the Lions bench? The bench right behind it. Literally. That's what he did, man.
I even wanted to look into those. I forget they're calling them, like fan packs. They give you the, on-field credentials before the game. But
yeah,
I think that's too much money.
Yeah,
it'd be fun though.
Yeah. That's for a single game, right? I mean, they got it.
Yeah, it was only certain. It was only certain games.
Yeah,
they were doing.
Yeah.
Oh,
what else? What were we? Chris had some stuff in here. I knew about the Rolling Stones album coming out for sure.
Guys are still alive?
Yeah. Only Charlie Watts, the drummer, died. They're like 79, 83 years old. Still playing. Still turn. They just finished the tour. They're insane, man. 1962. They've been together since 62. That's shit. There's football teams that ain't been around that long.
Who's been around since 1962?
The Rolling Stones.
Dang. Is that Mick Jagger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
That'd be
Chris
about
just
the-
said, Chris was just telling me in the chat that they got a new album coming out. And I said, I caught that right away because I've been following them since 1972. 1872, I mean.
Dang.
So.
Cool.
Knocking the diamond. What else? Oh, here, thanks, Chris. I love that one. The bald fuck strikes. Is that me, or is that who? Is that me really, or who's he talk? Who you talking about, dude? Is that me? Who else is bald?
I think you're the only one, man.
Bearski was here.
Oh, that's true.
That's probably more like it.
He gets to talk about Nagy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, as soon as I saw Matt Nagy holding a clipboard on the sideline that said offensive coordinator, the game was a loss.
Yeah.
Man, you know,
Yeah.
I know Andy Reid likes him, but my goodness, I can't see how he cannot fire that guy or demote the guy or do something because he don't
He
get
blows them 3 times a day. Oh, I said that on video, right? This is going out there.
Just put him in the trash can where he belongs. You know.
I'm not trying to. I mean,
hey, dude, that's where I'm going when I die. It's right out there.
Because
I know I can fit in the damn thing.
I'm really not trying to talk bad about him in that, but seem like he's more. He gives me the impression that he's the type of guy that he's reminiscing on what his NFL career could have been. So I get that impression about him. Like I could have done this because I seen a video of him the other day at practice throwing the ball at the goalpost or something. It's like, you are a coach. Why are you still doing stuff like this? I mean,
He's always talking about his when he was playing quarterback since I can remember. Even when he was with the Bears, they had videos of him. You know, when I played, and I'm like, dude, I played too, but I never fucking played in the NFL.
He played like arena football or some shit.
Yeah.
Arena. He played arena.
Yeah. I think yeah. If I was to critique his coaching, the advice I would give him would be practice and rep the plays before you actually do them in the game. Just don't draw it up, walk through it, and then be ready for game time with it. Actually rep it in practice to see if it actually works. What's up, Zach Sullivan? I haven't seen you all night, so what's going on? I was having a flashback of Nagy's BS play calling watching this game.
Wait, read what Cliff said real quick, Peach. Read this out loud.
I had a contractor to finish the rest of the repairs, but he passed away in a motorcycle crash. Oh, wow. My wife found a deaf gentleman to continue the repairs.
Only Cliff, dude.
Fun.
Only Cliff.
It's not funny, man, but the way he's saying it, man,
Right.
golly,
It's not funny, but I'm just like, fucking Cliff, man. Just fucking Cliff. Another day with Cliff. That should be like a TV show. Another day with Cliff. Cliff who? Cliff Victoria, baby. You reached the heights of Cliff Victoria. Where was Zach's thing, man? Did you see it, Walt? Because I missed it. He read it, but then I forgot it. There it is. Oh, no.
It's always good to see you, Zach.
Man,
I'm glad you can join
Edwards
us,
is
man.
coming up too many times in the last 2 days because now it's tomorrow.
What screens are Cliff talking about? Did I miss something? I said, see, Cliff says, PJ, I like the way that screenshot look. Keep those going. Oh, he was talking about the picture of my parents? Oh, okay. I got you. It was only one picture though, right? Or
Yeah, just
just the one, right? Just this one right here, right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, keep that. That's a beautiful picture, dude.
Oh, thank you, man.
You
Appreciate
can
it.
tell it's just like classic history. Military man and his
1950,
woman, and I don't know. I get a whole picture from it because I'm
1951. Yeah,
he
1951.
was he was in Korea, right?
No, my father actually he he was in the army during the Korean War. However, he was
Okay,
stationed he was
okay.
stationed in Germany.
You told me that. You
Yeah.
told me that. I just because my dad was in Korea. My dad was in Korea, but same time frame, dude.
Yeah, my uncle was in Korea. He was over there, but my father was over there in Germany. So yeah, good times.
Bill 3 Point Stands Pod says, just wanted to come back into the chat and tell y'all my wife said y'all need to go to bed.
Well, he did say his wife liked cooking, right? Tell her to
Yeah.
tell her to get up and start cooking for us.
I'll be over there for breakfast in about 6 hours. I just ate. I should be good for 6 hours. I'm gonna need like 5 hours of sleep though,
Man.
and I'm starting to get really tired for some reason.
Uh-oh. What you guys got going tomorrow?
Oh man, I just got more crap. I'm going to a what is it when they take your statement on everything legally?
Deposition.
There you go. That's it. I couldn't remember the word.
Not doing anything crazy. My wife's got a work event tomorrow, so I'm going to take her into the city and do that.
What really sucks is I could have been sitting like in 5 rows behind the Cubs dugout tomorrow. I got a phone call while we were here, asking me to go, and I'm like, I can't.
I have to ask Doug Van Dorn this. Doug Van Dorn, was your dad in the Pacific or European theater?
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to say European. Just because he was a bombardier and a B-17.
Yes, but there were
I know.
Bomber groups out in the Pacific.
I know. I'm very aware of World War II, man. I'm just saying my guess. See, Europe based in England. Going on numbers, much more in England than in the entire rest of the Western theater, Eastern theater, Western.
Yeah. No, because the reason I asked is my grandfather was actually a ball turret gunner on a B-17 in the Pacific.
Holy shit.
So.
That takes some balls.
Well, he just happened to be the smallest guy in the crew, honest.
Yeah,
That's usually how.
Have you ever gone in any bomber and been in a turret, like at a museum or anything?
I have. When I was a little kid, my grandpa was still alive. They had an air show at where was it? I think it was Tweed. Tweed. It's a small airport in New Haven, right over the line from East Haven, where I lived. My grandpa lived there, so we went, and it was actually one of the B-17s he flew in. That's why he knew about this.
Whoa.
So he was able to actually open the turret up, go inside, and show us around.
Wow. That is how what year was that?
Hold on.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to do this even live, dude. This stuff fascinates me, PJ. I'm a World War II buff, dude. If you look on my phone, you're gonna see car videos, Bears videos, and World War II videos. That's it. I'm not kidding.
This is like maybe 93, because I think my sister was just born, so 93, 94.
So that plane was 50 years old when you saw it.
Yeah. It's funny. I actually have one of the pictures here. I'll see if I can do it. This was 1942. This photo.
Man. He's a good-looking young man there.
And then this one was actually at
about
training.
23, 24, 25 years old, maybe 25, 26.
He was born in 1920s. This is 42. He was 22.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And this is
okay.
out of
older, like Morty.
This is actually in Colorado. That's where they trained.
Wow. Okay.
So my dad has more. He actually has the field manual to field strip a M2 Browning, and the booklet they gave out to fighter pilots and bombardiers to recognize the silhouettes of planes. And then I also have, well, I don't have it yet, but I have the like they did a graduating class photo before they went out. So they took that, and we still have that as well.
Is that the Browning automatic rifle?
I know the big M2 Madus.
Yeah, it's not the same gun.
No, this is like a
I-
vehicle-mounted machine gun.
Well, the fucking that thing.
Well, it was funny too because they said like they couldn't pronounce his last name, so I guess in the service, what they did during the time was called you Murph, and then whatever your last name started with, so it'd be Murph with, in his case, Murph with a B, and that was his name.
Murph B.
Murph with a B.
Oh, Murph with the B. Wow.
Oh,
I didn't even know that one. My dad never says anything about Korea, so I don't know anything about any war stuff like that.
I don't say anything about them either.
It's tough because finding information is really hard. I've tried. I mean, I do know he did mention he bombed Shanghai. They did like a bombing run on the Shanghai airstrip, so he
Wow.
went into that a little bit. But he didn't really talk about too much outside of that.
Chris Watts' grandfather was a paratrooper.
Nice.
101. Screaming eagle. Patch on my shoulder.
Wow.
Pick up your weapon and follow me.
You know, I haven't watched 1917 yet. I got to do that.
I have not either, man. Have you, Pete, by chance?
What's that?
Seen 1917?
You know what? My son and I had this conversation. He said, Dad, why don't I ever see you watch like army movies, police movies,
Yeah, I
all
get
these
it.
things that you partake in? I'm like, I guess after you lived it,
Yeah, makes sense.
you just
it's not something that
you just
I
don't
get it. There's stuff I won't watch for the same
Yeah.
reason. I don't need to relive it either.
True.
So like if there's just stuff I won't watch, man.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, you think about it. In 42, they just had open windows with machine guns sticking
Yeah.
out of them, so you're just open to the elements.
Freezing your ass off, and if you knock your oxygen mask over a certain height, you were pretty much done. Forgot whatever the altitude level
Now,
was.
Zach Sullivan, he talking down there in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, 82nd Airborne Division, Jump Master Course, May 2003.
23.
I ain't even mad at you, bro.
Nice.
Man. Now that's a paratrooper right there. Zach Sullivan, that's a paratrooper right there. 82nd Airborne. I'm trying to take it right there.
Nice. I couldn't get in because of that shit, man. Psoriasis kept me out. In the 80s, they wouldn't take you. If it was today, I'd be in a heartbeat. But all my family, man, they're all my family were fucking medics. Except for my one, he was a tank commander.
Zach Sullivan, I appreciate your service, man. Thank you, man. Again, I was never a paratrooper, but I know a lot of them who were. A lot of my guys were, and those paratroopers, man. Whew. Hats off to you, bro.
Absolutely, man. Anybody that served for this country, my family's done it. We've been doing it in my family my grandfather started in World War I as a cavalryman. So,
first guy? Do you know whether he was in first?
I believe so. I believe he was
based out of Fort Hood, Texas.
I believe so.
I was down in Fort Hood, Texas.
He ended up after the war moving to Evanston, and that's why I'm here. Put it simply. And we've remained the same lines. That's the same guy that became a Bears fan, man. That's part of this story too, And then my father and my uncle served in Korea. My cousin, because he was at the right age, was a tank commander about to leave for Vietnam in 1971.
Man,
and never. He was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, too, dude.
Fort Hood.
Yep.
Telling you.
My other cousin, his brother, served 19 tours of duty, active as a combat medic. Not a fucking scratch. He comes home, he goes to work for Kraft Company in Central Illinois, and he dies like He comes back. He's like 2.5 years. He's back. They've got all these plans. They're going to do all the stuff they want to do. The kids are grown, and he dies of cancer in like 10 months, man. So we don't know how that happened, but 19 tours of active duty, not a scratch. Combat medic.
Oh my gosh, man!
God was watching over him all the time, and he took the veteran home to rest.
Oh, okay. Zach was in Camp Howells in Korea. Okay, I'm thinking Camp Howells. I knew that's closer to the DMV. I was down south in Korea, man. I was at Camp Walker and Camp Henry. Camp Howells. I know that's up north by the DMZ up there by Tundishan.
Wow. I haven't heard any of that stuff in ages, man. My dad's been dead for about 12 years.
Wagon, Busan, Daegu, Seoul.
Seoul was his.
Yeah, Seoul's the capital. So
yeah, no,
that was the biggest. I mean, that's a bigger spot.
You know what? That's out of all because my father was a photographer too, and he was in espionage. He used to listen to conversations and actually had a Jeep blew up and both of his feet were crushed and he was not supposed to walk again. He never used a cane or any assistance, and he died at 82 without any assistance ever. So he got him wrong on that one. He spent like 2 years in the hospital after that.
Always about
the only thing that he ever. What'd you say, Pete? This
is all about that willpower.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a different generation. That's a breed, man. It's.
Yep.
So he never told any of the tales of what he experienced. Everything that he brought back was all pictures of like Seoul and then his visits to Tokyo for R&R because he was in Korea for over 24 months, so he did get leave twice. But he never would say anything. And matter of fact, it's funny because everything from Seoul, there might be some other cities where he was at too, but it's all pretty stuff like flowers and gardens. There's no, you may see the guys in their uniforms, but there's no negativity in the picture in any way, shape, or form. Not poor little kids, it was always something beautiful or a pretty picture of people, happy, smiling, laughing people.
Right.
So I think that was part of what got him through it is tomorrow's going to be a fun day. Life's going to be okay at some point.
Hey, Zach, truly, salute you, bro. Second Infantry Division, man. Second Infantry Division over there in Korea. That's where he is at. So, man, hats off to you, bro.
Yeah.
That's the life of a soldier, though. That's the thing.
Zach, you want to come and talk some Bears with Walt?
Oh man, we've gone 5.5 hours.
How fucking long? What?
5.5 hours.
Okay.
Hey, you guys said you can go to 5. I mean, Cliff took you up on it. He's like, yeah, go for the record. So go ahead and go for the record.
No, well, the next time, if we ever go that long ago, it was day 3 of the draft. I don't want to ever do that again. What was that, 7 hours?
Yeah, I had to leave early that day. I think I had to go cook some fish and spaghetti.
When the Bears make the playoffs this year, we'll break that record.
There you go. There you go. We will break that record possibly, pretty sure.
Are they wearing their navy blue jerseys this weekend?
No.
What I've been asking, and I've never heard anybody say or ask anything about this, is when and what are they going to do for the 50th anniversary of the 1963 championship team? I haven't heard a word about it. I've been asking about it.
Why would they?
Why wouldn't they? They do stuff for the 85 Bears all the time.
So we already had the 50th anniversary for the 63 championship team. That would have been 2013.
Oh, 60th.
I don't remember them doing nothing for the 50th, so I don't think they do it for the 60th.
Yeah, I think that's the same. I don't know. I think they should do something. I just think I was like, man, go back the do the all white and white with the navy blue, and then the helmets with the white C. That's all I meant. Something like they've done throwbacks for the 30s and 40s championship teams.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I just meant it's the 60th anniversary of that, and you know my all my uncles, man, that they talked about that like we talked about 85 till 85 came.
So I was just checking Twitter to see if they had a jersey schedule up, and first thing it pulls up is Lance Briggs. Was that the Nagy effect?
Man, he's come up way too much tonight, dude. His name has been said 17 times on here. I think 18 with you.
Oh well.
I'm looking at Doug Van Doren's comment.
I don't want to say the creamsicles.
No. It's something serious. I mean, I just want you to know, Doug, hey, I'll pray for you, man. I mean that sincerely. I pray for your health, for your strength of body, as well as strength of mind through your challenges, brother. Please know that.
Get some rest to start.
Strength of mind, body.
It's critical.
Hey, us guys from Central Illinois got to stick together, Doug. That's all I got to tell you.
Skylark 99. So
Skylark, is he fairly new? Seems like I haven't always seen him. Seems
nah,
like
he Skylark. That goes way back. I was actually looked at all his YouTube stuff like 4 or 5 months ago. So Skylark has been here and just not every week consistently. Otherwise, you're name. But they've been here. I don't know, last 2-3 shows for sure.
Yeah,
at least the last 2 or 3.
Yeah, it might even be like the last 4 if you count Mondays and stuff. I'm just saying because I remember even when Dan said Skylark 99, good to see you back. That was 4 weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago, right? 2-3 weeks ago, whatever. Thanks, Skylark 99.
Yes, I'm just thinking about this. Next week is going to be my last show.
What?
Till I get back from vacation, of course.
PJ's going, what?
Man.
I already knew. I think I was going to say the same thing at first, but I already knew because we talked about what we're going to try to do after you come back. Hopefully my situation won't be as crappy, man. Dude, tomorrow's
we got to hire a new producer, huh?
No, I'm just heading out to Montana for a couple weeks or just 2 weeks.
You're covering it for next month. Man.
You know, I can do all things except produce, except create.
Golf. We'll start the list now.
There's a whole lot of things I can't do. You know? But my attitude is, hey, like I tell the boys, hey, meet the challenge. That's all you got to do. Meet the challenge.
Man.
Where at in Montana are you going there, Walt?
We are flying
leaving.
We're flying into Bozeman on the 17th. And we're going to drive down to Jackson Hole and go to the Grand Tetons for a little bit. And then we're gonna go up to West Yellowstone and go check out Yellowstone National Park.
Oh wow, that's cool.
So
Wyoming.
There's a slight chance I might be able to jump in, Chad, but I don't know how the Wi-Fi situation out there is. So, and we're not staying in the park; we're staying in like actual civilization. But
that's what
whatever happens, man. You'll enjoy as long as you enjoy the shit out of that, and that's it.
How many states have you guys been to?
Personally, I don't even
know.
Let me start. I should do it by states I haven't been to.
Dang.
That would be easy.
I was just looking for a number. There, folks.
30.
30? Okay.
That's even a guess. I have to sit down and go over it really.
I think the last time I counted, I was at 22 that I've been to.
I used to just get some money together, throw a bag of clothes in the car, and be gone for 2, 3, 4 months.
That's something. Seems like a lot of people don't do that type of thing anymore, though.
Nope.
Just go traveling the country like that. So I mean, I'm thinking about this. Listening to Walt saying he went up to the Montana and the park there. It's like, man, I've never been to Montana. Not many brothers go to Montana, I'm sure.
So I'm at 25 right now.
Okay.
And then be at 27 when I come back.
I don't think anybody's going to top Zach. Zach is at 46. Goodness gracious. That's what I'm talking about. 46.
Yeah.
How old are you, Zach? I'm just curious now. 46 state. How old are you? I'd say early 40s. That's my guess. Early 40s. Gas prices, PJ. Yeah. That will keep you there.
Oh,
keep
40,
you home.
44.
Yep. So he's been to more states than he is old. That's impressive.
I said that once. I was 18.
Wow.
Did a lot of traveling as a youngster, man. A ton. All California to New York.
Man.
That's what we did, man. That's how I got it in my youth.
It's different
Gotta go
times,
see
man.
shit, man. Gotta go see shit.
It's good, man. It's good to get out and explore a little bit, see a little bit of the country, meet good people. Man, that's nice.
It's what sucks is it's so much more expensive and not, I don't know if I'm right, not quite as safe as it used to be. We just take a damn tent and pick it somewhere, man. Nobody'd ask you. Occasionally a cop might come by, oh, you can't stay here. Why don't you go to this campground? Because we didn't have Google or sit on our phone to find shit. We'd have to get the map out. So, and not everything was listed because a lot of the maps were changing in the late 70s, back all through the 70s and the 80s, man. I still got like a 7-county atlas of Chicago and 72 suburbs, right? I pulled it out a few times, and I'm talking 10 years ago. There were streets on there that didn't exist in my map book that I have. That's the only way I know. I'm looking for an address. Holy shit, this thing's so old. This whole block isn't even on it. So, it's amazing. It's amazing. Or this used to be an apartment building, and now it's 4 houses. It's crazy.
I just want to know, is Zach planning on going to those 4 states that he hasn't been to?
Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, and Arkansas. So he's been to Alaska and Hawaii. Wow.
Now, I've been to Alaska. I haven't been to
I haven't been to
Hawaii.
either Alaska or Hawaii.
Yeah. But, man, cool.
And I've never left this country. Wanted to, but I've never left this country.
Doug Van Dorn been to 38 states.
Yeah, I was just reading that when I said that.
Lower 48. Okay. Canada, England, the Netherlands, Belgium, Argentina. Man, all right. Okay. I see you, Doug. Man, I'm going to pray for your health that you can get to see more of the world. I believe you can. I believe you will. I'm thinking positive for you, brother. That's what I'm saying. I love when people get a chance to actually enjoy life. Now, I'm not a big traveler. I'll be the first to admit that I'm not, but I encourage everybody else to do it because I'm like, man, have a blast, see this world.
Yeah, and I haven't really left the country outside of Canada, but my wife's been to Dubai and Singapore.
Oh wow, okay.
For business,
okay.
So she ended up going through. Where the hell did she end up? Tokyo, Frankfurt, the other places.
Cool.
Hey, did we ever roast Dan? Did you guys see the text?
Nah, I don't want to roast him. I mean, I don't have a dog, but his dog going through his thing, so hey, I ain't gonna roast you over that.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I just.
Well, I know he said he want us to roast him.
And also, please roast me. We'll save that for a better time when you're here and we can do it to you in person, man.
Right, because I'm beginning to think he's into that. What's that thing called? When you like getting whipped and stuff. What's that thing called?
S&M?
S&M. There you go.
Sadomasochism and shit. Or I might even have the wrong one. I can't remember which one's which.
Do it again.
DJ, stop it. Now I got to get in the car and go to Green Bay again, dude. Actually, I'm going Monday.
Foster having flashbacks. Ooh, that felt good. Ooh, let me go back to Green Bay. What in the world?
Hey, man, it's what she wanted to do. I got to oblige. Actually, man, because I am Monday. I'm going to be up there. I'm going to be right there, man. Green Bay again.
Man.
Right after the game, man, we better win. Now we better fucking win because I got to be there.
Yeah. They're gonna talk. They're gonna talk
My
to you.
Illinois plates stand out when you're up in the middle of fucking Michigan. Your car stands out when you got Illinois plates. Too. Believe me. I mean Wisconsin, Michigan too, but it ain't as bad.
Man.
Especially when I got all the bear shit on my fucking Focus. Oh well, we better fucking win that game. Now I'm really like, we better fucking win that game.
Yeah, I hope so, man. Because
or maybe I should just rent a car. They usually got if you get it in Chicago, they usually got like Florida or Texas plates on them. Tennessee all the time. Tennessee.
it was odd in Singapore to think that I could have gotten into a car from there and driven through Miramar and
Myanmar up into
Cambodia?
Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam. Maybe not safe.
Maybe
What?
not safe. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You did that, Doug? You did stuff.
He said he could have. Yeah, he could have. Yeah, he could have.
Oh, okay, but wow. Maybe not safely. I would say probably not safely at all. Zach Sullivan. Better fucking win Sunday. No doubt. Packer week at home. Can't miss.
Yeah, you can't. You got to take advantage of that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta take advantage of your home games.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Improving Jordan Love there.
Yeah, I'm just hoping Luke Getzey opens up the pass playbook a little bit now that we have like a decent line on our hands. Just let the man throw.
And that's what
forget this whole we need to run the football.
Oh no, they ain't gonna forget that. Because look at San Francisco. Yeah, they still do that.
Yeah, I think I misspoke. You know, I think Foster had balance is better. Last year it was like that's all we had. We're just gonna be like, oh, we're gonna be a run first football team, blah blah blah. Yeah, we led the league in rushing, but did we win anything? No.
Yeah.
It's because we had no choice, man. There's no, we know all this stuff. It's not going to be like that. But I still got a feeling that Fields is going to run for a ton of yards, and I'm talking 12 or 1,300, and not because it's planned or the line sucks or anything else.
Mm-hmm.
You have choices, and we've already seen how bad when they try to stop Fields. Not a lot because we sucked. But when you got a man wide fucking open downfield because his field's going to take off, they're going to make him do that almost. They're going to give him that at some point because he's going to burn him too many times the other way. And they're going to say, dude, every time we do this, they get a fucking 40-yard gain or touchdown or something like that. So we've got to play the back end up, and we can't let them get past. And this, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm right, but I just get a feeling that there's going to be a lot more of that than you think, because you can also slide or get out of bounds.
I think the fact that we have what the average play calls per game is about 65. I think we're going to run it about 35 times and throw it about 30.
That sounds about right.
That's what I think we'll be at.
You could tweak that 2 or 3 either way, depending on game situation. Obviously,
right?
for
But
down,
I think we
we're
still
going to
would be
run
a heavy
25
run
times and
team.
pass 40. What did you say, Peach?
I think we're still going to be a heavy run team. Set up
They're
that
set up for
play
it.
action pass.
They're set up
And
for it.
I would love to see Fields break 40, 45 attempts in a game one day.
I don't know if I would, because that usually means you're down and you're losing. That's usually
Yeah,
what
Just
that,
a
wait.
bunch
that
of short
comes out
plays
to think
too.
about it. What?
Just a bunch of short plays too.
That's true. That's true. A lot of screens. The Bears in my lifetime, for the most part, have sucked at running screens. So I always cringe half the time they do it, because I'm like, man, we always lose 2 yards. And I'm not talking about this regime for sure, because I don't know on this regime. I only know the preseason, but go back and look. Go back and look. 70s, even the early 80s, 90s, we started sucking again at it. 2000, late 2000s, 2010s.
Yeah,
All of fucking Nagy's regime, we sucked at running the screen. Show me effective screens from him.
yeah, we haven't been good at running the screens or the slants over the last
Nope.
several years.
Yep.
No.
Having a line and a quarterback helps, though, right?
Absolutely. And some fast guys who can run after the catch.
That, and then the yak, man, yak, heart
Yeah.
attack.
Like we mentioned in the show before, all the guys who, with the speed they have. I'm sorry, Walton, you was trying to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that we have 3 decent receivers. You got DJ Moore, Mooney, and Claypool.
Yes.
That's better than most.
And last year we had our 3 taken away, and then nobody after him, really. Talking about Mooney, 2, 3, wherever you want to put him.
Yeah, we deal with Amir Smith, Marset, Dante Pettis, Byron Pringle.
Man.
I like the Keel Harry. He was misused.
He's not with anyone either. Isn't he a free agent?
No. I think so.
I think.
I don't know. I don't know.
A lot of our
Doug
guys are practice squad or free agents.
Yeah. Doug Van Dorn wrote, funny, the Locked On Packers podcast has a thumbnail that reads, "The Bears can't pass, but will it matter against the Packers?" I need to take a picture of that for Twitter.
Dang.
For Monday. Because now I want to see him do 40 fucking screens and run 80 fucking plays in the game, man, and kick their ass. Just for
Beat
that
the
thumbnail,
DJ
man.
joined us.
Think.
The
Hi.
DJ in the hills.
Were your ears ringing? Because I mentioned her earlier. You remember?
Uh-oh. What's up, Bink? Hope all is well with you, Bink. But yeah, I think Cliff, I'm not really sure about their screen pass because it seemed like our lineman was a little bit too far down the field on both of them. So I'm not so sure we got that there yet. I mean, the referees didn't call it, but those linemen was a little bit too far downfield.
Well, sorry, Walt. I threw that up because I just saw it was a question. I'm sitting here like half asleep. But I didn't even know where was Cliff saying? I am confident the Bears have a plan, hoping it works.
No, the one where he
Bears
said,
show they can run screens now.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
That's another. It's like everything, man. We're going to find out a lot. We're going to find out a lot Sunday. I truly believe that.
It should be very interesting. I mean,
yes,
I'm looking forward to it.
These first 3 weeks ought to be real interesting, man.
Look back at the DJ Moore. Look back at the DJ Moore screen pass. I believe it was Whitehair as well as Carter
Yep.
Like 3 or 4 yards downfield before DJ caught the ball. And I think they only
might
give
have-
you a grace of like 1 yard. It was like 3 or 4 yards down.
They might
When you
they
say
were
if the,
pushing
if
that
the ref so
5-yard
call
limit.
it is good. I'm sorry, what did you
Yep.
say?
I just said they were pushing that 5-yard limit about being downfield there. I thought, honestly.
No, they say they normally give you like a yard cushion, 3 or 4
Yeah.
yards. Ooh, no, so that's why I'm like,
No. I meant from what? Because it's a 5. I thought they couldn't be more than. They have to be less than 5 yards downfield. 1 yard. That's as far as they could go on a screen pass like that.
yep,
And you said like 3 yards, right?
they were like 3 or 4.
Yeah, because I was gonna say whatever it was. I was like,
That's
wow.
all I'm saying. They missed the
It
call.
looked like to me when I watched the play in live. Here, sitting here watching it live, it looked like it was more than. I'm going, wow, they're way downfield. It seemed like to me, man. But
Me and Cliff would argue about this one because I remember seeing the breakdown of the film on that one. They were actually like 3 or 4 yards down, and the rule says 1 yard.
that would have been a penalty and no good, man.
Yeah, they just missed the call. But I mean,
Yeah,
to his
they
point,
won't miss it in the regular season. Not against the Bears.
not against
If
the
not,
Packers.
they'll make it up. Zach Sullivan he said he'd rather see 25 completions to 7 different receivers and only 20 yards scrambling.
I agree with that.
Wants to see him get his teammates involved, and I
agree.
I agree with that. I just said at some
100%.
point, man, I think they're going to give him that run because I just think they're going to get burned too many times early. Guys are, you got to watch Fields, man. Don't let him get outside around the end. The equanimity of the St. Brown touchdown. I don't know how many times they showed it where both the cornerback and the safety bite on Fields, and he's fucking 30 yards past him. I think I'm hoping to see a lot of that shit. And then the coaches are going to say, nope, don't give him that because that's a touchdown. That's why I think he'll run more.
I think as long as you have the threat of the run, you can influence a game too. You don't necessarily have to do the running. You just have to have the threat of the run.
Well, there's plenty of plays that showed that. There's plenty of plays that showed that. Doug Van Dorn. If the league is really trying to manage a worst to first narrative with the Bears, then expect to see all of the cheap shots on Soldier Field to get called as penalties this year. On fields get called this year. That's kind of what I'm hoping too, man. I've been thinking about that since the last day of the year.
Yeah, he just got to get his
In
head
the
down.
right position, they need to be fucking making sure that they're doing the things that they did for all the other motherfuckers, because it should be fair, and we know it's not, or it hasn't appeared to be fair.
Yeah, I think with the sliding, Fields got to get his head down. He slides like he's going into second base.
A little too high.
Yeah,
Needs to be laying down instead of sitting up.
exactly. Like I said, he slides like he's going into second.
Yep, one leg out on the
Yep.
side,
Mm-hmm.
sitting on his ass.
Gotta lay
I'm
down.
sitting on the leg, right? Cliff Victoria. I like to see the screens. We haven't seen the Bears run good screens in a long time. I think we all agree upon that. Do you, Walt, or did we run all great screens with our last few coaches here?
I don't think the Bears have really done screenplays in a long time, at least well. I mean,
That's what we're
tried.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's why you don't see a lot of them, because they suck at them. But Nagy used to call that shit all the time where what would he do? He'd have the back out there and then 2 wide receivers, and they'd throw the pass and we'd lose 2 yards. And I'm like, dude, there's 2 guys there, but we got 3 and we lost 2 yards? What the fuck? Every time. Not that I'm getting heated about it.
No, please don't.
I'm not a real Bears fan, man. I think I like the Dallas Cowboys. Like Who's that, Damon? I'm getting tired, guys. I think I need to
think
say
it's about that time. I was gonna stick it out for 2 more minutes, before we can have a complete 6 hours.
I thought we got 6.
No, we started at 8:05.
Oh, we're staying till 6 then, Peach. I'll just shut up and you guys go through the chat again. You can name all 4 people. No, I'm just looking at who's talking, man. I don't know nothing.
Well, Cliff said he's getting tired. He was probably go to bed.
Yeah, come on, Cliff. What the fuck happened to 5 a.m., man?
Yeah, Cliff, we was doing this for you, buddy.
Get on your. What did you cook today, Cliff? What did you make, man? Did you mow the lawn today? I mean, did you vacuum the grass?
Dang.
You riding any meatloaf or what do we got? Corned beef? Some steak?
We got 1 more minute there, Doug Van Dorn, for the 6 hours. 1 more minute.
We want to thank you guys for hanging with us. This has been amazing. This show, actually.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what? We forgot to do shoot the shit.
I think we've been doing that for the last 4 hours?
No, dude. That was all talking.
Man.
Yeah, this is good because now I'm fed. I got the itis, dude. I'm ready. I'm ready to just fucking snooze.
Cliff says he laugh out loud. I could do it, but I have a 12-hour window until I can have my blood test. Okay, I got you. I got an appointment in a couple of hours myself. Got a guy coming out to my house for an appointment, so yeah.
I would have got off here long ago, except my deposition is until 1 in the afternoon.
See,
it's not that far, but
I did it to hang out with Cliff and Walt. See, my night owls.
Yeah. He's like, see, look at right there. He's like, no, I can't even say that because he wouldn't say that. I don't even know what I'm saying, man.
Dang.
Well, I didn't want to. I was trying to speak for you, but then I was going to swear, and I'm like, no, because he wouldn't say that. So.
No, not I.
That's why I didn't say it.
Zach Sullivan says, I tore my bicep on the mend from surgery, so my days are all screwed up.
Oh, Zach, that's painful shit, dude.
I currently have a torn bicep.
Do you?
Yeah, I currently have one. I currently have a torn bicep and a torn rotator cuff.
The rotator cuffs I know about. I got both of mine. I got 5 in this shoulder and 2 in this one.
But I can still lift my arm, so.
I can too, to a point, and my doctor doesn't even. He's like, you shouldn't be able to do that. I'm like, well, it fucking hurts. He's like, well, how are you doing that? I'm like, I don't know. Ask God, because I don't have an answer for you, dude. I'm picking my arm up, and no matter what the pain is, I just do it if I have to, because I don't do it that much. He's like, you shouldn't be able to raise it that high, and I'm like, well, what do you want me to do? You're telling me I shouldn't be able to do this, but I am. So it is what it is. I was supposed to have surgery 4 years ago on it. That's the other problem. The pandemic messed it up.
It's not too late.
My psoriasis messed it up because they scheduled the surgery, and I'm like, I go to my doctor. I said, you already scheduled the surgery. I says, you know that nobody in the United States will let me in an operating room when it's this bad because I'm super high risk for infection and death. So the insurance companies have a shit fit. I got to be like 98% clear. And I almost was there, and then all this stress did it, and then they didn't have my medication for a month. So I just actually today got a double dose. So hopefully I can maybe get one of my arms fixed in January. And it's going to be this one because right now, even man, after I did that, that was a mistake because I'm fucking ready to go. I'm going to have to go take a pill now for this. It doesn't usually do that, but the weather change here, we just went from 90 to 70 or something like that in the last few days.
Yeah, it was like 92 yesterday.
And 65 tomorrow.
Hey, I just want you guys to stay warm. Stay warm, stay cool, stay safe.
There you go.
But most importantly, Stay happy.
There you go. I'll settle for content, my friend.
You know what I tell people? This is a true story. People ask me about happiness. I'm like, I don't look for happiness. I look for peace. As long as I got peace, I'm good.
Happiness comes when you're at peace. It just comes when
It's
you're at
like
peace.
happiness is so temporary that it's
It's
like, you can be happy like this second, then like a minute from now, it can go away. Whereas peace, seems like peace is more sustainable for me.
that's why I say I would just prefer contentment, a consistent contentment,
Yeah.
because it is. And that was cool when I was younger. The roller coaster ride was cool. Right now, give me the merry-go-round so I can stop and see everything and just stay on that even contentment. I don't need to be happy. I don't need to be like smiling, laughing, happy all the time. But most of the time, I am anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because I am content. On a daily basis, I'm content 99.99.9 infinity%. So it's almost 100, man. Very seldom do I have that.
I think if I had to describe my personality, I would say I try to be more grateful and at peace more than anything. It's like I'm grateful for where I'm at in life. I'm grateful for my health, although it's not perfect, as we just talked about. But I'm grateful because it could be a lot worse. I mean,
that's
whatever
say it every
situation
day, man.
I find myself in, I look at it. It could be a lot worse. So I'm grateful and at peace with it. I mean, just doing simple things make peace for me. It's like, man, sitting watching my grandsons play football, peaceful, man, just peaceful. I'm like, man,
I get it.
I'm good with
it. And you know what else you are, PJ?
What's
You're
that?
5 minutes and 6 seconds over. 6 hours.
We did it, guys.
Well, we are. We made it.
We did it, guys.
We made it without your guys' help. We couldn't have. What the fuck, Cliff?
So Cliff, we did it
get
just
the fuck
for you.
out of here and go cook something, dude. We love you.
What do you say? Doug Van Dorn says, Foster, as a young man, I've craved excitement and constant input. Now, following a chat and watching a game on TV is the most input I can handle. And find that contentedness
is better than excitement.
is better than excitement.
I'm telling you, man, that's that word. Just if you get two things, if you got to work, if you can find something you love to do, and if you're content every day, everything else falls into place. It just does. It does. I've been through so many angles in my life with shit. I'm like, even now, man, I'm having some rough crap. But if this was 15 years ago, you guys have seen me blow up. That was really nothing. That was nothing compared to what it was 15, 17 years ago. Nothing. And that's like, so let's see, that might have been, I might have done that like twice this year. And it all stems really one person that I got to deal with. Because when I never have to deal with this person, I don't have those problems. It's part here and part 40 years of my history. That's the biggest problem. And I'm reminded of it, and it's beaten into my brain and abused and neglected and confused. So that has a big effect. You don't realize, especially like family membership. You know, it sucks when you care about somebody and they treat you like crap continuously for your life. So that, but it could be a lot worse, man, because there was two of them. Now I only got one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm grateful for you guys too, man. That you put up with me, man. I sometimes I feel like I'm just, especially lately, man, because I'm just having a hard time. But I'm not miserable. I'm still content. Still content every day, man. So
the good book says, Walt, you can help me out on this one. The good book says it doesn't say anything about happiness as far as pursuing it. Right. But it does say seek peace and pursue it. So I don't
There you
see
go.
these other things like money and all these, trying to be rich and all that. I seek peace because that's the one thing that the Bible does tell you. It's like seek peace and pursue it because, man, at the end of the day, blessed is a peacemaker, for he shall inherit the earth.
There you go. There you go, man. I get most of my peace and contentment out of helping other people, dude.
I
What
think
a
there is
way
a piece of
what
that.
a way to lift your soul.
It is. I
It,
agree with that.
I, I can't
There's a
I
piece.
can't even describe how it's changed my life to think about my fellow man and just again, like I said, sometimes it's stupid. Sometimes it's telling a joke. Somebody's terrible day, man, and I make them laugh or help an old lady. Like I had a little lady down here carrying groceries, man. She must have been about 78 years old, and she's got arthritis, and she's got two bags humped over. And I just pull my car over because I live around the block. And I asked if you want some help, and she says no, no. She only lives like six more doors, and she's walking, and she puts the bags down. She's sitting there, and I said, "Do you want some help?" And she goes, "Well, yeah, could you?" I ended up talking to this lady for 15, 20 minutes. I never talked to her before. She's been there for like 50 years now.
Wow.
So now I got another relationship just by saying, "Hey, do you want some help?" And she's got nobody.
Yeah.
So, it's like she's like, "I got a problem with the kitchen faucet. It's leaking." I said, "You know what? Is it terrible?" She said, "No." I said, "Next week, here's my phone number. I'll come and look at it because it's probably just a damn wash
Right.
in one of the faucets." I know a lot about plumbing, and that's the only kind of stuff I know is construction shit. But I'm like, so please don't call a plumber because you're going to spend $300 or $400 for them to come out and change your faucet, and you probably don't need a faucet. But even if you do, I could get one for about $80 and maybe give me 50 or $60. I'll go pick it up and change it. So she's like, "Oh, that's great because my biggest problem I have with keeping this house are those kind of expenses. It's insane now what they're charging me for everything. A garage, not a garage door opener, it's just to fix the rail on a garage door opener it probably could have been reused, and all they had to do was move it, clean it. I mean, I know enough of that shit too. But these people, a lot of people won't tell them that kind of stuff. They'll just take their fucking money, do it, and be done." Another lady, same shit. Her door became unlatched. She's 81. The guy went out there, charged her $150. He was there less than 8 minutes. Unlocked it, put it back on. Then it messes up again like 2 weeks later, and she calls me, and I said, "Here's what you do." So I took it and I just wired it so it won't come off. He goes, "Well, what?" I said, if something happens, that motor's 20 years old anyways. It's just going to break the motor, and it's already 20 years old. So just dumb little things, man. But that saved her $300, $400.
I think one of the greatest things is we as men, if there's ladies in the chat, we can do is try to help guide these younger people today. Seem like a lot of these younger people lack basic skills. You know what I mean? Like you said, changing a washer in a faucet, learning know how to edge grass when you're cutting grass. It's like I was talking to this kid last week.
Cut grass properly. I'm serious about that one.
Say it again.
I said just cutting grass properly.
Yeah, I mean,
and I don't mean to be a jerk, but I'm serious.
I was talking to this kid last week, and he was like, I never knew how to edge grass. He said he cut grass. He cuts his mom's grass. He didn't know how to edge it. And I was like, just simple things like that. I'm like, there's so much that kids are missing these days.
My kids didn't know. I mean, they're not that they need it all the time, and they didn't even want to deal with it, but they didn't know about credit cards and checkbooks. My daughter got a credit card, and she's like, "Oh, I'm paying it off." And I said, "Hun, so you've had it 3 months. How much have you paid off on? Have you paid it off every month?" "No." "Well, they're charging you interest. I'm like, "You need to go look at your agreement, and then get your bill and see how much the percentage finance fee was." And she's going, she didn't have no idea about it. She's 21 years old at the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's so much that is missed that seem like we as older guys, be it 21 to however old you are in foster escape.
40. Fuck you.
The dawn of time, but But no matter how old you are, just to be able to take some time out with a younger person and teach them some things. Just talk to them, teach them about something, and it's like, man, just basic things. Simple things like, hey, uh, the thought behind why you open a door for a lady. Oh, why should I open a door for a lady? That's what being a gentleman is.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? I'm like, okay. So just simple things, man.
Yeah, you're right. Little things like that. I probably mentioned this, but my daughter can do she can change. She's 23 now. She can change a tire. She maintains all the fluids on her car. Because she drives an older car.
Right.
She's actually now she doesn't even call me for any of that, even the oil changes and stuff. She just goes and does it, and she knows when to do it because I laid it out. And all her friends and stuff, man, I hang out and talk with them probably 2 hours every month because when they're together for whatever reason, oh come on, Mister Foster, come and tell us some stories. So I do, but I try and teach them something and everything I'm telling them because usually there's a meaning to it.
Yeah.
Basically, all those stories are. Don't do what the fuck I did. Not all of them, but I deal with a lot of younger people too, man, and they're usually between maybe 18 and 32 they just don't know stuff. They weren't informed. They missed out. They just missed out. I don't know all their situations. Most of them single family, single parent home. Nobody home because mom's working or dad, who's ever raising them, that kind of stuff. So, because I don't know, Pete, your parents were there to show you certain things. They were around to do things, and it's just, your dad went to work. Mom was home every day, right?
Oh, my mom worked too.
Did she?
Yeah, my mom worked. She worked too.
My mom was home every day, all day. She'd take us to school even in the morning and be home when we came back. And then when my parents separated, nobody was here. And I'm 10 years old, 9 years old. So I get that. The thing that I was fortunate enough was that I had a sister and a brother who showed me stuff. And then I was very nosy at everything, man. I had to learn a lot of stuff. I don't know how many bicycles I broke and how many car engines I messed up and transmissions. But I learned.
Yeah.
You learn.
Trial and error. I agree. I mean, because I was just thinking about this the other day.
Don't do that today, though. Go ahead.
I was thinking about something simple like using a snowblower to blow out your driveway.
Yeah.
I've seen people who would have the spout going on the area to where they have to go right back over it, and it's like, you're doubling your work. I mean, so just being able to learn, you start in the middle of the driveway, you blow it that way, you blow it one way, then when you come back up, you blow it back the other way to where you duplicate your work.
Yep.
Just simple things like
in the
that.
Driveway now, I don't know if this, because I had one house I used to do where it sucked because I had to do exactly that. There was nowhere to put the snow, so I had to blow it all forward. But then same thing, you split it in half. And other people, man, I got a problem with one of the neighbors down here because he puts it all on one side and it's so high, I gotta back out onto a main street. I can't see the fucking street, and he don't care because he don't even think about it.
Right.
You got one, Walt, or no?
No, I'm just reading the chat here. Cliff's talking about how he doesn't like organized religion. Man, you just got to remember, religion is a personal journey. Like it's different for everybody. You can't let those Bible thumpers, the ones that think they're holier than thou, and I'm better than you because I do this. No, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, man. Don't let those people do your thing. If you want to, you want to be a Catholic, you want to be a Protestant, you want to be whatever, do it for you.
I don't even
do it for you.
I don't even do religion because it's made by man, organized by man. And I was raised a Roman Catholic, and it was go to church and don't forget to bring $5 with you. That's what that's how we grew up. So I don't do church today, but I talk to God every day, and it's usually 4 or 5 times a day. That's my prayer, because prayer is simply just speaking to your God or your higher power, whatever you want it to be. You know, I only say that because you've got what Buddhists and Christians and there. And PJ, I think you brought this up once before. It's like everybody's got their God, but it's really all the same God. Is that you that were
No, I
talking
didn't say
about?
that. No,
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Somebody said something like Christians got God and the Buddha or whatever, you know, how they got their own whatever.
Mhm.
But somebody said it's really just all God anyway. So I don't know, but that was somebody had mentioned that somewhere, and it just crossed my mind.
Yeah.
I mean,
But just
uh,
talk to God.
however you want to do it, you know. Because I mean, I go to church on Sundays. But you know, go back 2 years, 3 years ago, I wasn't doing that. You know, just wasn't how it was. But you know, I found the right people, and we enjoy the community, so that's what we do. But do I agree with all practices? No. But no one ever agrees with everything, you know. And like Cliff, you're saying too, like I hope to believe, like I like to believe in an afterlife. This isn't the end, man. There's always something. We're gonna move on to something bigger and better. I mean,
God has a plan.
the problem I have with some of the Christians are they forget, Jesus was a Jew. He wasn't going to make a whole new religion per se. He was wanting to reform Judaism. And I think if, based on the scriptures, if that's where he continued to, if he wasn't killed, I think that's probably would have ended up that way. There wouldn't be, 800 religions. There'd just be one. That's how I look at it.
Interesting take.
Yeah.
Did you guys read Doug Van Dorn over here?
What do you say?
I know probably 5 or 6 Wiccans. Doug Van Dorn, I'm a Wiccan. In point of fact, the nature-based spiritualism just connects better for me. So what works? I know every religion's going to have their beliefs too. That they're going to say that's no good. You can't do that. But you got to do what's best for you, man. In the end, it really doesn't even matter. When we leave this earth, we become a few memories for a few people, and that fades away over time too.
Mm.
Gentlemen, you guys are awesome. I love you. You're my brothers, whether you want to be or not.
Dang.
Oh man.
that was an emphasized one, man. Damn.
I said dang.
Okay. Oh, I got to hit it, guys. I'm just beat, and I got to do that stuff. I got some stuff to do in the morning before I go. So this will work out perfect because I'll be up about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Because I should be able to just go to sleep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, guys. I think it's about time to call it. We broke the record. We probably shattered the record. So we did it.
For a regular show, yeah, definitely.
We did it without Shorty.
Yeah, we had a good run.
Yes. So, man. Yeah, look, even Doug Van Dorn said it. He thinks it's time to close out.
Yep.
And life is good. So, you guys have a beautiful night. May God bless you, keep you. You guys stay safe. Doug Van Dorn, I pray God blesses you with strength of mind, body, and soul, that your body becomes whole, that you be able to be in better health today or tomorrow than you was today. And the day after, you be better than that day. In Jesus' name, God. Okay, guys, have a good night. 1, 2, 3. Bears.
Go Bears!